There was one last first-class monster on Earth. And her name was the Ice Queen. A guy in the final 5 players had a hard time defeating the Ice Queen. However, as a result, he went into hibernation for a long time. He couldn't move for a long time. 25 years after his awakening awaited him, glaciated statues of his comrades with whom he had fought in battles. But then the system said he inherited the freezing skills. And he can remove the ice from frozen figures. The guy fell to his knees and kept saying that the only way for him to save his icy comrades. It was a skill he had gained by defeating the Ice Queen. The guy used his freezing skill and saw that this land was inhabited by gate monsters as well as life-threatening demons. And even the newly emerged first-class monsters attacked the land, and the guy had to get rid of them. Only by destroying all approaching foes, and regaining his lost abilities, was he able to rescue his buddies from the icy confinement. And so he decided to leave his name of Gloomy Ghost, which had already become legendary, and headed for the gate once again. Entering the gate system said that the guy is a new player named Seo Jun-ho, but after a long time, Seo met the Ice Queen again. This time he was ready to finish her off again. The queen told Seo that he had once again abandoned his comrades in a deadly place to get here, so how does it feel? In a deadly place, Seo asked. But these guys can't be defeated that easily. Besides, wouldn't it be over if he just finished her off? The queen started laughing out loud after hearing the words finish her off. But apparently Seo doesn't know anything about this world anymore. Seo got angry and told her to shut up. This was no time for chit-chat. And he threatened to kill her. And then this nightmare would be over. Seo immediately didn't restrain himself, and lashed out at the queen, hoping to kill her again, for a few years. The battle was very difficult, and every attack they made on each other ended in failure. The queen saw that she couldn't handle him and decided to use an ice attack, aiming it at Seo. But she missed. Seo was very strong, and was eager for her death. When he attacked, he hit the queen, and immediately she fell to her knees. The queen turned around and said it had been fun. Seo said proudly that he hadn't really had that much fun. The queen felt that she could no longer fight and used self-destruct abilities. Seo was hit, and the system said he was absorbing the Ice Queen's power. Seo didn't understand how it happened, or how he didn't have time to anticipate this moment. The system said that his body would enter a hibernation state until he completely absorbed the Ice Queen's core. Earlier, at 12 a.m. at the South Pole, the last dungeon was there. It was the Ice Queen's nest. The jock couldn't contain his emotions and pounded his fists on the wall. He asked, "So the rest of us are just going to die, having come all this way to get here?" The girl said to Cully to calm down. After all, they have so much time, they have to make an informed decision. And she thinks a dark ghost must go. The gloomy ghost tried to dodge the words. But the cowboy said he agreed with Sky's decision. The cowboy said that they would be at a disadvantage by going up against an enemy with ice powers. Callie said it pisses him off that he can't go. But there's really no one better than that type. So he agrees with Sky. The girl got into the conversation too, and said that since Callie was so quick to agree, it was safe to assume they were all of the same opinion. Cully asked her what else it meant. The girl said that they probably have it all figured out by now. She, too, thinks that a gloomy ghost should go. The gloomy ghost said then the decision was made. He asked the boys, are they sure they won't regret it? The cowboy said that if they died because he failed to overpower the Ice Queen, they would probably regret it. Sky smiled and said that they trusted him. She's sure he'll do everything he can to make sure that doesn't happen. And 25 years later, as 2024 approached, there was a monster mankind couldn't handle. At the studio, the guy was telling us that the Ice Queen who froze the Pacific Ocean with one sweep of her hand was an unusual monster. And after its appearance, everyone lost hope. Only 5 brave men, in whom there was still a spark of hope, went to the South Pole. And then the boy raised his hands and said it was a nest conquest. The boy said that's right. The boy is smart for his age. These are legendary players who have accomplished the greatest feats in the history of all mankind. The guy snapped his fingers and said that they were now called the 5 heroes. Let everyone show them respect. After all, thanks to the fact that the Ice Queen was defeated by the heroes, there are many safe zones on Earth. Suddenly the boy shouted that the ice statue had just moved. The boy said that unfortunately this time the answer was wrong. After all, the internal temperature of this fortified glass wall is monitored around the clock. The statue slowly melted, and Sio's body began to move. But Sio didn't believe it, and kept telling him that nothing would happen to them now. So here came the X moment, when Sio unfroze completely, and collapsed right onto the stage where all the people were sitting. The system immediately alerted Sio that his absorption level was 100%. Sio couldn't say a word, because he was very cold. The system told him again that he had absorbed the Ice Queen's core and gained a new freezing ability. Sio raised his eyes to the studio and didn't understand what was going on here in front of him. Why all the people were running away. Sio was taken safely to the hospital, and the next morning he woke up and opened the news in front of him. He saw that 25 years had passed, but he couldn't believe it. Sio said that maybe he had no strength at all because he had been frozen for such a long time. He can't even clench his hand into a fist. Looking at his hands he said that after 25 years his body was still trembling. But then suddenly the enemy came in, not even one. The doctors told Mr. Gloomy Ghost that the president of the Players Association was currently on his way here. Sio asked the doctors. Does he know him? Because if he doesn't, let him turn around. Now he can't when he's disturbed. The doctors said yes and admitted that the president always spoke of him as his close friend. And then Sio thought about the word friend. He realized that there were not many people who could call him their friend. Sio thanked the doctors for the information and said that he would find out everything when he met them. And by the way, their world had really changed. This was what he and they boys were longing for. To this glorious and safe world, Sio wondered what he should do next. He only knows how to fight. So now he's unemployed. And anyway, now he's allowed to not wear the mask. And when the doctors saw this, they immediately asked him, why did he take off his mask? Sio smiled and said that because they lived in a safe world. They don't need heroes anymore, do they? Sio was surprised and didn't understand what had happened. And why did they have such a reaction to something like this? But then 3 guys dressed in elegant suits walked into the room. The eldest got into the conversation and told them to let him explain. Sio heard a familiar voice and person and was very surprised. Sio asked the guy, isn't he Tongu by any chance? The boy choked up and asked the doctors to leave them alone. The doctors immediately obeyed and left. The guy turned to Sio named Junho and said that he hadn't changed at all. Jun smiled and said that when he heard that voice, he knew it was definitely Taku. Jun started laughing and said that he had told Taku before that he would get a bald spot in the shape of the letter M. Taku said to Jun, he has nothing to say after all these years. Taku grabbed his head and said that he couldn't expect anything else from that bastard Sio Jun. A touching reunion as it were. Jun asked him, was this what he was hoping for? Jun asked, it's been 25 years, but they still haven't created a cure for baldness. Taku smiled and said that the kid was still the same. Jun said that Taku hadn't changed either. Except for his appearance, of course. Immediately, the boy began to learn about everything. Jun asked him what the doctor's reaction was. It was already over, so why were they concerned? Taku said the point was that 25 years ago, the moment they conquered the Queen's Nest, all players received the same notifications. The message said that they congratulate everyone and the Ice Queen is defeated. Taku said that Seo Jun did it. This is the time when safe zones appear on Earth. People all over the world embraced each other, laughing and crying with joy. However, this very peace did not allow the joy to last even 1 minute. Notices came to everyone again that an interdimensional elevator had been installed in the Pacific Ocean. At that moment, the second floor opened. And traveling to the interspatial zone became possible. Everyone was asking what was this nonsense. Wasn't killing the Ice Queen the end? And after that, all the players of the world, the association and the politicians gathered to hold a meeting. As a result of the protracted meeting, it was decided to send an advance party to the border area. The second floor became their land of opportunity. Humanity has not only mastered magic and technology, but also gained access to a vast amount of resources and knowledge. June asked what had happened. Taku said that because of all this, an abundant land had arisen. June said that's not what he wanted to know about. Taku said that everything has existed for 10 stories. The interdimensional elevator has buttons for floors 1 through 10. June was surprised to hear about the 10 floors. June realized that they had to spend 5 years to defeat the Ice Queen. After that, for 25 years, if they cleared only 5 floors, they should now be at 7. However, compared to their team, the level of the other players was much lower. Therefore, only the 5 of them went to the South Pole. To be realistic, they should be on the 5th floor. June asked him how many floors they had already taken possession of. Taku averted his gaze at this point and said nothing. June asked him why he was silent. Taku said that in the last 25 years, humanity has only been able to master 2 floors. Hearing this, June couldn't help himself and fell back in his chair in surprise. Taku said he had nothing to say. June chastised himself and repeated that they had only gotten to the 2nd floor in such an impressive period of time. Taku said out of embarrassment that it might sound like an excuse, but there was a reason. June said he would listen to him because he was curious to know. Taku thought about where to start, so he started with the words of the Ice Queen's core. And at that moment, June turned pale. The environment of floor 3, said Taku, is similar to a volcanic zone. Therefore, only a few players resistant to the heat of magma can go there. After a while, on the 3rd floor, in the middle of the lava ocean, they were able to discover an altar that requires an Ice Queen core to cool the environment. June asked him through his excitement, did they find the cannonball? Taku clutched his head and said he was ashamed. They had searched the Queen's nest tens of thousands of times, but never found anything. June realized that it was no surprise to him. After all, he was the one who had absorbed it while he was fighting. June put his hand on Tagu's shoulder and said there was nothing they could do about it. They were just unlucky. After all, anyone can make a mistake. They should treat each other with understanding. And so if he made a mistake, Taku would try to understand him too, right? Tokra smiled and said, of course. What are you talking about? At this point, June was thinking, when would he say it so he could hear less grumbling? Taku said it's so late. June must be hungry. Can't they eat something? June realized the magazine wrapper and said he wished for the Seoul History Museum. They say it's very popular. Taku said he was going to the 1st floor. There are a lot of people and journalists there now, so he doesn't think going down there together would be a good idea. June told him to just tell Taku that he could go alone through the emergency exit. Taku told him to go straight back to the hospital afterward. June received a notification that the authentication was successful, and immediately he went to the museum. When he looked up, he saw the dragon skeleton and realized that they were already displaying such things. But then he saw the gate, which was closed. He immediately realized that this was the place. When he entered this room, there was a large hallway, and at the end of it stood his ice brothers. June sat down next to them and apologized for coming in so late. June asked them, did they know the world was a better place? They had protected the world they had dreamed so much about. So now, they could rest in peace. Pouring himself alcohol into glasses, June began to drink to each of his comrades. He lowered his head deeply and mourned. June raised his head and said that the alcohol tasted very sweet. But then his eyes darted to the dust that covered his companions. He stood up and said there was so much dust on them. And then the notification came that the freeze was confirmed. But he realized that with the freezing skill, he could remove the ice cover from the frozen figures. Immediately, June was surprised. June thought and couldn't believe that he could remove the ice and bring them back to life. And then June opened his stats and seeing it asked, what's the magic score 18? Did they do that on purpose? June had learned from reading everything that he couldn't recover in a day or two, but it was still doable. Seeing the words freezing, he realized that was the key. Taku had always said there was nothing above the S level. He may be the very first. But there's a problem with magic right now. And he got the title after defeating the Ice Queen. But that wasn't all, because every time you go up one floor in the interdimensional elevator, the values of all stats increase by 30 points. With this effect, assuming that by going up the floors, he could regain his level. Then he would not only greatly improve his abilities, but also completely subdue the power of the Ice Queen. And then said June, he could melt the ice and save everyone. he said this while looking at his brothers. June hit the ice with a cry and told them to wait a little longer. He would surely get them out of there. Taku asks June the next day, does he want to re-establish himself as a player? June ate his lunch and asked him why he was so surprised. He knew about it. And why is he wearing the wig again? Other than that, he can't do anything. Taku said it was too sudden. Previously, all he did was talk about his desire to resign. June said that was 25 years ago. Taku said he didn't think it was a good idea anyway. June got curious and asked him why that was. Taku said that first of all he should get a good rest. And also because of the demons. Demons are players who use their awakened powers to fulfill their own desires. And they also engage in illegal activities, murder and terrorism. They are like a malignant tumor in society. June asked, did those types show up again? In front of him, they couldn't even take a breath. Taku said that was then. Starting from the second floor, there are no security cameras or satellites. In addition, no country has the means to suppress the demons, and they seem to have gotten a taste of life. What's more, he was gone. June told Taku that now he understood why he was against his return. Did the Taku say those things still hate him? And the thought of killing him would make them absolutely ecstatic. Did June really ask? Taku said for June to just forget about the idea. The only way to return safely was to leave the name of the gloomy ghost and perform under his own name, Co June. Taku asked him why he was doing this. June said it's all about the 10th floor. He wants to get to it. Taku got curious and asked why he suddenly had such an idea. June said that there was a volcanic zone on the 3rd floor. And Taku said that there was no way to go through that floor, right? Taku thought for a moment and said he wasn't there yet. June said, what if he knows one way? Taku got excited at his words and asked, did he have any guesses? June said, they need an ice queen core, right? And then June started looking at his plate and said he had eaten. Taku asked him, did he finish the salantan? June said that wasn't what he meant. After looking at each other for a bit, Taku asked him, did he eat the ice queen's core? June said it wasn't because he wanted to absorb it. As soon as he defeated the ice queen, it had absorbed into him. What could he do about it? Taku got angry and attacked June. But suddenly he calmed down and said that his blood pressure had gone up. June said with a bow of his head, which was how he got his freezing ability anyway. Taku asked that he could use it to cool even the heat of the 3rd floor. June said he thought so, yes. Taku suddenly got curious and asked the guy what the reason for his return had to do with his buddies. June smiled and said that was correct. Taku took that into consideration and said that it was good news. Taku said that he would then first deal with the doctors who had seen his face. June got excited and said he was the best. Taku listened to him and said it was the least he could do. June remembered and said he had a level reset, so he was now at level 1. Taku asked him if all of his stats had that. June said he hit the bullseye. Taku grabbed his head again and said he had pressure again. June asked him if he could get him a new player's license. Taku said, forgetting to tell him. Guilds are now more powerful than associations. June asked, did they lose the right to issue licenses? Taku said no, that's not what he meant. In the larger guilds, it is now customary to attend exams in person to obtain a license. And June's license can only be validated if he passes an open exam. And he can't help him there. June said it annoys him. Taku said it can't be compared to the past times. However, this is a good chance for him. Let him think about it. They need a reason if he's going to fully support him, don't they? He's thinking, how are they going to do that? In other words, he needs to get the best result so everyone will want to get their hands on it. June said that he understood everything. He can't wait for this exam so he can enter the battle. Here comes the day to take the exams to get your license, in the Players Association. CO entered the office and took a coupon and became the 75th student to take the exam. He was surprised and said that the state had spent a lot of money. The girl came out of the exam room and asked the guys to wait here until they were invited. CO sat down on a bench and saw that the atmosphere was quite relaxed. But his turn wasn't for a while yet. And then he got the idea to listen to what the other students were talking about. And at that moment, he activated his skill. One of the guys asked if they had seen the morning news. The ancient dungeon on the second floor had finally been conquered, and it seems to them that the examiner today will be the president of the association, Shim-Taku himself. If he fails the exam today, it will be the fourth time. Seo smiled and said that everything was quite peaceful. And then the girl came out and told candidate number 1 to go to the change. As the exam began, Seo watched carefully, and observed the guy's actions. The guy sitting next to him said that this participant's morale was impressive. Could it be that the monsters were scared of him and are now retreating? He'll just pass the exam. A little envious of him, Seo saw, if a participant wishes to secure the space around them, a spear will fit perfectly. But when the enemy starts to approach, you shouldn't wave it around. It'll only make things worse for yourself. The monsters immediately jumped on the guy, and failed him. The girl said that contestant number 1 had failed the exam. Seo thought and saw that it was going to continue like this. The guy said finally number 75, they were almost done. The examiner said they didn't like any of the contestants today. They didn't even meet the basic requirements. And then the girl said for the next contestant to proceed to the exam. Seo took a couple steps into the room, and immediately the elders were surprised. The guy with the macaroni on his head asked, "Who is this guy?" He had brought a sword, a bow, throwing knives, and even a spear. He seemed to have brought his entire arsenal. One of the older guys said that guy was so skinny. He can hardly take care of himself. The blonde couldn't keep silent either and said that it was another wannabe gloomy ghost. Taku thought in his head that of course he said to stand out. But he thinks it will be a lot of fun. The girl asked contestant number 75 if he was ready. Seo looked down at them and remained silent. Immediately, the exam began. Seo saw the dwarves standing in front of him. And there were only 20 of them. And up close, they look pretty realistic. Seo knew they could try to imitate dwarves all they wanted. Immediately, memories of the old days came flooding back to him. Seo couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at them to attack. The dwarves seemed to obey him, and immediately began to attack. Seeing them from above, Seo smiled, and immediately pulled out his spear and cut several to pieces. Seo saw that if he killed one of them, new ones would appear. What's the point, then? And pulled out his knives. Seo didn't lose all his skills and sensed that right now he was going to be attacked from behind, and managed to release all his knives from his hands, right into the dwarves. The dwarves saw that they were failing and started to run away. Seo took out his bow and said that it was useless for them to run away. Seo remembered all that archery was taught to him by a famous, skilled archer named Gilberto Green. The dwarves were angry, and halfway through they turned around and decided to attack again. Seo pulled out his swords and said that these weapons would be the last. Seo was very happy, and slowly approached the dwarves, and swept his sword across the ground to cut them all at once. The girl said to contestant number 75, Seo Jun. He passed the exam. Suddenly Seo was in pain and he thought that if he was going to be like this now, he needed to work on his physical fitness after this. The elders said it was amazing. And they had nothing to add about this guy named Seo Jun. The blonde man said, his eyes failing him. He turned out to be more than just another wannabe gloomy ghost. The guy with the macaroni on his head was also surprised and said that Seo was skillful with his spear, knife and archery skills. Even his swordsmanship was up to par, and his skill with a weapon is amazing. It's unbelievable that he could do it with such a skinny body, the girl said, but looking at his profile, his only weapon skill. She thinks it's level D. Level D? Asked one of the guys. It's not even his auxiliary skill. If he only has one level D skill, it's useless to train him. But as the level increases, there will be too many limitations. His combat skills are quite remarkable, but they are not worth their investment. The girl said they need to avoid loss as much as possible. He has no need to take the hard road. Taku thought that if that was the case, there should be no problem with him joining the Players Association. Taku was drinking his coffee and said he thought they had made a decision. But he only feels guilty for faking his profile. The next day Seo was lying in his room saying that this novella he has is unrealistically funny. In fact, the most respected #1 ranked player in the world. The player everyone looks up to. And who was discharged after 2 days? The dark ghost. Taku clutched his head after saying that and repeated that all he needed was patience. Taku smiled flushed and asked Seo what he was reading. Seo said he was reading a novella. It's the one where the main character is a priest, but they're just fighting there, not doing healing. He told him to stop reading and looked at it. He brought the materials he had asked for. Taku asked him why he had even requested information about the unconquered gate. He wasn't going to go there with his level, was he? Seo started looking at the information Taku had brought and told him he was going there. Would he learn about them then? The Taku said that if no one has managed to conquer them. Does he even know what that means? Seo asked him, does he think he would forget such a thing? A gate overflowing with various traps and monsters that attack everyone. There are no corpses left of the players who tried to conquer them. And so a gate that has never been conquered is called an unconquered gate. But only newcomers can enter them, Taku asked. That's why it's even more dangerous. High-level players are not allowed to enter. Rookies go there to pump up their strength, but end up getting killed as a team. Don't you think that's a bit much? Is he going to go to the unconquered gate in this condition? Seo told him not to worry so much. Or has he forgotten who stands before him? Besides, aren't unconquered gates a headache for the association? Taku said he did, but how could he send his friend to such a dangerous place? Seo told him that he knew there had to be a touching moment now, but he would go anyway because it would be good for him. Useful? Taku asked in surprise. Seo said, as time passes, the rewards in the gate increase. For many years, the gate had not been conquered. Hence he was able to gain a huge amount of experience points. Taku said to Seo, is that why he chose this place to quickly level up? Seo said without hiding that that was correct. Taku started yelling at Seo and asked him, did he have time to forget how he died and resurrected? Couldn't he level up in a safer way? Seo said that his comrades were still imprisoned in the ice and waiting for him to free them. They would do the same. Taku said it's not at all necessary to choose the thorny path anyway. Seo said that wasn't the only reason. After all, sooner or later he would have to face his demons head-on. Time is definitely not on his side. He should be strong enough by then to face them and fight back. Taku held his head and said that he hadn't thought of that. He couldn't even imagine feeling such pressure. Seo said he wouldn't call it pressure, but he'd rather not know about it. Immediately he imagined killing demons. Taku said there was nothing he could do then. He would try to find out about the gate that Seo could enter. Taku remembered and said that with this level, Seo could only enter the unconquered gates. Seo asked where they were. Taku opened the map and said that they appeared 7 years ago. Since then, 142 people had tried to capture them but ended up being eaten by the monsters. And only level 1 players can enter there, that's why this place is called the beginner's grave. Seo said that the conditions of capture are not that difficult. Taku said that, however, he was quite sure that their watch had rung here too. And Taku said that Seo's deposit had already arrived. Taku said that since Seo now officially belongs to the association, he is his subordinate for the entire next year from now on. Seo asked, what other kind of subordinate? Seo immediately smiled and said he would show him what a loyal subordinate should look like. Taku told Seo not to overdo it. Seo asked him if he could stay here. The association seems to have a separate building set aside for players. Taku said it was a good idea. He would be safe here. Seo said he had given him a room with a good view. Taku said he didn't even doubt it. If all went well, he might be able to give him a whole floor. Seo relaxed and said it's not up to him anymore. He would make him work hard, wouldn't he? Taku put the box on the table and told Seo to open it. There's his uniform in there. Seo asked, he hadn't brought him something strange, had he? Seo pulled out his uniform and said it was so light. And pulled it on and said it was even more elastic. Seo said it was very good. And asked him, where did he get it? Taku said of course it's cool. Because it's Kwon Noi's own masterpiece. Seo was surprised and asked that this old man was still alive. Taku said he will be 98 this year. He passed his workshop on to his grandson, but he still works there. Seo asked, that's true, isn't it? Then he would have to stop by and say hello. Taku told him that he couldn't do that. Seo became indignant and asked why else. Taku said that for his own safety, he should be wary of such situations. Seo asked if Taku suspects Kwon. Taku said he didn't suspect him. Seo understood and said that means they are watching the workshop. Taku said it right. The demons are well aware of the dark ghost's relationship with Kwon Noi. If he meets him now, he will reveal his true identity. Seo said he was right. If he, as a rookie, goes overseas to meet Kwon, people will definitely suspect something wrong. Taku said he would relay to him through their employee what their situation was now, so he should understand. Seo accepted it and said there was nothing he could do about it. He needs to get stronger first. Let Taku thank him for his form. Seo asked what kind of weapon he should use. Taku said there were much cooler weapons in the association's warehouse. He could choose anyone he liked. Seo smiled and said he was really looking forward to this moment. Taku told him to be the only one not to compare this weapon to Kwon's masterpieces. Taku asked him, when would he go for the capture? Seo said that at first he thought he should do it right now, but he still needed to practice. Seo realized that he was exhausted from normally passing the exam. If he didn't have enough physical fitness, he wouldn't be able to fight monsters or demons. Taku said Seo made the right decision. How long will it take him to make it? Seo asked if that was too long. Seo made up his mind and said that 10 days would be enough for him. 10 days later. In Namyangju city in the mountains, Jianma Seo arrived at the site. And stood right in front of the entrance. Seo gave one last smile and said he had to go. And immediately opened the gate of the Curse of Dawn. And the condition of capture was to hold out until dawn. Upon entering the other world, Seo immediately breathed that scent of air into himself. He said that for some reason he felt cozy here. And a place like this seems cozy to him. He must be slowly going crazy. And then a window appeared in front of him. Seo said that judging from this information, the capture conditions are not that difficult. His goal is simple. All he has to do is hold out until dawn. And he has come at just the right time. After reviewing the materials, he found that the teams that entered early in the morning lasted the longest. Also, time runs differently inside the gate. Teams entering afternoon didn't have time to adjust to the time distortion. Plus, in all likelihood, they'd have to fight right away. They end up in a stalemate. After all the players were exclusively level 1 or below. But he had prepared thoroughly and now, he was in his best form. Here came the dark night. Seo was lying under a tree and he had the feeling of being watched by the dead. Seo looked away and suggested that maybe it was an unclean thing. And it was beginning to annoy him. At that moment a hole appeared under his feet and immediately a hand came out through it. Seo drew his sword and said he thought so. Seo immediately smacked him in the head and told him he didn't have to get out, just let him stay there. Seo felt at ease and it seemed to him that there were a lot of them. Just then, behind him, another dead man started to come out. Seo immediately decided to activate the Night Hunter. At this moment, his eyes changed, all his senses sharpened. Opening his eyes from the other person, Seo saw that the dead had become very numerous and now he would have to fight them. Seo said that it's pretty hard for newbies to deal with the undead, especially if they're zombies. Since they can't feel pain. And of course it's impossible to deal them a single lethal blow. They pay no attention to the damage they take and focus solely on attacking. The dead began to attack more and more often, and Seo had no choice but to fight them and kill anyone who attacked him. Seo knew they were great at creating panic among newcomers who didn't have any developed abilities yet. And now he finally understood why they called this place the grave of newcomers. But he's an old nub. Saying that immediately new zombies started coming out. Seo punched them and said that he wasn't so weak that he would fall because of such nonsense. Seo looked around and saw that there were still many of them. And before each one died, more came. So after it was over, Seo sat down and said he was having a hard time. And he thought that they wouldn't come here again. But it wasn't over yet and Seo stood up abruptly, for he heard a voice. He asked in reply, "Where are they?" In response, Seo received that they were not far from him. Immediately he headed for help, at the call of a voice. Seo walked over to the pit and heard crying. He asked them, "Are they down there?" The answer he received was that they were there. Seo started to clean up the grass that covered the hole and asked how they got there. The boy said he trusted his friends and followed them here, and of course everyone but him died. He cried and asked Seo to help him get out of here. Seo said he would do it. But couldn't the guy yell really loudly before he did? The boy asked Seo why he should yell. Seo said he had to determine their exact location. Immediately a scream began to be heard from the coffin. Seo had his gun out and was at the ready. He said he'd been found. And immediately he fired a clip of bullets right into the coffin. Seo said that he kept wondering how that gate managed to kill over 100 people so easily. He's the one who created the pledge grave, isn't he? At that moment, a huge monster came out of the coffin and said that Seo was a cheat. The monster asked Seo how he knew. Seo would not speak to him, and immediately attacked him with his sword. He said that it was impossible for anyone to remain alive in an unconquered gate. But once the capture begins, the gate won't even open if at least one living player remains inside. That past players probably knew it too, but sometimes the monster acts on automatic. Not surprisingly, even considering all the zombies, it wouldn't be that hard to defeat them all, and yet the cause was the cheater. And then the system said that all the monsters had been destroyed. And Seo had successfully broken the curse of Dawn. Seo looked at it and said he went up to level 4. Do his lost stats come back every 5th level? The values went up a little, but he should be happy with that too. Seo asked, and that's it? There's nothing else. And then the system said that Seo had gotten a new ability as a reward for his capture. Seo sighed and was afraid that was the end of it. But he thought it was just a random item that would fall out, and he had acquired a new skill. How lucky he is. Seo started going over everything and came across the memory reading skill. But he knew that he could only see the memories of the dead. And he wondered, did he get this skill for defeating the trickster? The terms of use are pretty specific, but he thought he could use it. And the power gained already as a player Seo, not a gloomy ghost. And he looks forward to the events to come. Taku opened the newspaper and asked in surprise, "Is this serious?" At that time, Seo was lying on the sofa, resting after a hard night. Taku said that ever since Seo's return, this world has never been quiet. Not a single day of peace. Seo thought and said that was why Taku was glowing with happiness. Taku said, amused to see how nervous those arrogant guild bastards got. Seo said, not surprised. The guild wouldn't take such a risk by releasing the information, so why did the reporters keep muddying the waters? Taku asked Seo that he was serious about not revealing himself. Seo said it wasn't time for that yet. Taku said that if everyone knew he had captured the gate, he would be in great demand. Seo said to him, does he know why people buy luxury goods even if all the items are made in the same factory? Taku asked if it was because they were expensive. Seo said yes. They are special because not everyone can afford them. Taku asked him if he wanted to be a luxury item. Seo said not just an expensive item, but an item that everyone wants to own, but no one knows where to get it, and needs to become a legendary limited edition. Taku said it turns out the guy wants to pique the public's interest. Taku said that sometimes his bad personality awakens. Is his blood type S, by any chance? Seo said that, however, he could not keep them waiting that long. Taku said that smart people would be able to guess. Won't this guy show up at other gates that haven't been conquered? That's what they'll think. And so reporters will be waiting for him to show up at the unconquered gate. Seo said that if that happens, he still doesn't have to self-report, right? This world itself should gradually find out everything. Taku wondered since when did this guy bother with formalities. And then Seo asked him what he was mumbling. Taku said nothing. Would he not like to go and eat? Seo said that he had eaten recently, and he was calling again. Evening came and Seo spent the whole time practicing and getting his fitness up to get stronger. At the moment of push-ups, something happened, and immediately he collapsed to the ground. The system said that his strength value had increased by 1 point. Seo rejoiced and said that at last it had come. After drinking the water he decided to rest and said that now he felt alive. Seo decided to get informed and discovered a complete history of 25 years on the watch. It came up with the name Luff Garden. And it was the oldest unconquered gate in Korea, appearing 9 years ago. All gates are left alone for a long time, monsters will start to come out of them, which will later kill ordinary people. Such gates are called open gates. The government and the association offered a huge reward for capturing the loofah orchard, so players from all over the country risked their lives to capture them. However, out of 124 attempts, all 124 failed. So they had no choice but to ask for help abroad. They spent a fortune to hire a super recruit from India. And his name was Takira Vishi, a man with innate talent, skillful with a bow. Seo thought that in terms of potential, he could match or even surpass 5 Gilberto Grins at once. However, Takira was defeated and everyone had given up hope that the Luff Garden would ever be captured. This is how a 22-year-old player with a bright future met his end. Seo said that it was a very dangerous annoyance, because he himself could have been in his place. That is why he needs to be even more thorough in his preparation. Just now, with the help of physical exercise, he had raised all of his values, so now all of his stats, except for magic, are over 30, and he thinks that such values are quite high for his level. But, if even Takira, a rising star, failed the capture, the possibility of there being a hidden trap in this gate cannot be ruled out. Seo knew he needed to think through every possible scenario during his preparations. However, since he was already a bit used to using the freeze skill, he is curious how much it will help him in a real battle. And so Seo made it to the loofah garden. The prerequisite for this gate was to destroy all the monsters. He doesn't know how many monsters are waiting for him there, but if the teams of 4 failed, then it means there was some hidden trap that incapacitated them. And then Seo got to a place where a labyrinth was shown. He asked, "What the hell is this?" He realized he needed to stay away from this suspicious area to begin with. And the loafahs would show up at night, so right now he should just relax and wait. Here came the night, where all the grasses began to glow in bright white colors. And then the loofahs came out to hunt. And then the system said it was night and all senses were heightened. Seo said that you should be warned of your appearance. Seo stood under cover and said smilingly that there were only 2 of them so far. And what a warm greeting it was. Here came the peak hour, as the loafahs began to attack one after another. Seo immediately took no cover, and went on the attack. Pushing off his spear, Seo flew upwards, and immediately used the freezing ability, for an ice weapon. Seo released a pair of blades right at them, and from such a powerful attack, there was a huge explosion. Seo raised his ice spear and said, "This is awesome. Without a doubt, this is the skill of an ice queen." But then a bright light passed in front of his face. Seo was surprised and assumed it was a monster invasion. He reckoned that 2 was obviously not enough for him. Seo immediately rushed forward with his ice spear. He began to cut them down one by one. Seo saw that he had annihilated every last one in front of him, and heard a rustling sound coming from behind him. He immediately headed after it, and stuck his spear right into the loafah's body. With no fear in his eyes, Seo asked, "Is that really the end of it?" It was too fast. But apparently it was all just a guess. Just as the others appeared in front of him, Seo wondered when there had been so many of them. At least twice as many. Don't let them tell him that their numbers had grown exponentially since the assassination. Seo saw a wave of monsters heading towards him. He saw that things were bad and asked how many more of them there were. The loofahs began to attack him, and immediately Seo used the cut of his spear, and repelled the attack that was heading straight for him. But then he used ice magic, and used defense. And then he took it all on his shield. Seo saw that the years were starting to fall apart in small pieces. And he realized that it was time for him to act and get rid of them. Seo took out his ice spear, and slashed all the lofts before his eyes, leaving behind only the roots. Seo exhaled and said he was very tired. He thought in his head, how long has this been going on? He felt it was tiring for him, but not enough to fail the mission. However, something was bothering him. Seo said that although he possessed a first-class freezing ability, but if he alone could handle this level of difficulty so far, 4 people should definitely be enough. Among the players who have tried to capture this gate over the past 9 years, have been strong players with great potential. Takira's talented recruit is one of them. From what he'd seen in the materials, he'd easily be able to take out at least half of them single-handedly. If he had his co-commanders with him, they would definitely succeed in capturing the gate. Why had he failed the mission, Seo thought. In the morning, Seo said his whole life flashed before his eyes. But as long as he was alive, everything was fine. Seo thought, how did he even manage that? But what was this place? At what point did he get completely desperate? In front of him was a passageway that was 10 times larger than him. But here on the path in front of his feet were the corpses of the people who had been banished. He'd seen untold trails of duels pass through here. They were all trying to escape through this narrow entrance. And there are so many fallen teams here. And then Seo realized that in the end, this maze only stole precious time from them. If they couldn't handle the influx of monsters, then this place would just become a dead end for them. And so Seo reached the end and was not surprised, for he had assumed it would turn out to be the end of the road. At the end of the path, he saw a body holding a blinding object, and immediately he let the light shine into Seo's eyes. Seo came closer and said it was a bow. But if he remembered the information from the materials correctly, it must be a hurricane bow. Seo took up his bow and said that he was asking for his forgiveness. The story went that if you fired it, the arrow spun unpredictably like a butterfly in flight. That is why people compared the wind raised by the bow to the power of a hurricane. Hence the name hurricane. Seo said the Indian government handed it to Tikaravishi. In that case, it must be him. But under the skeleton's arm was an interesting book, and Seo called it a diary. It was pressed tightly to the ground. Seo took it and said he wondered if the owner's name was written there. The year of issue was from April 7, 2044. The diary said that the guy was tasked with taking over a loafa garden located in Korea. The guy asks the man, is he lying? Does he wish him to? He does. And will do it by all means. The man told Tikhar to think hard. The gate in question could not have been captured for years. After all, he might not even be able to return. Tikhar said that the Koreans have asked him for help, how can he refuse them? This is contrary to the teachings of God Vishnu. Tikhar realized that he was now at level 10. This was his only chance to get into the Luff garden. Tikhar asked the girl, would he definitely go with him? The girl smiled and said she agreed. She said that if Tikhar was going to go there, she would also follow rashly after him. She said she believed in him and would go anywhere with him. If he said he would go alone, she would still find a way to get there. She's so happy that Tikhar asked her to go with him. Thank Tikhar. Besides, she has to protect him. Tikhar asked, protecting him? No way. He's glad she's with him, Zaya. There's no one he trusts more than her. She knows that, doesn't she? Zaya said she knows that. She's his partner. And then they hugged each other and looked at each other and were silent. Their last words were that they would capture this gate. After a while, a little girl ran to Tikhar, screaming Daddy. The girl asked her father where he was going again. The boy told his daughter that he had to go to work. He'll be back soon. And while he's gone, make sure she obeys her grandmother, okay? The girl cried and said she would obey. When her father came back, they would go together to see the animals. Did he promise? The guy told his daughter that he would fulfill his promise. And she must obey her grandmother and eat well. Tikhar, standing outside the door, heard everything and felt sorry for him. The boy came out and said they had to go. Tikhar apologized to him when they met. The guy said it was the first time he was going on such a long business trip. But everything will be fine, because she has her grandmother by her side. Besides, he's already promised to help him. He can't refuse, can he? Tikhar took it all in and thanked him. The guy said he's on a team with a rising star. He should definitely get his share. For the sake of the baby, Tikhar laughed and said they had a deal. He must be looking forward to it. Here the boys have made it to New Delhi. Indira Gandhi International Airport. And then they met their team. Tikhar told Ram that they had not seen each other for a long time. He thanked them for coming. Ramu smiled and said that Zaya had begged him for help. Now it was April 23, 2044. Tikhar has been practicing all this time and said it's tomorrow. And he's doing great today. And he has a very good feeling about it. On April 24, 2044, Tikhar wrote that they had entered the Luff Garden. He was impressed with the place and said it was the first time he had seen such a gateway. Tikhar saw that this was a dungeon after all. They couldn't be distracted. He suggested that the boys take a look around first. On April 24, late at night is when it all started. The guys were asking 8 monsters, are they too many? And now they're coming. The guy was saying now there are 23 of them, let everyone be careful. In this fight the guy missed the momentum and immediately the loofahs cut him down. Tikhar saw this and realized that his death would be upon him. And ordered them to get them all out of here. Zaya yelled for them all to run to the maze. And get Tikhar to hurry. Meanwhile, the blonde was dragging the wounded boy on his back, leaving behind drops of blood. Tikhar saw that every time they destroyed them, they multiplied in number. Are they doubling in number? This dungeon is completely insane. They walked through the maze. The boy held teacher's hand and told him to take care of her daughter. On April 25, 2044, the guys buried this guy. Made him a coffin and a cross so everyone could see who died here. Tikhar wrote in his diary that one of their comrades had died. Evening came and the sun began to set. Tikhar looked at the sunset and told the great Shiva to bless them so that he could continue his writings tomorrow as well. The rest of the boys sat in the maze, not knowing what would happen to them next. Tikhar kept filling in his diary. Tikhar wrote that last night they destroyed the 4th Luff invasion. Today, the 5th began. There were at least 120 of them. They fought for their fallen boys. There are about 40 Luffs left. That many he could handle even alone. Tikhar at this time looked at his beloved and thought that tomorrow they could get out of here. Tikhar begged to himself that the 6th invasion would not happen. But it did, and the boy lost his girl in the bloody battle. Tikhar mourned her death that night and said he had promised to take over the gate. But what was the point of that without her? The blonde wasn't who he said he was. And from behind him, he said it was time for Tikhar to die, too. Tikhar saw this attack but managed to dodge. Blondin said that Tikhar managed to dodge, he is definitely a rising star in India. Tikhar saw those eyes and said that Ram had become a demon. He deceived them very badly. How could he be a demon? Zaya brought him here. Ram said he'd never heard anything stupider. It was simple. His lover was shallow. In fact, so was he, and yet Tikhar didn't know there were so many Luffians living here. Perhaps he should have helped his friends, but because they were useless and died so quickly, he was in danger too. Tikhar was angry with him and said he was a bastard. Ram said that Tikhar has managed to take over the gate. Now let him give him the hurricane and go back to his buddies. Ram asked Tikhar what was wrong with his face. No matter how angry he is still afraid of being killed, isn't he? Tikhar turned around and started to walk away. Ram said he never thought he would run away. It didn't matter much, though. He would die anyway from the poison that was on his sword. Tikhar didn't stop and holding on to his wound ran. Tikhar stopped and felt that the 6th monster invasion was beginning. But the poison was penetrating deeper and deeper into his body. Tikhar said he stopped feeling his arm. And immediately he ran to the labyrinth, and he didn't want to die like that. Tikhar kept running through the maze until he saw a dead end in front of him. He said it couldn't end like this. Accepting the obvious, he began to writhe that he could no longer feel his right arm. It looked like the demon's sword had been smeared with poison. It doesn't matter if it's loofah or poison. He'll die either way. If anyone finds this diary, have them tell their families that they apologize to them. Seo started flipping through the diary to the end and asked, is this really the end? But there are still a few pages to go. Tikhar wrote and asked himself that if his comrades had survived, could they have captured the gate? All because of a demon. Those damn demons, O great Shiva, let Tikhar rest in peace. And let the sinners be condemned in hell. He begs him to exact revenge on this dying warrior. Seo says that because of him, he understood everything. The number of monsters depended on the number of players who entered. He came here alone, so there weren't many of them. That was why he was able to capture the gate relatively easily. He came here with 3 other players. Just thinking about it makes him shiver. He doesn't even want to think about it. Seo said he would take the diary. And as for the bow, he'll borrow it for a while. But he's taking it for a reason. In return he's taking revenge on those damn demons. Seo took his bow and said going away that Tikhar should rest in peace. India's young hero. Taku got the paper and said that Seo was right. Before they could even open their mouths, the whole world knew that it was Seo who had captured the gate. Seo clutched his head and said he told him this would happen. Taku said the guy couldn't even imagine how much he wanted to tell everyone at work. Seo asked him, did he have to come in early in the morning to tell him that? He could have relayed it through Vit. Taku said it would be more polite to tell him in person. Besides, the Indian government had given him a message. They were grateful for the return of the diary. The families of the players had been informed. Taku said that Seo could not hide his joy. Seo said that of course he was happy that they had learned the truth. Taku said, still a little offended. He would leave the paper here and let him look at it at his leisure. Seo asked him what was wrong. Taku said he was talking about the hurricane. It was created as a national weapon for India's defense, and now it has disappeared from Tikara Vishi's inventory. Seo said what about this one? Here, let Taku look at it. Seeing this light Taku asked him, is he crazy? Taku told the guy why he was holding it in now. Seo grabbed his ears at that kind of yelling. Taku told Seo to hide it properly. He knows the hurricane belongs to the Indian government, doesn't he? Seo said he would use it and return it. Taku asked what he would tell them. That the deceased Tikara had given it to him at the gate. Taku said that whatever it was, let him think of something. Seo said he'd be careful with him anyway, he shouldn't worry. Taku said everyone had already decided that the bow was lost. Seo said no, that's not what he meant. He would use this weapon to attract demons. Taku said the demon died in the gate, didn't he? Seo said he might not be the only one hunting for the bow. Plus, the demon has probably already read the articles about the hurricane being lost in the gate. However, he wasn't stupid enough to believe it. To that bastard, the thing is more important than human life. Then he'll realize the bow is in his hands and come after it. Taku said he thought Seo was right. And then he remembered a demon. And his name is the Devil Call Signer. He's known for his bow collection. Seo said that's who everybody's talking about. He seems to think too much of himself. Taku said that because of this, he was already being searched for all over the world. He wouldn't be able to enter the Lofa garden on his own, as this gate can only be entered with level 10. Seo said, what if this guy starts looking for him, the next time he enters an uncharmed gate, he'll try to grab him there. He's even stronger than Tikara. What did Taku ask? Then he's in great danger. He needs to tell the Indus government. Seo told him to calm down. If he starts training now, there won't be any problems. Seo said that in addition, it is believed that he will be able to deal with him so easily. Taku said that if he were in Seo's shoes, he'd think so too, but he's still worried about him. Seo asked him, did he forget who was standing in front of him? The incomparable Seo Jun-ho. Don't let him worry so much. 25 years ago, those events will never happen again. Taku calmed down and said that Seo hadn't changed a bit. Seo said that everything is just as it is. But then a message arrives on Taku's watch, and it's Shim Taku. Is it really true? Unfortunately it's not in their plans yet. Taku said that of course he would tell him everything. Seo listened to their conversation and asked, what happened? Taku said that the reporters were swarming like flies. They found out that Seo was the player who had taken over the gate and now they wanted to interview him. Seo told Taku not to refuse them. Taku was surprised and asked him why he thought so. Seo said that since he couldn't avoid the battle with the demons, maybe he could choose his own battleground. Seo suggested that Taku hold a press conference. Now the day of the event has come when Seo will go public. The man said that Sojun Association player opened the first gate of the Curse of Dawn. Next, the Luff Garden. It's been a long time since they've had new recruits like this. The girls said it might be the next Korean star like Kim Woo-jun and Shin Sung. And what's more, this guy knows how to draw attention to himself. Even among the many treasures, he's the shiniest pebble. And then the paparazzi yelled out that this guy is here. Let everyone take pictures of him quickly. Everyone was surprised from his way of dressing. He was dressed homemade. People have asked, is it definitely the player who captured the 2 unconquered gates? Maybe he wandered in here by mistake. Seo smiled at the sight of them all staring at him. You should have changed your clothes after all, right? Seo said that being a gloomy ghost, he had to dress up too often. So much so that it was annoying. And then Seo welcomed everyone, and he said his name. And said that the press conference would only last 30 minutes. The people asked him for more details about the capture of the gate. How did he feel about challenging himself like that? Seo said that first, let him say a few words about the Dawn Curse Gate. The man thought, what is this? He feels like he's been in this situation more than once. You wouldn't know it from him, but he's pretty experienced. And then Seo said that he was going to answer the last question. The boy asked him if he had already decided which gate he would enter next time. Seo smiled and said not yet. There is one gate he really wants to go to, but because of his low level he can't do it yet. The boy asked, what is this place? Seo smiled and said loudly that it was the gateway to the Eastern Sea, and then everyone was surprised at this answer. The guy told Seo that he had mentioned a gate earlier. Isn't that by any chance the gate of the Eastern Sea? These are the last unconquered gates of Korea. If he can capture them, he will have 3 challenging missions to his credit. No one has ever had such an achievement before. Seo said they were probably right. The girl said there's a rumor that this gate is home to a powerful first-class monster. What does he think about that? The guy said that the association has long discussed giving this gate the #1 ranking in complexity. He thinks it's too much. Seo saw it, and it's no surprise to him that everyone has such a negative reaction. I guess it's all the fault of the gate-dwelling boss. Its strength is markedly different from that of ordinary monsters. Incredible power. Some of them even turn into ordinary monsters of their servants and command them. However, said Seo, if he fought a first-class monster, he would definitely emerge victorious. The counselors read the paper and said they made a big fuss over the newcomer. And that in turn proves how important unconquered gates are to people. The guy said it's been a while since he's heard such funny news from the first floor. The man told the guy that if he was interested, he could contact them. The guy said no, he's not interested yet. When something unusual happens, people call it a fluke. If it happens a second time, they call it a skill, and he thinks in turn that it is necessary to judge after the 3rd time. You may not even remember the names of those who do not make it to the 3rd time. The guy said that he understands. If player Seo Jun performs such a miracle again, he will receive a personal invitation from Chief Chairman Shin Sung. And the Takabe Guild. Seo read the papers and said that this was not suitable either. Taku held out the paper and asked what about this one. Seo said again that it didn't fit either. Seo showed the papers and asked. All these appeals with requests. Taku said the last conference. He's already a star with them now. Taku said that the experience points reward was great and the difficulty level was relatively low. The pay is not bad either, but it's not easy to find an assignment that fits all 3 conditions. Seo said he was willing to let the 3rd one go. Taku said no way. His relevance in the future depends on the first assignment. Taku held out the assignments and asked how he felt about it. An errand from a father whose daughter is terminally ill. Taku said it was necessary to find a cure. It's called the Heart of the Flaming Fox. Seo said he hadn't heard about it in a while. Taku said Seo fought her just 6 months after he first became a player. Seo said he almost died then. Takug opened his watch and said it would be quicker to take a look himself. This gate, located in their country, is called the Heavenly Fox Gate. Taku pulled everything up on the screen and said that they had only emerged 3 months ago, so they hadn't gotten the unconquered status yet, but the monster had already managed to devour 7 teams. Seo said that when he acted as a gloomy ghost, the conditions weren't as harsh. The monster also became stronger. Taku said it is still difficult as he imagines now the level of players has increased. Seo said he hasn't met any decent players since his return, so he can't say anything. But since Taku's confidence is good, then let him take on this errand and test the younger one's skills at the same time. Taku said he was very pleased. But to tell the truth, this errand is from someone he knows. Seo was surprised and asked who he was. Taku asked Seo, does he know Manhwa Group? He's the chairman. Seo said that means it's Choi Man's child. His second son Choi Pil. And then someone knocked on the door and a girl came in saying the president called for her. Taku said Mrs. Chachi should come in. Taku told Seo that from now on, Mrs. Chachi would be his secretary and manager. In truth, thought Seo, continued the president to personally handle his affairs, suspicion would arise. The girl said her name was Chachi and it was a pleasure to meet her. Seo stood up and shook her hand and said he did too. Takugu told Seo that since they need to organize a meeting with Manhwa, let him talk things over with Lady Cha. She is very capable, so he can rely on her. Cha thanked the president for his kind words. Taku said that they can go. He expects good results from them. Cha asked Seo, is he familiar with Manhwa's company? Seo said yes, she is #1 in Korea. Cha said they are known for timely tax payments and protecting the privacy of the royal family. However, tragedy struck in their perfect world. Chairman Choi's daughter is diagnosed with 9-en gap syndrome. This rare disease is found in people with high en energy. The only way to cure it is to transplant something with high en energy into the body, and the item in question is precisely the core of the tribal fox. 29 years ago, the Dark Ghost, the best player, defeated her, thus confirming his outstanding abilities. And yes, said Cha, she really admires the gloomy ghost. And then Seo took his gaze away from the mirror. Cha asked him why he was embarrassed. Seo said he was just touched by her words about the Dark Ghost. They reached the meeting place. Seo came out and said that nothing had changed here. Cha was surprised and asked him, had he been here before? Seo said it had been a long time. Cha told Seo to wait for her here. She would first check to see if their agreement about the meeting was still valid. But then a gate opened in front of them and the man asked the guy, he's Seo Jun, right? It's a pleasure to meet him, they're very welcome. And his name is Choi Pil. The guy said hello and said his name was So Jun. He was honored to meet him. Choi gave him his hand and said that the hero who captured the gate to keep the citizens safe was standing in front of him, so it was an honor to meet him. Seo looked at his hands and noticed something about them shaking. Choi said his only wish was for his daughter. He bowed before him and asked Seo to deliver his daughter from this terrible disease. Seo said maybe they'd come in the house. As he knows, they need the heart of a flaming fox, right? Choi said it was exactly like that. After studying a great deal of information, he learned of a case of 9-en gap syndrome in France. It was the heartwood of the flaming fox that was used for treatment. And here he gets right to the point. As a reward, said Choi, he is offering a sum of 1.5 billion won, and they will be provided with the material aid they need to capture the gate, as well as anything else they may need to obtain the core. Cha thought they didn't expect the amount to be so large. Of course he would accept. And then Seo said that these conditions were not suitable for him. Choi said he'll give them 3 billion won. Even that's not enough. Seo said he didn't mean the amount was small. Even 1 billion won is enough. Seo asked, can he find out the reason? Choi said that in the past gloomy ghosts sold the core for 10 billion won to 1 billion from France. The one offered to give his entire fortune to save his dying daughter, but the gloomy ghost refused and took only 10 billion. Seo said he had that reason too. You can't profit from people who want to save their family. Cha said she had to park, Seo might not wait for her. And about the dark ghost story, did he get it from the president? Seo said yes. After all, President Shim Taku and the gloomy ghost were close friends. Seo asked Cha's secretary, she believes the story people, on the other hand, believe that the gloomy ghost is as cold as a soulless machine. Cha said she was against it. If he was heartless, there's no way he'd do that. She thinks he's actually a kind person. So said the do-gooder, the gloomy ghost. Cha said exactly, and after he said it, she was even more convinced of it. She heard that the gloomy ghost's parents died in front of him. In her opinion, the 10 billion won the gloomy ghost took only because the customer was rich. Otherwise, she thinks he wouldn't even charge. Because a man trying his best to save his family sincerely wishes that no one would have to go through this kind of suffering. Seo was surprised and said that no one but a gloomy ghost could know for sure. Taku met Seo and asked him how he felt about Mrs. Cha. Seo said he wouldn't know because they'd only been together for 2 hours. Well, she seems good at first glance. Taku said he'll soon find out what she's really worth. After all, Mrs. Cha is a talented specialist, so she could easily get a job in a large company or some famous guild. She only works here because the gloomy ghost belongs to the association. They're incredibly lucky. Seo asked him where Taku had brought him. Taku said that the bastard was thinking and decided to change the subject. Taku said that if Seo was going to fight a powerful monster like the flaming fox, he needed a decent outfit. Once inside, Taku said that science had advanced a lot in the past 25 years. They had invented weapons that he had never even thought of before. The level of the player's fighting ability has increased significantly. He immediately threw the sword into Seo's hands. Taku told Seo to try using magic on that sword. Seo was surprised and asked, "On the sword?" Seo showed his magic, and didn't expect such a twist. Taku said that even when using a small amount, it was as if the magic enveloped the sword and recreated its shape. It can be used to easily skin an orc. If he uses magic on it, he will have a magic shield. Seo said, "So this is the only weapon the players use nowadays?" Taku was surprised at the question. Taku said it's a modern, highly effective weapon. Why not use it? Seo asked, "Do even the so-called rank and file players use it?" Taku said he wasn't sure. All he knows is that they have customized weapons. Seo looked at everyone and said they were like toys. In the face of real monsters. Like the Ice Queen. Seo said that these powerful creatures can destroy even the player's magic circulation, so this weapon is useless in battle. Seo asked Taku if he knew why low-level players get weak monsters. Taku said that if a strong monster appears, everyone just dies. Seo said right. It is quite ironic, however this system is quite fair in regards to such monsters. The player must constantly evolve, meeting enemies of his level, so that in the future, meeting a strong opponent, he will be able to survive, using his strength and accumulated experience. Taku asked Seo thinking this weapon was ineffective against strong monsters. Seo said right. Taku said that Seo was right. Players who rely solely on these weapons will never achieve anything worthwhile. However, the fact that it can be useful for capturing some gates cannot be ruled out. Seo said that anything is possible. And then he saw a sword in the corner of the room and asked what it was. Taku said that this sword was also made of a new quality material, but it didn't have any abilities, so he left it there. No, asked Seo, let him see it now. And then Seo began to use his magic and showed that this weapon was excellent. Taku was surprised to see such a thing. Seo said that the world has become so interesting. They overlap the limitless possibilities of growing players with these toys. A portal opened in the center of the city and Seo said how many reporters, and players. Cha said that everyone was excited about the upcoming mission to capture the heart of the flame fox. With him, 26 other players will enter the gate. Some were sent from the guild. And then Seo drank some tea and said that it was very good. Cha said it's lavender tea, does he like it? Seo said he wants to try this tea again after his return. Seo said that they'd have to get up early tomorrow so they could get ready. For what? Asked a surprised Cha. Seo smiled and said that once the gate was captured, he'd have no shortage of errands to run. The reporters said Seo. Is it true that he's running an errand for a famous person from Manhwa? Is he confident that he can defeat the flaming fox? The player said he knew there would be ranchers here. Players like them get left out all the time, don't they? The girl player also said he's the most talked about player lately. Everyone wants to write an article about him. People have asked if that skinny kid really did take over the gate twice. I find that hard to believe. Even his weapons look prehistoric. And then Seo said that's where they would end the interview. The guy told his men to pack up quietly, so they entered the gate. When they arrived they were surprised to find themselves in the desert. Their feet sinking into the sand. Would they even be able to fight here? And then one of the guys said for everyone to listen to him. The other players asked, who the hell is that? The guy told them to let him introduce himself. His name is Cha Minu. He's a member of the Korean 13th ranked Chanhee Guild. Cha said that the elite gathered here alone. Since everyone knows that a place like this can't be handled alone. In a gate of such high complexity, they need to avoid fighting so they don't endanger each other, right? That's why he has something to offer. 10 million won. The Zhanghe Guild offers anyone who follows their instructions during the capture. In return, they would like to claim the main award of a Heart of Flame Fox. The guys ask them, do they want to take it for themselves? And they're only offering 10 million won each. Even if all the participants agree, they'll spend less than 300 million won. Cha said that the guild was sincerely trying to take care of them. If someone then wants to change their mind, they will only give 500,000. And then most of the players said that they agreed to these conditions. And they also asked if they would share the food too. Seo listened to their words and immediately headed into the mountain sand. Cha saw this, and couldn't stop him just yet. Cha made up his mind and asked player Seo if he wanted to join them. Seo said that he planned to act independently. The fat man said he thought so, the rumors were exaggerated. They call him their hope, a genius, but if he chose to fight alone in a place like this, Fatty told the commander not to worry about him. Cha asked, did he ever say he was worried? Seo was heading into the wilderness alone and remembered that the flaming vixen was a monster, something between a monster and a mythical creature. A boss monster who grew 9 tails over 1,000 years. After all the tails had grown, she rose above the clouds and became a 1,000-year-old fox. Purely under the control of the flaming vixen, soldiers is directly proportional to the number of tails. Seo wondered how many tails the flaming vixen in this gate had. He should find a suitable hiding place. But then Cha stood in front of the boys and felt that they were about to be attacked. Immediately the sand rose up and a bunch of foxes flew out of it. Cha said, they're coming. Fire foxes. Have everyone wait for his command. Vice Commander. The guy asked him how many are there. Cha said there were about 30 of them. And then the foxes came closer and closer to the guys, and in their eyes you could see nothing but murder. Cha smiled after waiting for the right moment, and told his men to attack right now. The guys immediately threw the devices squared up. It was probably a defense against the foxes. And then one of the foxes pounced on the guys and got caught in the electric field, where it got a little fried. The guys were happy to see such a picture and asked, did the trap still work? Cha told them to keep their eyes open and called them bastards. This isn't the age of prehistoric weapons and primitive traps. Cha pulled out his weapon and said to let everyone see the power of humanity's technology of the second floor. Fatty told the commander that they had wiped out more than half of them. If they continue like this, it's only a matter of time before the flaming fox is caught. Cha told the fatty that when every time he opens his mouth, let him kill at least one monster. The girl said that she was so nervous about this gate for nothing, there was nothing complicated about it. The guy looked at her and said that it was because they had joined the Zhanghe Guild. And then the guy stopped and realized that it was as if his eyes had gone dark in front of him. And then he saw the fox. The boy shouted that the flaming fox had come. When she saw her dead children, she lost her temper and changed her eyes to a different color. The system said they were facing the boss of the blazing dunes, the flaming fox. The guy started counting her tails and said there were only 9 of them. The guy said it can't be. It's a kumiho. The only fox that was overcome by the grim specter was a 6-tailed fox. Cha told them to gather. Have them stay in formation and focus on attacking. The players said that the Zhang Guild was with them. They would be able to win. Cha got angry and told the monster that it would die from a stab in the heart or head. Cha thought that the trap he had prepared was several times more powerful than the one they had used before. If she got caught, there was no way she could get free. He said he would catch the flaming fox today. And of course he would outdo the gloomy ghost. The fox didn't attack, and immediately released a flame from its mouth, which it aimed straight at the guys. But things didn't go the way Cha wanted them to, and in the course of the battle, all the guys were dead, and he was kneeling beside them. Cha saw the weapon, the trap, the strategy, nothing worked. Defeat such a monster. The fox was gaining energy, and the light from its tail was getting brighter and brighter. Cha thought, is he really going to die here like this? But then everything in front of Cha abruptly went black and the tail was not visible. It was Seo, who stood in his defense. Cha asked him what he was doing. Tell him to get out of here immediately. Seo pulled out his sword and said that everything would be fine. The fox immediately sent a cloud of fire straight at them. Cha closed his eyes against the bright light and realized it was the end. Seo immediately released his magic directly into the sword, and cut that cloud of fire into 2 pieces. Seo looked at all the killed players and said that they were too hasty. However, would the fox be satisfied with just that? Seo told Cha to take the survivors and leave. Cha was surprised and asked Seo what about him. Seo smiled and said that of course he had to finish this thing off. He pointed his sword straight at the fox. The fox lost her temper, and was immediately angry after such a prank from Seo. The guy was telling Cha to leave. Did Seo see that now that the gawkers had left, it was time for him to have some fun? Immediately, they did battle with each other. The fox didn't leave Seo to even exhale, immediately attacking with all his strength that killed him. So saw that he wouldn't be able to dodge these attacks. Immediately, he released his ice defense. Seo said, just as he thought she wouldn't let him get that close so easily. Immediately she lost her temper and let out a cloud of fire. Seo saw that it was a giant fireball. His body wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. Seo was able to dodge, and immediately went to attack the fox. Seo immediately pounced on the fox, and crouched right in its muzzle. The fox couldn't help himself, and tossed him up into the sky with the help of the fire. Seo proved to be smarter, and used steps made of ice in the air, and headed out to attack the fox again. Seo saw that the strength of a flaming vixen is directly proportional to the number of its tails. So what would happen if the number of tails was reduced? Seo was still able to freeze some of the fox's tails, and used his sword to cut them. Apparently, said Seo, her strength would also decrease. The portal was open the whole time, and the downtown people were all waiting for someone to come out of it. The reporters were sitting around waiting too. One of the guys said that it had been 10 hours since the players had entered the portal. The guy punched the other guy and said that the previous team only lasted 2 days. How dare he disrespect the dead? But they can only pray for their safe return. But the portal still stands empty. The battles kept going on, Seo unleashing all of his powerful attacks against her to finally kill her. Seo asked the fox, this is the first time she's experienced this kind of pain, isn't it? She had never had any worthy enemies or rivals. All she did was hunt down countless players. She didn't even realize she'd be the prey this time, did she? The fox looked at Seo strangely, and immediately released its claws and attacked him, but Seo didn't run away, and went at her as well. During the flashback, Lissa didn't realize where Seo had disappeared to, but immediately he released ice right in front of her head. Seo asked, wondering where she was looking. Immediately, Seo took advantage of that moment, and stabbed her right in the neck. The fox got more angry after that, and started attacking even more often. Seo only had to stay alert, and cut her down with each attack. The fox immediately used her trick again, the fireball. Seo smiled and said, it was the same trick again. She's freaking out since she knows she's going to die soon. Seo let all his strength out and said it was too late. And with an ice attack, he pierced her body in the middle. Seo didn't expect his body to let him down like that. And then the system said that he had defeated the flaming vixen. But Seo fell to the sand, for he was powerless. The reporters immediately saw the gate and said they were coming out. It can't be. They've really taken it over. The previous team stayed in the gate for 2 days and eventually failed. They only had 13 hours. Players exit the gate, which is colored green. All attention is focused on the player who exits first. And it was player Cha from the Zhong Guild. The reporters said they wanted to interview him. Have the doctors carry the injured man out of here. The doctor examined Cha and said that first aid had been administered. Can they go straight to the hospital? Cha said no, he thinks first, he needs to say a few words. The reporter asked him, he was the team leader and came out of the dungeon victorious. Let him share a little bit about the experience. Some say the flaming vixen had 9 tails this time. How hard was it? Player Cha's name is currently ranked number 1 on search engines. And Cha said earlier that he dreams of being a hero. How does he really feel now? Cha saw that this is what it feels like when a man is praised. Once he tasted fame, he would never want to part with it, even if it was by mistake. In class, the teacher was saying that they need to talk about their future plans. And Minu will be the first to start talking. Cha said that when he grows up, he wants to become an outstanding hero like the gloomy ghost. Cha said, however, he doesn't own this place. And will now tell them everything that happened inside the gate. Seo was gone all this time, and then the next morning he opened his eyes. And when he saw the four, he asked, "Is this a hospital?" And then the girl asked him, "Is he awake?" Seo turned his head and saw Sister Cha sitting next to him. Cha said it's 6:00 in the morning. He's in a Korean hospital. But how is Seo feeling? Seo grabbed his head and said he was fine. Cha said that she was going over the errands she had sent while she waited for him to wake up. He was right, there really are a lot of them. Really? Asked Seo. And then Cha saw him coming out and asked him where he was going. Seo said he was going to Chairman Choi's house. He must have been waiting for him. Cha told Seo that his condition hasn't improved yet. Seo said that he's still a little out of sorts because he doesn't have the strength. Seo said we have to treat the real patient first. He'll always have time to rest. So they should go now. Choi meets them and says he thanks them for coming so quickly, but surely he's okay. After all, he had heard from the Jong Guild that Seo had fainted at the gate. Seo said that he had just fallen asleep due to exhaustion. Choi told Seo that this was her daughter's room. Seo opened the door and saw an arm with an four hooked up to it and a girl lying on the couch. Seo immediately analyzed her and saw that her condition was even worse than he thought. Immediately he pulled out his heart and said he had to get started. But then Choi walked in and started screaming in pain. Seo closed his heart and said that he had completely forgotten. An ordinary man might suffer from the heat of the core. Would he mind waiting outside? Choi said he should have asked this earlier, but Seo is sure it's okay to use such a dangerous object on her daughter. Will she be okay? He's very worried, said of course. Of course, not everyone could perform this operation. But he had learned how to do it, so he had nothing to worry about. Choi told Seo, so President Shim Taku told him. Seo didn't tell everything and said, right. Choi shook his hand and asked Seo to take care of her daughter. Seo said it would be over soon. Seo walked over and saw that her condition was even worse than the patient he had treated earlier. To begin with, the heat of the core should melt its frozen magic power. And then the system said that Seo sensed a medium-level dark energy from the object. He could absorb the dark power with the freezing skill. Seo was surprised and didn't understand what it was. And then the system said that his magic points would increase as he absorbed it. Sex freeze skill, devoid of any disadvantages. An omnipotent skill used for attack and defense, also able to increase magic points when absorbing dark power. After all, this function is not even in the skill Guardian of Darkness S. But then he remembered that the freezing skill could absorb the dark power coming from the 9-ine rupture syndrome. But what if the Darkness Guardian skill is also capable of receiving something from the dark force? Looks like we'll definitely have to check it out. He decided he would deal with it later. Right now, we need to finish the 9-ine gap syndrome. If we don't hurry, the patient could get worse. And then Seo realized that he needed to get rid of the dark power sealed in her body. And he would end it all at once. And then it started and he remembered that the last time he had been a gloomy ghost, he had forcibly melted the frozen magic power with the warm energy of the core, thus subjecting the patient's body to high stress, but he had no other choice. It's different now. He would only absorb a certain amount of dark power from her body to restore the balance. It had been a long time and Father and Cha were standing outside the door, already worried that it wasn't going to work out. And then Seo came out and the girl's father didn't even hear him finish. Seo said that the treatment was completed safely. She is healthy and there are no complications. Driving back home, Cha said that as soon as they got back to the association, he would need to rest, and refrain from exercise for a while. Seo said that this assignment succeeded because of her, Secretary Cha. Choi said that he thought for a long time about how to repay him for his help. At first he wanted to increase the amount of the reward, but he didn't seem interested. Seo said he just did what he had to do. His gratitude was enough. And then Choi said that's why this is what he decided. Anytime a So player needs help, Manhwa will do his best to help him. The #1 company in South Korea, Manhwa Group. It currently operates in every industry. However, the company's real weapon is Chairman Choi Pil's firstborn son, master of the Red Tower Guild. It is ranked 5th in the Korean guild rankings. If you call the players of this guild at the right moment, they will provide invaluable help. Seo said he would use the information cautiously so as not to damage Manhwa's reputation. Choi said to just let him know when he needed help. After all, Seo had saved his family. Kogu says he just got off the phone with Choi. He is so happy that his daughter has finally recovered. Taku asked Seo how he was feeling. Seo thought for a moment before answering and said his muscles were a little sore. Taku asked him, is he secretly taking some kind of miracle cure? Seo said what other medicine? This time, his level had risen a lot. In addition, his characteristic has increased significantly. That's probably why he feels so much better. Seo said now about the main thing and pulled out the core. Taku asked, is this the core? Seo said it right. And he didn't use it to cure the chairman's daughter, and instead he absorbed the dark power with his freezing skill. Taku stood up and asked him, was he capable of that? Seo said the system told him. His magic points even went up. And he learned something useful, the freezing skill can absorb dark power from any object. And then Taku interjected Seo. Seo said correctly, he could absorb dark power not only from a disease like anicaps syndrome, but for sure from any object. Taku said Seo now wants him to find him a suitable subject. Seo said that this one is there. Taku is a good boy. However, said Seo that something was bothering him. It was written that the 9-ine rupture syndrome had a medium-level dark power. Taku said that a disease that modern medicine can't cure has only a medium level of dark power. Seo said that anything is possible. Taku said he understood. Then he'll do the search, and he'll let him study the market in the meantime. Seo said it had been a while since he had done that. Taku told him to just not make any unnecessary trouble. Seo asked him what he thought of him in general. A player's market. And an offline market that operates not only in Korea, but around the world. There you can find an incredible amount of items found in the gate. It has also gained popularity among ordinary people, so the market is usually impossible to push through. Seo thought, when was the last time he was at an Insadona? It's gotten a lot busier around here. After the gate appeared, the humans focused solely on their survival. Things are better now. But still today his target is the black market. Seo decided that he would waste no time and go to the movies. Immediately, he looked for his seat, and finally found it. He knew that there was a special place in the movie theater reserved for players. A teleportation area that could be used to get to the black market. But this teleporter works like hell. The gate items have given this world endless possibilities. But the teleporter still gives you motion sickness. And then Seo remembered the girl telling the gloomy ghost to make better use of her magic. Seo thought about them and said that he wanted to see them as soon as possible. Immediately, he teleported to the black market. Seo teleported straight to the black market. At this moment, there were many people on the street, and the light was reflected right in the center. The atmosphere here is radically different. Only a select few customers can enter this place. Each player market is just a port leading here. But then Seo saw someone and started looking at them. The boys asked him where he was looking. They said they haven't seen Kim by June of the 9th heaven at all lately. How long is the association going to hide the gloomy ghost? There are no guides or ordinary people who come to the black market for shopping. In this underground world, the normal laws of society do not work. And then someone yelled out, isn't that Seo Ju who took over the gate? Seo realized that this wasn't the safest place to be, but the chance of meeting a player who is a real threat to him is pretty low, because basically all the strong players have gone upstairs. Those who stayed here either don't have enough skills to get up to the second floor, or they went back down, unable to handle the pressure. These players are no match for him. And then Seo told one of them to move out of the way. They looked at Seo and said nothing. Seo passed quietly and said that somehow they had withdrawn at once. Once inside, the man said he was the most famous player in Korea. Seo said he came to see the artifacts. The man pointed his finger and said that on that shelf was everything he had. He could take a look. Seo realized and knew that he hadn't counted on much. But this was such a good fortune. Even if the object had a low level, he would still be able to raise his magic points, right? Seo said he heard their store had a separate room with the best artifacts that were ignorantly sold to them by newcomers. The man was surprised and said it was nonsense. Who would say such a thing? Seo said that he already knew anyway. Seo showed the pendant and told him to just let him look at it. In return, he would buy a few items from them from the main hall. And he wouldn't say anything to anyone. The man got angry and asked, "What kind of asshole doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut?" The man opened the door and told the guy to come through. "This is where the best artifacts are." Seo immediately saw that they were in perfect condition, but he couldn't see any artifacts with dark power. And then Seo grabbed the ice artifact. The man saw it and immediately shouted for him not to touch it. After all, this artifact has incredible freezing power. And immediately, Seo put this glove on. After putting it on, Seo came a lot of notifications from the system and saw that it was again a mid-level like the 9 burst syndrome. And he could get the same amount of magic. Seo told the vendor that he would take this and the artifacts he had chosen earlier. Immediately, he headed to the bar with a satisfied soul. Once inside, all the people were surprised, and stared intently at him only. Seo told the bartender that he would like to order a teleporter to Insadon in Korea. And something to drink. The bartender said he heard everything. And the waiting time for the teleport is 10 minutes. A few guys came up to him and said who they have here. That famous player Seo Jun. The guy said he's heard a lot about him. They're promising rookie. Like their son Bae, he's very proud of him. Seo was surprised and said that the black market was definitely not suitable for walking around. It was best not to linger here. It is very important for players to get universal recognition. It determines the entry into the guild, as well as the number of assignments. However, having made impressive progress in the gate, jumping above your own head each time becomes more difficult. So some cowardly players use this kind of method to assert themselves. And then one of the guys hit the table with his spear. Big said for Seo to look over here when Sunbae addresses him. Sunbae said that idiot doesn't get it the first time. They're going to teach him manners today. Big told Seo that he should be grateful. After all, they're clearing the streets of bandits while he quietly develops his abilities. Sunbae said that this body contained 5 years of experience. And then Seo couldn't help himself and started laughing loudly at him. The guy asked what's wrong with him. Is he crazy? Seo asked them what they said, clean up the streets. Seo said it's a credit to the first generation players, not scum like them. All they do is bully the weak rookies, and they're trying to get on the page of a cheap newspaper. Isn't that right? And then Seo says, what are they worth? Let them attack. Seo said he was experiencing the sheer pleasure of stomping bastards like them into the dirt. The people standing around said that it was the same Seo Jun everyone was talking about. The girls said that if he was beaten up here, it would make a big story. An old man standing nearby asked, do they want to become famous by defeating a newcomer? How pathetic they are. Sunbae thought they could talk all they wanted. I don't care. The only thing that matters now is the outcome of the fight. Seo Jun defeated the Flaming Vixen, defeated by fighting the Kanama trio. Seo asked the bartender when the teleporter would be ready. The bartender was surprised and said 4 minutes. Seo said 4 minutes was enough time to have a little fun with those bastards. Big said he's the death spear of the Kanama trio. Seo should be proud to have the honor of fighting him. Spear asked Seo, is that a dagger? Seo said Spear thinks he needs a sword to crush 3 bugs. Spear lost his temper and immediately headed to attack. Seo stood still, and simply moved his head away from Spear to the side. Seo immediately grabbed the spear from his hands, and hit him from the elbow. At that moment, everyone was surprised at how he could do that. Spear immediately failed to dodge, and was hit in the head. He simply fell to the ground from that blow. The kid told the older guy he was an idiot. And why did he have to be provoked? The older man said he would see if he could handle it. The elder immediately used his strength, and directed it directly at Seo. He saw this and immediately dodged his attacks. The guy told Seo not to stand there and attack. Seo just walked over and took his attack in stride. Eldest watched and said that Seo was just a sucker who had finished off a couple of monsters. I'm sure he's never had to kill a human before. Such idiots are too sure of their victory. So the moment they let their guard down, they are finished. The elder asked Seo, now did he understand? That was the difference between the two of them. From the beginning, they weren't going to fool around. While Seo was bullying the other guy, the older guy from far away was showing off. And Seo kept pulling his arm tighter and tighter. The elder saw Seo's face and thought, what was that? He's just a kid. What had he done to their Kongnam trio? The older man used his strength and told himself that this couldn't be happening. They're not done yet. And immediately released a barrage of fire. Seo headed through the fire and remembered that when he was a dark ghost, does he know how he managed to defeat an untold number of demons? It was all about a skill that could be used to count the enemy's breath. Punching through the lights with his ice abilities, he approached the main gang. Seo pinned him against the wall and said his breathing was too predictable. Immediately he slammed him right into the wall. Seo looked at the guy with the spear and said he hoped he never saw his face again. Spear stood up and said that of course he would never dare even look at his shadow. Everyone said the rookie beat 3 players with 5 years of experience. He's great. They'll tell a reporter they know about it. As I left, I saw that the world had become so strange. It was as if everyone had become a player in a game. They may even kill a man for their own gain. They are more concerned with winning than with the victim. And then the bartender said the teleporter was ready. Seo said there were only 3 ways to survive in this crazy world. It's go crazy with everyone, shut down emotions, or live in agony all the time. And then he went through the portal and arrived at his home. Seo said he missed his friends so much. But he was being followed and the guy was telling the older guy that this video was taken on the black market a couple minutes ago. With his superior skills, he managed to defeat 3 players whose level was above 20. He had exceeded all his expectations. But what does the princess think? The guy asked. And then the girl asked the guy, what does he say this player's name is? And then Seo fell under Cha's trap. And the photographer told them to say cheese all together. Seo thought to himself, what is he even doing here? People have been asking how long are they going to take pictures. Let them think about the people in line. And then Seo looked up and was surprised. Seo thought that at this rate, he would only get home by nightfall. And then someone asked the boy if he was Seo Jun's player. It was the girl who was sitting in the car watching him. She asked Seo if she could have a word with him. Seo immediately began to analyze her, and that fiery hair of hers. The heat. The heat that emanated from her body. It could only be one person. This is a member of one of the most powerful guilds that is part of the Big Six. A princess from the Takabe Guild. Gunju held out her business card and told Seo not to think, she's not some crazy person. Seo looked at the business card and was surprised that the Takabe themselves had come to see him. Did they really want to hire him? What a nice feeling. Khan said they could discuss the job offer from the coffee shop next door. If it's okay with Seo, of course. Seo didn't have time to think and agreed to talk. He knew he had to get out of here somehow. Khan sighed and said that it was very hot outside. She hates going outside. It's so hot. Now you have to wear a mask and goggles, too. Seo asked her, don't they specialize in fire skills? Khan said that was the problem. She actually likes coolness. Just then a guard came over and said he had brought her chocolate shake. Seo said he'd heard that even demons were afraid of her. She looks like an ordinary girl. Is she really a Takabe princess? Seo decided to get right to the point and asked what the Takabe Guild wanted from him. Khan asked Seo, would he join them? Seo was surprised and said just like that right off the bat. Khan said that the deputy head told her to hire a player named Seo. She doesn't want to waste her time. Khan said she had to evaluate him in person. And he passed her test very well. Seo asked, by what criteria? Khan said that first of all, his accomplishments. He had already achieved a lot, so he looked up to her right away. A so-called super rookie. Seo realized that there really wasn't anyone right now who surpassed him in experience. Khan said that she also appreciated his martial art and potential. Seo said she must have heard about what happened at the market. Khan said that Seo is very good at fighting. She wants to check one more thing. Is his main ability really just wielding a D-level weapon? Seo didn't hide anything and said that everything is correct. That's what his official profile said. Khan said, Seo never ceases to interest her. Let him just think about it, he had already managed to build a career with 1D level skill. Then what would happen if he added others to it as well? If he joins their guild, he will have access to books on various skills. Plus, their coordinators follow a special route through the main gate so he can progress faster. Seo opened the information and said he was impressed. Not only do they have great resources, but their incentive and payment system is much better than in the association. And he now understood why strong players didn't stick around in the association. Guilds succeed for a reason. Khan said that he thinks Seo knows that their guild is one of the best in the world. Besides, they know more about the second floor than the association. Doesn't he think it would be better for him to join them rather than stay in the association? Khan said for Seo to answer. What did he think about it? She saw no reason to refuse. It's the Takabi Guild after all. Besides, the commander came to see him in person. Seo said he had to decline their offer. Khan said that he could talk to her now, and here she was surprised at the answer after listening to him carefully. Khan got angry and asked him why. Seo said that of course. By joining the guild, he could quickly earn money and fame. But there's only free cheese in a mousetrap. He'll have to do whatever the guild tells him to do. It might be good for him now, but one day the guild will be a shackle for him. Khan asked if she had explained something she didn't understand. Seo said he understood that it was a great suggestion, but she doesn't happen to know the saying, the head of a snake is better than the tail of a dragon. Khan stood up and said she understood. Khan sat down on the chair and repeated the saying and realized that he was bright. Indeed, even if he joined the guild, he would have to work very hard to reach a high position. The competition is pretty stiff, with the elite competing against the elite. Khan asked him, is he really refusing? Seo apologized to her. Khan said there's nothing she can do. She can't force her. And by the way, she'll give him some advice. He should be very careful from now on. Seo asked her if they were going to retaliate against him. Gun said no. Does she look like a narrow-minded person? Khan said the demons have been active lately. The same thing is happening on the first floor. Seo asked, in other words, are they up to something? Khan said that they might be. She told him because the association didn't have that information yet. If he faced the demons without prior preparation, she would feel bad for him. Seo thanked her for her advice. As Khan left, she waved and said they would see each other sometime. Mr. Snakehead. Seo wondered if the demons had been activated. What would be the point of Takabi lying? It must be true. Taku said that he certainly knew the guilds had more information, but not that much. By the way, does Seo regret turning down Takabi's offer? The princess came to see him personally. Seo said not really. If he was after fame and money, he wouldn't turn them down. But Taku knows he doesn't care much about those things, right? Seo asked, what's wrong with his face? Does he want to be abandoned? Taku said no, but maybe they would give him some real help. Seo said that the guild would only be a headache for him. And he feels much freer in the association. So Taku doesn't have to worry. Taku said super. On that note, let's renew his contract. He provides him with an entire floor. Seo thanked him and asked, can we do that? Taku said he could do anything. After all, he turned down an offer from one of the big six. They are doing well financially so far. And about the information. He did his best to narrow that difference. And then Seo thanked him for it. Seo asked which floor he could move to. Taku said the 77th floor. Seo said that he would then go to pack his things. Seo told Taku to put it on the schedule that the East Sea Gate takeover would take place in a week. Taku asked what was taking so long. Seo asked him, Taku wants to give these demon scum time. All you have to do is take the bait and wait. That's how you catch the bigger fish. The system told everyone that player Seo Jun had announced his intention to conquer the East Sea Gate. The news said it was an unprecedented event. If the gate can be captured, Korea will become the world's first safe zone without an unconquered gate. And as they learned, the association renegotiated the contract with player Seo Jun Ho, thus strengthening their partnership. The reporters asked if it was true that player Seo Jun rejected the Takabe Guild's offer and stayed in the association. The girl said that's right. The association's super rookie announced that he would go to capture the East Sea Gate. At this moment, the whole world was watching the events unfold with bated breath. One of the boys was sitting in the mountains. Once outside he looked at the view from the mountains. Immediately a portal opened and the guy asked, "Is he here?" The stranger asked the guy, "Did he call him?" The guy showed the news to the stranger and the stranger recognized him. The guy said that supposedly the hurricane was now at his place. The stranger said he had only heard that the bow was missing from Tikara Vishi's inventory. The guy said of course, he kept it out of the public eye, and he also released information that a demon killed India's rising star. Of course, he's gonna keep his eyes open. The stranger asked if he needed to go down to the first floor. The guy said no. They don't have proof. Besides, they can't afford to stumble into an association. Especially in this situation. The guy asked him if there was anyone else on the first floor they could engage. The stranger said that there were shadow brothers left there that they wanted to use at an auction in Las Vegas soon. They stand out prominently, even against the background of those desperate for power. The boy said that he would then enter the East Sea Gate with them. It didn't matter if Seo died or stayed alive. And then abruptly the guy looked up the mountain and recognized it as the Sword of Wrath. And now you have to get ready to move. The boy knew that it was Kim Jun's anger blade from the ninth heaven. Even he, a skilled marksman, could not resist it. Because of him, he can't go down to the first floor and get the hurricane on his own. He's messing with him. The guy shouted to Seo Jun that they would see how soon his luck would run out. He is call signer, who will personally see to it. Seo sensed something and said the demon was biting. The players from America are shadow brothers. Will they participate in the capture of the East Sea Gate, as doctors? It's too suspicious. Well, he's already asked Cha's secretary to look into these types. And now he needed to practice. Immediately, he released his magic, which was so strong that no one could resist it. But that wasn't all there was to it. Seo said that he needed to learn how to use magic in a state of energy depletion. It's a little dangerous, of course. But Sky had shown him a method that would give him the best results. Seo held out his hand and the magic headed towards him and said what looked like a warm greeting. But at the gate is the Eastern Sea. He's not going to be careful about using the Guardian of Darkness CS skill. East Sea Gate, Forgotten Dragon Island. Judging by the name of the gate, there is a high probability that the first-class monsters will resemble dragons. And dragons are one of the strongest species among the first-class monsters. Conditions of capture eliminate the nameless dragon. It's on such a powerful beast that beginners won't be able to leave even a scratch. He had already tried to defeat them in the past. But since he didn't have the flying skill, it would still be difficult for him to deal with them. All he has to do is grab onto the dragon's scales and fight right on top of it, or bring it down to the ground. And then Seo got a message from Cha, and she sent him the information, per his early inquiries. Seo said the Shadow Brothers, Vincent and Edward. A group of 2 players operating out of America. They are veterans who have successfully completed over 200 missions and are trusted to guard VIPs. This is a special case where both brothers have developed a shadow skill. Here's what they said. When they were interviewed back home and asked about their reason for participating in the East Sea Gate takeover, the reason they participated was because they were imbued with Seo Jun's boundless determination. The reporters asked them, are they sure of their victory? One of the guys said that they were just showing him their respect. A player who has completed missions in the most impregnable places. They are very excited to be able to help such a person with capturing the last unconquered gates of Korea. Seo wondered if he would be able to use it. Here came the day of capturing the East Sea Gate. The man said that not only Korean operators are here, but foreign operators as well. The world's attention is focused on capturing this gate. Taku asked Seo if he was worried. Seo said he was incredibly excited right now. Just then Taku jumped up and asked Seo, is he nervous? Seo said that these crappy toys would make anyone nervous. Taku told Seo that he told him to throw that phone away. Why is he still using it? Seo asked him that he was so carefree. That gate has already killed over 500 people. Seo said that it wasn't that he wasn't worried, just that he wasn't nervous. Seo said he defeated the Ice Queen herself and now he has to worry about some unknown dragon that doesn't even have a normal name. Taku said, perhaps that made sense. However, he would not be alone today, but with his shadow brothers. Seo said that since it was just the three of them involved in the takeover, there was a high probability that they were cooperating with the demons. And judging by their profile, they're pretty strong. He's worried they might attack him from behind. Taku said they had no proof, but he had a bad feeling about it. He'd love to cancel this gate capture show now. Seo told him not to worry so much. Even if they decide to pull a stunt, he already has a plan. The brothers approached Seo Jun and said that they were his fans. One of the brothers said that they heard that Seo had managed to capture 2 gates. The other guy said that with such a skinny body, it's just unbelievable. And then Seo said in English that it was no big deal. The guy said, that's a twist. They didn't know Seo spoke English too. Seo said he just had a friend from England. His older brother said that then he wouldn't have to worry about the desynchronization problem. He was afraid that the capture operation might be jeopardized, knowing Vit's translation skills. Junior said that's great. And now the problems they were worried about won't arise. The older man said the last uncaptured gates of Korea. They know how important it is and will do their best. Seo smiled and told them not to worry. He had made good preparations. The reporter said players from the 2 countries exchanged friendly greetings. If they achieve their goal, Korea will achieve the status of the safest zone in the world. Seo asked the guys if they knew what the most exciting part of capturing the gate was. It's the entrance to the gate, because he doesn't yet know what conditions or monsters await them there. Therefore, players' emotions peak when they enter the gate. But there is an associated risk. The players are so focused on the upcoming battle that they are in no way expecting an attack from the back, so they can't react properly. And then one of the boys realized that this moment had to be seized. But the younger brother said, to Edward. The older man told Vincent to wait. Now was definitely the right time. Seo immediately turned around and the older guy stopped. Edward said, damn it. They missed their chance. Vincent said it's 100 Island. Edward said that the instant attack mission had failed. You have to wait for the right moment during the battle. Edward had said it was so fresh, hadn't he? He'd never imagined he'd see a landscape like this at the gate. Vincent asked, and where is this so-called unknown dragon? He doesn't see any monsters. Vincent asked Seo, is there anything there? Seo thought for a moment and realized that something was wrong. The boss here didn't even have a proper name, but that first-class gate feeling wouldn't leave his thoughts alone. It's the same thing every time. When they got to the main place they stopped suddenly and saw something strange. Vincent asked, what the hell is going on here? Edvard saw a large tail that was meters in size, even larger. He wondered if it was a nameless dragon. Edward said that now they knew his location. But how will they bring him down? He asked Seo. When they looked around, they saw that Seo was gone. Vincent and Edvard were frightened and asked where he had gone. Vincent said it couldn't be. He hadn't even noticed him leave. Just then, the dragon's shadow covered their location. The dragon was enraged and from kind eyes, changed to evil eyes that want to destroy everything around. The system told them that they had encountered a forgotten dragon. The dragon immediately attacked them, but the boys managed to escape. At that time, Seo was standing in a tree watching everything. Seo said that now he would check to see if they were working with demons or not. Edward saw that the dragon wasn't going to get away from them, so he used his shadow soldier powers. Edward told Vincent that he would distract the dragon and let him find Seo Jun. He couldn't have gotten far. Vincent asked his brother if he could do it alone. Edward told his brother he had forgotten who his brother was. Have him bring Seo to him as soon as possible. Edward was angry and shouted at the dragon to attack. He immediately used his shadow attack. Vincent ran and thought, when was the last time they'd screwed up like this? If this turned out to be as bad as the Las Vegas auction, they were doomed. But then Vincent caught a glimpse of a shadow standing in a tree. He said that this puppy couldn't even hide its magical aura. Vincent shouted to Seo that his brother was already fighting. And they need his help. So, let him not cause trouble, and quickly went after him. Vincent cut through the bush and marveled that it was a dark place overgrown with trees. It looked like his ability to shadow territory. However, Vincent wondered why he had a bad feeling. Would he really stay here tonight and die? Vincent thought, what's going on? Just now, his magical aura felt so clear, but now he couldn't feel anything. Seo immediately snuck up behind him and told Vincent that he was really in favor of demons. Vincent turned around and didn't realize how Seo had snuck up so quickly. He asked Seo what he meant. Did Seo say what he had to say in English? They're demons. Stop pretending. Vincent asked, what the hell is this nonsense? Did Seo take offense because he tried to attack him? Was that why he now wanted to thunderously accuse him? But his action is justified, for Seo first betrayed them, and ran away like a cowardly hen. Seo said the guy was a skillful liar. But he still should have masked his bright red pupils for starters. The hallmark of demons, scarlet eyes. Vincent immediately closed his eyes and realized that he had lost control. No wonder, since no one had ever suspected him before. Seo asked him what's wrong. He can't control the purple eyes. Vincent said Seo must have lost his fear. Seo thought he would tremble with terror if the truth was revealed. Immediately, Seo disappeared before his eyes, a very rare species of demon that appears in the gates. If you kill a demon and drink its blood, you can turn into a demon yourself. Of course, when one becomes one, one's human disposition is toughened and emotions are dulled, but in return one gains the skill of devilish energy. The moment it is filled with devilish energy, there is a pervasive feeling that cannot be compared to anything else. Vincent said they'd get rid of Seo's useless legs first. And immediately released his demonic spell. Seo wasn't afraid of anything, and stood still. The moment the attack came into contact, he used the footsteps of the night. Vincent was surprised and asked where he had gone. But Seo was already behind him, and ready to attack from behind. Seo said that at first he could only superficially conceal signs of his presence. Immediately, Vincent heard his voice, and turned around to attack. Seo dodged again and said, that little bit of habituation to the skill, he learned other things as well. Feel, sound, smell, and other abilities. But what is the next level? Seo asked. Vincent saw that Seo was very strong and unpredictable. All the while Edward fought and saw that there was nothing he could do, for the dragon did not even descend below the level of the clouds. But then Vincent came out of the bushes and shouted to his brother. Edward asked him why he was alone. Where is Seo Jun? Vincent said this guy was kind of weird. He realized that they were demons. He even used devil energy against him, but he couldn't feel his presence. Edward asked his brother how he'd managed to escape. If he was so capable, why had he missed it? Vincent shouted that it was true. That feeling was definitely there. Edward said his brother was an idiot. He'd fallen for the divorce. They were separated, after all, so why would he pass up a chance like that? Edward said it didn't matter anymore. It's better to let him forget about him and help his brother. While he distracts the dragon, Vincent should attack him. Vincent asked, is he that strong? Edward said la, so it's quite problematic to attack him. Besides, they are on the ground. However, he had heard that dragons have the disadvantage of reverse scales. These are scales turned in the opposite direction of the other scales. Vincent said okay. Then he would use the shadow movement technique, go up, and then the dragon would unleash a flurry of attacks right at them. Edward said his brother was dodging. Immediately, they ran away from the scene of the dragon's attack to avoid getting hurt. The shadow men were immediately vaporized by the dragon's attack. Edward started spitting blood and saw that it had driven out his shadow soldiers and dealt damage right at him. Vincent saw his brother's mouth bleeding and yelled at him. Edward told his brother not to worry about him, but to go ahead with the plan. Vincent pulled out his weapon and took aim at the dragon and immediately released it. The dragon saw this, and took the attack on its head. The dragon managed to repel his attack without even damaging himself. Vincent said he was aiming for the eye and missed. But he's not flying that high anymore. Vincent immediately used the shadow moving technique and managed to climb right on top of the dragon. Now Vincent realized he should have aimed higher, and then yelled out that he had found the back scale. Vincent immediately took hold of those scales and decided he needed to rip it off, and he did. He yelled out that it was done, and then the dragon's electricity became even stronger, and under the scales too. Vincent saw this and said that it couldn't be like that. Edward saw that something was wrong and immediately shouted to his brother. Co saw the whole thing at the same time and said that they were brainless bastards. Edward kept looking up at the sky and didn't realize what had happened. And then his brother's silhouette immediately fell beside him. Vincent told his brother that they had failed. Edward was surprised and asked him what he was odd about in the first place. The dragon saw them, and immediately released a barrage of electrical attacks, right where they were. Co said it was all about them not thinking about the consequences of touching the back scales. Newcomers who encounter a dragon for the first time are often mistaken about it. Of course, the reverse scales are the dragon's weak point. If we can locate it and hit it, the dragon will be furious and those bastards' lives will definitely be in danger. If something like this happened, ordinary items would no longer help. Co decided that he would seize the moment and immediately took up his bow. Co said the demons can't die yet, let them stall for time. Let him draw the bowstring in peace. Vincent ran and told his brother it was a curse. Edward told him not to talk. Otherwise his concentration would drop. Edward wondered, when would it all end? This dragon's magical abilities are limitless. Looking at the dragon he said he was wrong. And then the arrow hit the dragon. Edward asked if Co Jun had done this. And then they realized that he wasn't benefiting from their deaths right now. Because alone, he will definitely not be able to defeat the unknown dragon. And this case can only be completed by the three of us. Edward said that if Co continued to attack, the dragon's gaze would be directed in his direction. That's the chance they should take. Vincent yelled out that the dragon was attacking again. They must now hold out a little longer. Co looked at them and said that their movements had improved. Now they don't attack, they just run away. Co thought they were trying to get the dragon's attention on him. Sorry guys, but the shiny future they dreamed of is not an oasis, it's just a mirage. Co immediately loaded a second arrow, and aiming it straight at the dragon he used his black magic. Co had yet to see the arrow reach its target. He said confidently that the dragon had been dealt with. Co said that now it was time for him to catch the hound dog. Edward wondered why he had suddenly stopped attacking. Co stood to the side and smiled, telling everyone to look at them. In his opinion, they weren't hunting a dragon, but playing shooting games. Vincent asked him what he was doing here. Edward said that he was the one who had been hiding in the rear and shooting from a safe distance. Co pointed his finger and said that because he was done with him. Immediately the boys saw the arrow hit the dragon directly. Immediately, the dragon instantly died from that arrow, and with a loud crash, it crashed into the ground. Seeing this Vincent thought, what with the dragon they couldn't even get close to. He took him down with ease. They had heard that Co's primary weapon was the sword. Then what the hell happened? Co asked if it was over. This hurricane is just great. Siner will definitely regret it. Edward told Co to listen to them. They finished him off together. Wouldn't it be better if they talked? Vincent said that Co knew they were nothing but pathetic losers. They will tell him all about Kale Siner and his location, if only he will spare them. Co immediately told the younger man to shut his mouth. He has no intention of cooperating with them. They naively believe that he will let them stay alive, knowing their activities. Vincent said that Co thinks they're just going to die like that. Vincent immediately attacked Co with his demonic attacks. Co drew his sword, and immediately slashed his head. Edward saw this and immediately ran to his brother. He lost his temper, too, and attacked Co. Co dodged his attack, and stuck his sword right into his chest, leaving him no chance to live. Co told him in parting that if bipeds like them were to have a next life, they should spend it atoning for their sins. Co said, and now it was time for him to complete his task. As he approached the dragon, he immediately raised his sword above its head. But he stopped and asked what was wrong with his gaze. Saying goodbye to him, he immediately plunged his sword into his head. The dragon's eye was still open, and in a moment it immediately closed. And the system said that Seo had conquered the island of the Forgotten Dragon. The system immediately provided him with several awards. Seo looked at them and said he would check them out later. Seo walked over to the bodies of the guys and said that he would finally be able to try out the skill. A skill obtained for conquering the Gate of the Curse of Dawn, and it's called Confessions of a Dead Man. It can be used to replay and view the memories of the deceased. Seo put his hand over Vincent's head and told her to tell him the truth. Immediately the system said the dead man's confession began. Seo applied his best and immediately a window opened up in front of him and he said this is what it looks like. Seo said it's like watching a movie. There are even different functions. Immediately, he told the searcher to show him relatively recent memories. And then he got to the moment where the guy was asking them why they were doing this to him. The guy said he'd give them all the money. Just don't let them touch their kid. Seo couldn't watch it all, so he stopped it. Seo said he was looking too far ahead. And told the searcher to show all the memories related to the demon association. He saw a moment where the head demon was ordering them to join a newcomer from the Korean Players Association who was planning to carry out a capture of the East Sea Gate. Edward asked him what he was talking about. They're preparing for an auction in Las Vegas. The guy told him he wouldn't know anything more about him. He's just a middleman. Seo saw that this was where the Shadow Brothers received their orders. So this was one of the places designated for secret meetings of the Demon Association. Seo said he might be able to find other information besides that. And here someone said the guy was talking about the brothers. The guy said he liked the sparkle in their eyes. From now on, the two of them belonged to the second hierarchical level, and he would share his power with them in return. Seo immediately grabbed his eyes and saw a very familiar man. Seo didn't understand what had happened and wondered what was at the end. A demon with a higher status than the brothers? He'd have to pump up the ability first if he wanted to get the information he needed. And then he remembered that he could view memories of more than just people. Seo knew a monster whose strength was many times that of a flame fox. But the dragon didn't even have a real name. Seo said that now he would see who he really was. And he immediately used his powers. The old man said that for 5 years, the 3 countries have been unable to end the protracted war. Do they hear their majesties' pleas for peace? The people wish to live in peace. The king said a life of peace they'd never known. A war that is still not over. Even now, the great northern country is waiting for the right moment to take their lands. What kind of peace can we talk about? Their body every day. And then someone came in and addressed the king at once, His Majesty. The boy said Bonza. Have you heard of the legend of the sacred dragon that protects the great country? The king said that this is a common belief. Thinking about it, if there really is a dragon that protects a great country, his subjects also need a sacred dragon. When their royal majesty dies, cremate them and scatter their ashes over the eastern sea. Then they will turn to the dragon that will protect this country. The old man has told His Majesty. Is he going to give up the great cycle of rebirth and bear the burden of Sura? The king said that the prime of their lives had passed long ago, but to one day lose their ego and be reborn into an animal, no, that would not be their fate. Seo realized that the unknown dragon used to be a human. If the one in front of him now was the one who was talking about the dragon, then it must be Manhwa, the king of strength. Seo told the dragon that this land was now safe, so he could sleep well now. Suddenly the dragon's scales began to cast off his body, and rose into the sky in bright colors. As they flew up into the sky, so said that they were grateful to him for his prayer. Immediately the system opened up before his eyes. Seo asked, what was another hidden quest? Not only did he increase his level, but he was also given a special item. He didn't even think that he could benefit from it so much. So Provozage glanced at the sunset and said, quite unexpected but a very pleasant surprise. And the reporters were saying that Seo came out of the gate alone. So the Shadow Brothers are dead. The guy said there was no way he would believe they were defeated. The other guy said it doesn't matter if he has a brilliant career or not. Everyone is equal before death, and Shadow Brothers are no exception. And then the announcer said that the press conference was starting. And first, let's hear how it went. Seo said that the reason he came out of the gate alone was his fault. He immediately cried in front of everyone. Seo said there was a huge maze inside. Their starting points were very far apart. When he emerged from the labyrinth, he saw the breathless bodies of the Shadow Brothers with fatal wounds inflicted on them by an unknown dragon. If he had gotten out of the maze a little sooner, all would have been well. And then the boy said he'd never forget the Shadow Brothers, their heroic sacrifice. How lucky is this guy? The stranger told Siner, "How will the Las Vegas auction go now?" Siner realized that sending the Shadow Brothers to the gate was his solution. It was necessary to remove the problem, no matter what it cost him. The stranger asked that the watchdogs now have to go up to the second floor. Siner said that is correct. Management feels it is not rational to leave them fooling around on the first floor. Siner told him to hold off a bit on their climb up to the second floor. The stranger asked him why. After all, management had personally ordered them to be summoned. Siner asked him, had he already forgotten? The Demon Association believes that the result is more important than the process. No matter what methods or techniques will be used, the main thing is to hold a successful auction. I don't care how many times he gets beaten up for it. It's better than getting killed for failing a mission. This time he's gonna take the Las Vegas auction to the watchdogs. Seo asked Cha why she didn't sort through the errands sent to him personally this time. Cha smiled and said she sorted. Seo asked, getting it all for him? Cha said that's right. It looks like the successful capture of the East Sea Gate is to blame. Seo said that according to official reports, he did, after all, make a minor contribution to the takedown. Cha said that's what the article said, but in the world of players, luck is also called a skill. And by the way, she thinks she needs to fix his hair. Seo said he's not a star, is that really necessary? Cha said of course. Looking at the pictures taken by the reporters yesterday, she realized that they looked terrible. Cha opened up the info and said these are the pros of the top current players. There are guys among them whose careers are not as brilliant as Mr. Jun's. But do they look sloppy? Cha asked him if he was going to have a good rest today, right? Seo said yes. Cha said here's a business card for a beauty parlor. Have him go and get his hair done. Seo took it and Cha told him what he needed right now. Seo could see that at times like this he missed the times when he wore the mask. Seo told Cha that she could leave early then. Cha was surprised at such words and asked, really? Seo said yes. She had spent a lot of effort sorting through all those materials, so now she could go home. Cha was pleased at Seo's words, and thanked him. Running out the door she also wished him a good day. Seo came to the library and saw that there was no one here today. It seems good, but it makes you wonder if the place is on the verge of ruin. Seo said that today he would sit in his seat, order ramen. And then he saw the girl eating and thought, is this too much for a novel? A few years later, accidentally meet the missing teacher by chance. He can't believe it, Secretary Cha asked Seo. Immediately, she spat out all the food from her mouth and was surprised that Mr. Seo had come to the library. Cha's secretary stared at him. He replied that she could stare all she wanted, the guy wasn't going anywhere. Pounding her fist on the table, the woman said there was nothing wrong with a grown man reading books he liked. Even in ancient times they were believed to contain the whole world. Seo Jun-ho replied that it's a separate thought, but he doubts that this book encapsulates the whole world. The secretary asked what incredible book the gentleman was reading to say such a thing. The guy realized that although his book was no better. He asked, so they have a tie. Watching him intently, the secretary demanded to see the title of the book. After she saw the cover of the book, she said it was no different than hers. After reaching the end, Seo Jun-ho reached out and said that it was a great read. Suddenly, he noticed that the secretary had also finished her book. The boy asked if she had finished her book too. She replied that yes, the book was quite interesting. The guy said that it was still so unexpected. The girl asked what exactly, that she came to the comic book rental. He replied that yes, he'd heard she was in the ballet. Seo Jun-ho thought she wasn't interested in places like that. The girl replied that it was a common belief, but she likes it there, because she can read books in peace without anyone else's attention. She likes the rustle that occurs when turning pages, so she prefers paper books to e-books. Plus, she likes the smell too. Can a guy smell the subtle scent of time sealed in books? Glancing at her watch, the secretary said that she hadn't even noticed how much time had flown by. She thought she should go. Seo Jun-ho asked if she could call a cab. She said it was okay, her house was nearby. Raising his hand, the guy said they would see each other tomorrow morning. He realized that Cha's secretary was working like a bee. Taku asked America, "Is the guy going to the Shadow Brothers' funeral by any chance?" Seo Jun-ho asked what he was doing there. The man then asked why he had to go to America. He said that he had learned from the shadowy bastards the secret meeting place of the demons. The man asked if it was really true. He wondered where it was. The boy replied that it was a secret, he had to go there himself first. Tagu told the guy about what he was worried about. Seo Jun-ho asked if it was for him. The man said no, it was for the demons. They need to get information out of them, but the man thinks the guy will just kill everyone. He says he's gonna get it. Even though he looked like a lowlife, he thinks he should know something. The man replied that okay, then just trust him. But if he needed help, just let him say so. Seo Jun-ho told Taku that he always needs his help, let him catch the material. The man asked whose bones are these? The guy replied that of a dragon from the gate of the Eastern Sea, half of it could be used at will. And of the rest, have him ask Quan Noi to make a sword for him. The man replied that it was fine, he would definitely contact him. Then he asked if there were any other requests, like the length or weight of the ball. The guy replied that he would just make the same one he had been using for a month. The man replied that he wondered if that old man remembered that he was turning 100 years old the day after tomorrow. Seo Jun-ho said to tell him this, if he doesn't remember this too, let him retire. As soon as the guy collapsed on his bed, he immediately texted Cha's secretary to change his tickets to Las Vegas for tomorrow. Looking through his inventory, the lad pulled out a calming whistle, a ritual instrument that could remove all the troubles on Earth and not bring peace. Even though it can only be used 3 times, it is still a powerful artifact. Of course, it's not yet up to the title of bringing spring, but it's enough. The magic score is now the highest. If he continues to progress like this, he'll soon be able to use sword steel. It is an art that requires the attainment of magic. It can only be used when you have acquired a high magic value. He can probably hunt on the 2nd floor now with his values, too, if he masters the art of the ball stage and rises to the 3rd level. Can a guy compete with 9 incomparable lords of the netherworld? How strong could those creatures be after 25 years? Also, it's not clear how many demons were left in the pack. Las Vegas, a place where entertainment or gambling takes people and nights away. It is also called the City of Sin. The guy didn't realize how many hours it had taken him to get there in the first place. Sitting down made his muscles ache. He immediately thought that if Sky had been there, he would have solved everything with teleportation. Now he seems to understand why the street is so crowded. An artifact auction, featuring famous faces from all over the world. An auction and he wasn't interested at all. Looking at the location he wanted, the guy realized it was farther away than he thought. He needs to get this over with quickly and get a good night's rest. After trying to adjust the air conditioner, the man was furious. He started yelling, when will the handyman finally come? He was talking about how everything's a mess. Shadow Brothers screwed up, the air conditioning broke down. Now the watchdogs, crazy assholes, I knew this is how it would end. Looking at him, the comrade asked if he had already met them. The man replied that he had heard, they hadn't smelled blood in a long time, those bastards had killed his boss. As soon as the door opened, they immediately said welcome to the guard dog squad. No sooner had they gotten inside than the girl immediately asked why it was so hot. Did the man want to die? He immediately begged for forgiveness. She looked at him unhappily and said that he should at least bring the order. The girl told her partners to look at it. Could the mission really be changed? Looking in the papers, he said to be it can't be, it turns out, and the climb to the 2nd floor in the aisle. The girl told the boss that the top brass gave them a formal protest. Plus, they ordered them to steal it. But Call Signer was never their immediate superior. The man immediately took the paper from their hands. After reading everything written, he used one hand to burn it. After which he asked if there were any more orders. As soon as the man shook his head negatively, the boss ordered everyone to leave. As soon as the door on the outside closed, they immediately fell to the floor. The man asked, "Is he okay? Are these the watchdogs? They look intimidating, but their leader seems okay." The man asked him if his eyes were just for decoration. "He will only speak once, so let him listen carefully. People call the 9 strongest players of this world the 9 heavens. The leader of the Arma dogs is both among them and has a high rank in the Demon Association. He is a disciple of Hajat Hallow." The man asked the necromancer Arma, who committed a mass murder in Turkey 6 months ago. Rumor has it that the watchdog squad initially consisted of 5 men, but he didn't like 2 of them, so he turned them into skeletons. Suddenly, they saw the guys and screamed. Then the man asked if he had come to repair the air conditioner. Where the hell was he? You could die of heat exhaustion in there. Did the guy ask if it's air conditioned? Seo Jun replied that he could easily help with that. The man replied how refreshing it was, and he turned out to be a player. Would you stop it already? Stop joking, they're asking politely to stop. Seo Jun Ho replied that he can't, because he's not kidding. So they, the stupid demons, will just die quietly. After dealing with them, the guy said they're definitely low level. They're only trusted to relay orders. But with watchdogs, the conversation is obviously going to be very different. Dialing Taku, the guy apologized for waking him up, but he had a request. The man asked if he was in a dangerous situation. The guy replied that he was not. He wanted to participate in an auction held in Las Vegas, but unfortunately can't get there uninvited. Can the man get him? Who does the guy even think he is? He's the president of the Korean Players Association, so he can get him. Just tell him the name of the hotel where he was staying and the room number. Seo Jun Ho thought, so that means this hotel is where the auction will start tomorrow. Today, he decided to just look around. He thinks the clothes the Taku sent him won't be needed. A suit made from mulberry silkworm thread is an insanely expensive garment. Seeing the word casino, the guy immediately thought about the fact that he had never been there. Seo Jun Ho tried to pass through the turnstile without a pass, and security immediately stopped him as the buzzer sounded. The man immediately asked if it was the player Seo Jun Ho. The guy didn't quite understand who it was at all. He said they met at an incidong. The man was with Commander Gun Ju Ha. Ha-in Ho from the Takabe Guild. Seo Jun Ho immediately remembered the very guy next to the commander. Ha-in and Gun Ju are a hilarious tandem. He apologized to the guy for not recognizing him right away. The man asked why he was in Las Vegas. Seo Jun Ho replied that he came to participate in the artifact auction that starts tomorrow. Ha-in Ho revealed that the organizers had assigned their team to oversee security during its hosting. So he just asks, does the gentleman want to visit the casino? The guy says yes, he was planning to come in and see what's going on. The man said he could solve the problem. The methods of gambling have changed, so the alarm was triggered. After the world changed, the casino suffered heavy losses due to a few players. The guy asked if they were using their powers. The man replied that this was correct, so there was an offer from the hotel to open a casino exclusively for players. There you are allowed to use your abilities as much as you like. By the way, the dealers are also players. The guy asked, in that case shouldn't the high-level players ruin the casino? The man replied that it doesn't always help. The level and ability of the player doesn't matter. For example, their princess has never won a game. The girl screamed her confidence, it was definitely number 2, was he really cheating? Speaking of cheating, probability or intelligence won't help there. In this case, the player can only rely on his eyesight. When you get close to the princess, the guy asks if the game is exciting. She's a little on edge right now, so it's very exciting. Then she saw Mr. Snakehead. Who would have thought they would meet in a place like this? Maybe he came because he wanted to be her subordinate. The guy pointed out that no way. The princess said she was joking, then asked then why. He said that he was going to participate in the auction tomorrow, so he went out to look around. He was led there by player Ha-in Ho. The princess replied that if there was any problem, let him tell her right away. She is currently the captain of the hotel's security. The guy asked if the game was that hard. The girl replied that it would be better if she didn't start. She immediately complained that the croupier had very deft hands. Rumor has it he became a dealer after working on the second floor. He asked if she knew who it was. The girl replied that she did, because they all wear masks. Seo Joon-ho thought it was logical to hide the dealer's abilities. The princess asked if he went straight to the pot. You have to get used to his speed first, otherwise it will be difficult to follow the croupier's hand movements. He asked why she kept losing. Hadn't she gotten used to it yet? The croupier asked if he could start. The guy said he'd better. Showing them where the ball was hidden, the man immediately began to manipulate his hands deftly. As soon as the croupier stopped, he said they could make their choice. The princess replied that now she knew for sure. She shouted that to the left, the girls seemed to see clearly now. Maybe she should put in a couple chips. After a brief thought, the guy replied that the commander had better not place bets from now on. She immediately asked why. He thought about the fact that because she lacked skills. Then he said in the middle. The croupier immediately congratulated the young man. The girl shouted that beginners really are lucky. She said she'd heard fortune only smiles on them once. So he better stop. Of course, she kept playing because there was no way she could win. The guy asked what was the other heartbreaking story. Seo Joon-ho thought about leaving now. Suddenly, he heard a girl call someone Boney and asked if she could play. The man replied so she wouldn't call him Boney anymore. The guy realized those bastards were out there. Was luck on his side? The problem of finding them had solved itself, but he cannot confront them openly until he proves their demonic nature. And they won't reveal themselves so easily. He said it was more fun than it looked. So he wants to play it a couple more times. The croupier said that in that case, since there were 3 of them, he would use 5 containers. After twisting all the containers, he said they could make their choice. The girls said the middle one, and the guys chose the right one. The croupier said that the gentlemen who chose the rightmost option were right. Looking at them, the guy thought that skinny one was a more annoying opponent than the girl. The girl asked the gentleman what talent. How does he do it so well? The guy said his friend taught him. A method by which you can unravel an adversary's ruse. Quite simply, you need to look not at the shell, but at his essence. It doesn't matter if he's stronger or weaker. You need to understand the hidden essence of your opponent's technique. It was not the capacity at all that needed to be monitored, but the ability of the croupier's illusion. Suddenly, the boys repeated again in one voice the second from the left. After which they looked at each other. Announced that there will be a change of croupiers, please let everyone stay where they are. Turning to the commander, the guy said that since they had time, to show her one interesting artifact. She saw the compass in his hands. The guy said he got it from President Shimtaku. If you fill a compass with magic, you can use it to find special people. The girl asked special people. He replied that of course they were not present. Suddenly, the compass hand pointed to the same couple. Seo Joon-ho said it's weird, it can't be like that, it's probably broken. When he got up from his seat, he said they were going to go to the restroom for a long time. She asked him to hurry back, because she was curious. At that moment, the second man also got up from his seat and said he had to go to the restroom. The companion asked how long. He replied that no, he would be back in 5 minutes. Once outside, he saw that the guy had hit a dead end. The man said that the restroom seemed to be in the other direction. The artifact in his hands must be this compass pointing to the demons. He realized they were demons, so he ran over there. Seo Joon-ho shattered the compass right in front of his eyes. The man thought, how could an artifact break so easily? Not unless it was disposable. He asked if the guy lured him there on purpose. Seo Joon-ho replied that he had sensed it in the casino, but the man was really smart. How much does the guy know about them? Seo Joon replied that he knew enough. For example, he could tell you about their schedule for tomorrow. Grabbing the dagger in his hands, the man said then their conversation would be short-lived. Seo Joon-ho realized that he was very fast, and it wasn't because of his good physical fitness. Does he really have acceleration? The man said he now had a rough idea of his level of ability. He yelled for the guy to give up and die quietly. He couldn't escape the next attack anyway. The guy seems to have realized he can't follow his speed with his eyes, not a bad decision. The two areas that will result in instant death are the head and the heart, the head being more vulnerable and easier to hit. So he decided to pretend like he was aiming at her, but would actually stab her in the heart. Suddenly, he saw a smoke screen. The man yelled that it didn't matter what techniques the guy used. His knife is already pointed right at his heart. Apologizing, the guy said he got caught. If he can anticipate his attacks, he doesn't have to possess the same speed, right? Following the nature of his thinking, he knew that if he opened his head, the man would aim straight for his heart. What's the point of being so fast if his action is so easy to predict? In any case, being overly cautious can be dangerous too, can't it? The girl didn't want to admit it, but that bony type was much stronger than her in close combat or in a one-on-one fight. But judging by the fact that he's still missing, it seems he's in serious trouble. The girl thought he was an idiot, but he had so much attitude. Arma asked her who the guy was. She said that he was sitting next to Gun Ju-ha from Takabe, so there was a high probability that they were from the same guild. The man said these are profiles of players currently in Las Vegas, let him look closely. Suddenly, the girl saw him. She said that one over there was definitely him. The man thought it was strange, a rookie who had only debuted 2 months ago. His subordinate couldn't lose to him. Plus, he saw that this guy also interacted with the Shadow Brothers. The girl asked seriously, the same type that was with them at the East Gate? There was a possibility that he had deliberately gone after them. If his hunch is correct, it wasn't a fatal accident that killed the Shadow Brothers, but him. Arma said that Seo Jun-ho is currently categorized as a dangerous person. Soon they'll find out the truth. As soon as the guy approached the entrance, the guard asked him to linger and present his invitation. As soon as he showed the guard the black envelope, he immediately apologized and said the guy could pass. Seo Jun-ho asked if he could pass without being checked. The man replied that yes, only regular visitors go through, but VIP customers go that way. The guy thought he was a VIP customer. Did Gun Ju-ha help? See that girl, he thought she was a lightweight. She asked the barista for iced tea, and to put as much ice in it as possible. Take him away, she asked Mr. Snakehead, who said he was going to the restroom and ended up running away. The guy asked if she had waited for him yesterday. The girl shouted shame on him, you can't cut off the conversation at the most interesting place. She was so curious to find out what that ice compass was, after all, which is why she never managed to sleep at night. Did he really think an apology would be enough? The guy said he'd buy her lunch next time. The girl thought that in that case, she would need to choose something expensive. He asked what the box was, by the way. She said it was a refrigerator for storing cold drinks and ice cream. The girl replied to the gentleman that there is no need to relax, as soon as the auction begins, a heated battle will unfold. Since she specializes in flames, she must be often engulfed in heat. Gun Ju-ha replied that it's a given. Every day, her body gets so hot that it's annoying. Wishes him to enjoy the auction anyway. The girl is waiting for her iced tea, so he can go on without her. As he left, he glanced at the girl and thought that he hoped there would be no excesses during her shift. Entering the hall, the girl thought that the auction stage was so huge. By the way, is she sitting in the front seats because of the guards? Usually only famous people sit there, the Queen of England and even the President of the French Players Association is there. It's a little stressful for her, but the stage is so close, so even if there's a problem, you can run right out of there. Upon reaching the right place, the girl immediately sat down. Suddenly, she saw Mr. Snakehead beside her. In a whisper, she told him that each seat was reserved for a specific person, so he couldn't just sit wherever he wanted. The guy asked there isn't seat A14, that's exactly what it says on the invitation. She wondered if this was a VIP invitation. His abilities are a level lower than the girl's, but he got an entrance ticket. Looking at it, she thought about the fact that even the stylist had worked on it. A player who debuted only 2 months ago has already received such privileges. Don't tell me he spent all the money he made at the casino last night. He's just wearing a pretty solid suit. But still, how did he get a VIP invitation? Seo Jun-ho said he got it from President Shimtaku. He even provided him with clothes and lodging. The girl replied that it all makes sense now. She didn't know that the president trusted him as his successor. Wasn't that wonderful? Does the guy really think she's that unintelligent? Only the most powerful people in the country get this invitation. Besides, Mr. Snakehead is there on behalf of the president, isn't he? The guy can't say it's true, but he can't deny it either. He says he thinks it's too much responsibility for him. The man is clearly a little over the top, more of that suit, don't let him think he can get away with it. She asked what the guy was going to buy. The guy replied that he didn't have a specific goal in mind. The girl said the same, she didn't come there to have fun. Professionals don't get distracted by extraneous things. The guy thought he said a man who gambles while working. He had originally planned to deal with the watchdogs alone, but after reading that bastard's memories, he changed his mind. The guy realized that right now he couldn't overpower Armu on his own. When the battle begins, he'll have to enlist the support of the Takabe Guild, whether the guy wants it or not. If the rumors about Commander Khan aren't embellished, surely he's talking about Heaven's Breath. Then they can protect all the bidders. The man came on stage and said that everyone had waited a long time for this. The one-of-a-kind artifact auction held in Las Vegas starts right now. The man congratulated contestant number A14, he gets the ice crown. Said it was pretty interesting, maybe something else cool would come up. The boy realized that she kept picking things that had to do with cold. He asked if she was the one who said professionals don't get distracted by extraneous things. The girl replied that a true professional must be a multitasker. Then she asked if the gentleman was not going to buy anything. He replied that he didn't know, if he liked something he would buy it. Apparently, the guy is indifferent to the inventory. Seo Jun-ho replied that she was wrong. The guy thought that nothing could compare to the equipment he had used in the past. So far, he had only managed to acquire a necklace. Looking at him, the girl asked why he wanted the necklace. It only increases stamina recovery rate, wants to give it to someone, right? What about his girlfriend? Seo Jun-ho said he should ask if he had one first. Thinking briefly, the girl asked her mom. Suddenly, the guy answered that she was dead. Covering her face with her hands, she said she would rather keep quiet. He replied that it was a gift for his niece, so she shouldn't worry. A man presented them with an item that had been returned after a long time. The participants, who came to the auction not for the first time, had already seen it. Under the number 84 was an unknown orb. The boy didn't understand why his intuition, his reaction to the orb, had triggered it. The man asked what they would do with him if it was a second-story bounty. In 20 years, his identity has never been discovered. He replied that he was right, in his opinion, someone had bought the orb a few years ago, intent on solving its mystery. Now that the item was back on the auction block, he gave in. Who would ever think of buying such a useless thing? The guy thought the same thing. He has no idea why his intuition suddenly kicked in. But it had never let him down, so maybe he should trust it this time. As soon as she saw that the guy was about to press the button, the girl asked if he really wanted to buy that balloon. The man immediately said that number 84 sold for $60,000. The boy said that yes, he had a sudden urge. The announcer said it was time for the main event for today, lot number 85. The first-class magic core found on the second floor of the ancient dungeon, Heaven's Breath. The girl said how beautiful it was, and it also contained a crushing amount of magic. Apparently, the rumors that this core could power an entire city were not an exaggeration. The guy wondered how much she would go for. She replied that she thought he couldn't even imagine such a sum. And seriously, it all depends on the number of leaders of the various countries that decide to bid. Watching the numbers change, he figured that this thing was going to cost someone a fortune. Frowning, the guy realized that it looked like it was time for those bastards to steal her. When the amount exceeded 600 million, suddenly there was a loud rumble and sprinkles from the ceiling. Ha In-ho shouted that it was time to bring all the people out. He asked everyone to stay calm because he was able to cover everyone with the dome in time. The guy realized that in an instant he had managed to create a protective barrier of a rather impressive size. It was not for nothing that he was called the Night Keeper. Gun Ju-ha said that only demons could go to such a crazy step, but who the hell managed to summon skeletons? Is this the necromancer who committed the mass murder in Turkey? If we can get out, we need to share this information. The girl shouted that attention, the first priority is to evacuate the people. If possible, let them protect the artifacts. In Ho, she ordered her to take care of Heaven's Breath. Afterward, the search for the necromancer will begin. No sooner had she told Mr. Snakehead that his help might be needed than she saw where he had gone. The guards tried their best to calm people down from panic. They said there was a protective barrier in place, so they're in no danger now. The man shouted that these skeletons could break through at any moment, and it was, in their parlance, not a threat. He yelled that he had to get out of there first. The girl asked what the Babylonian stalwart was. Her powerful blow made a huge hole in the wall. She said it would be faster. The guy told the princess that the building was worth a fortune, she couldn't just break the walls like that. The girl replied that people's lives were more valuable. Smiling, he replied that she had done the right thing, but please let her not mention his name in the report. Turning around, she asked him not to upset her. Before she could say anything, she saw that someone had shot him. Seeing that the barrier had failed, the girl thought that it might be because Enho had been injured. She figured she'd try to buy time until they could track down the necromancer controlling them. The princess shouted that she was about to easily turn them to ash. Watching, the girl said she couldn't believe it. She was surprised that one person could do such a thing. It must be the one with the Flame Lord skill. She wouldn't want to face such a monster under any circumstances. The girl thought of a sniper having to attack a target at a distance. With the help of special goggles, she was able to see the very same balloon in the far distance. Thanks to the teleport, the girl was easily able to take the heavenly breath into her hands. At the same moment she was contacted by the commander. He asked if the girl had gotten it. She replied that she had, it was in her hands now. The man replied that it was fine, now let her go to point B. She was glad that the mission had gone smoothly, except she felt sorry that Seo Junho had gotten in her way. Suddenly, she saw something strange in the distance. How pleased she was to find out it was him. The girl readied her weapon and said that he was a poor rich man. The guy won't even feel a thing, she'll just crush his skull. Just the girl fired, she immediately noticed that he was able to dodge. Shooting with the teleportation skill, it's impossible to dodge something like that. He's definitely not going to get away this time. Seo Junho decided to use the shadow offensive. She looked at him with a puzzled expression as he disappeared from under her nose. Even Ha Enho's ranger couldn't avoid her shooting, not even a rookie. She couldn't figure out where he had gone. Suddenly, the girl felt very cold. When she turned around, she saw that half of her body was frozen. The girl asked, what kind of fucking monster is he? How the hell does he do that? The guy said if he found out, would it make a difference? Either way, their watchdog team will disappear off the face of the earth tonight. Gun Junha says she'll deal with everything and immediately go rest in the north. The princess guard yelled out that they had a problem. They can't find the heavenly breath. It seems to have gone missing in all the commotion. We could search the neighborhood first. This seemed all kinds of strange to the girl. Why would anyone want to stick around with a stolen artifact? Suddenly, the bodies of the servants fell before her eyes. Gun Junha thought, who the hell is this? Some black skeletons. The guys she personally selected for the team quickly reached their limit. The guy said there's something wrong here. The outfit they're wearing looks familiar to him. Does the princess remember that missing player's case that was being talked about on the second floor? The girl didn't know what he was talking about. What did this case even have to do with anything? He was in charge of investigating the case, so he knows the details well. The equipment and fighting style of the missing players. There can be no mistake, everything matches exactly with this undead's equipment. So these black skeletons are the players who disappeared on the second floor. Arma said he would organize an attack on the auction site and distract Gongju. At that time, the girl was supposed to steal the heavenly breath. The living room of Cheryl's hotel was to be point B. After capturing the target, we had to gather there. And of course you had to avoid contact with potential players. There was almost no information about the Demon Association in her memory. It seems that the leader of the Watchdog squad doesn't share information with his subordinates. Following the Watchdog's memories, the skeletons that attacked the auction are players who suffered at the hands of Najit Hallow, which in the present is manipulated by his disciple and follower. In addition, Arma herself is hiding in a hideout far away from the auction hall. There is a magical trap in the hideout, so entering the place without preparation is like suicide, so he needs to figure out a way to infiltrate. Seo Jun decided to send a message to their boss. He texts him, on her behalf, that the mission is accomplished, but some strange type is following her. It's not Seo Jun-ho, and he doesn't look like a member of the Takabe Guild. Arma asked about the artifact. Seo Jun replied that that strange type was following her, so he would hide the item in a nook near the hotel. Let him orient himself to the squad's mark. Arma wondered, not Seo Jun and a member of the Takabe Guild? There seems to be a third party they didn't even know about. The man decided to go after the artifact himself. He moved directly to where Seo Jun had written. Seeing the squad's mark, he felt a fusion of magic near the trash can. It looked like the search had gotten a lot easier. Opening the lid of the trash can, he saw a super powerful magic core. Heaven's breath. However, it seemed strange to him, should it be so cold? And the amount of magic he feels is not what he expected. Suddenly, the orb cracked and froze his hand. Was it a trap made of concentrated magic? Arma freaked out. How did they know about the squad's mark? However, you need to calm down. The first priority now is to focus on defense. The person who set the trap must be nearby. Arma didn't want to waste his strength, but there was no other option. Let the enemy take a chance on them. Meanwhile, Seo Jun had already gotten behind him. And said that if only Arma wasn't completely defenseless during the cast. Without thinking for long, the guy pierced his chest with his mighty sword. Arma realized that Seo Jun had been waiting for the cast to start from the beginning. It looks like this is his defeat. The man asked the guy what his name was. Seo Jun asked in response, did he answer all the questions of the people he had killed so far? However, the guy didn't wait for an answer and said he didn't need to be boorish and let him shut his mouth. All the skeletons began to disappear. Did the necromancer call them back? Seo didn't think he'd go up to level 2. And he feels like the Arma's level and abilities are ranked higher than his. And if he hadn't fallen into the trap, it could have been him. And now he decided there was something he wanted to know. So he used his memory reading powers. Opening the memories, Seo saw a dialogue going on between people. Someone said the summoning system was an unusual ability. And Arma would like it upstairs. Arma asked, when was the last time they came across such a top-notch product? He was told to consider himself honored. His abilities pleased Najit Hallow, and they call him the leader of the Watchdog Squad. The main goal for them, the demons, is to dominate the entire tower, and he would find out the rest of the details on the second floor. And right away, the system opened up in front of Seo. Seo clutched his head and said it was that thing again. It also blocked important memories, and in the process of magic he can only see scraps. But even with them it is quite possible to achieve a significant result. Seo got angry and said that those bastards are like parasites. They use orphans and make demons out of them. If someone could not cope with the abuse, they were simply thrown out. Before they were turned into demons, they were not even considered human beings, but a consumable resource. Seo realized for himself that he could not sit idly by. Arma, the mass murderer in Turkey, also came from an orphanage, and now he needs to eradicate this mayhem to stop more monsters from appearing. Seo remembered the name Najit Hallow, and wondered if it was the one he'd seen in the memories of the Shadow Brothers. And now it is likely that he is one of the leaders in the Demon Association, but he can't be sure of that. Seo kicked Arm's leg and said that mentors and students let them rejoice while they can afford it. Just let them wait. This time he'll tear them up by the roots and send them straight to hell. Khan was sitting in her room at the time and asked security, are they still missing? The guard said she apologized, but not yet. Khan thought and realized that she should have run away immediately, bringing her heavenly breath with her. After all, if the fight had lasted a little longer, they would have been able to track their location through the source of the magic. Khan thought for a moment and asked what time it was. The guard said it was only 7:00 in the morning. Khan got angry and said that everything pissed her off. Stupid demons. If they hadn't shown up, she'd be sleeping peacefully in the hotel right now. Just then one of the guards came up to her and turned. Khan asked him what else was there. The guard said that someone had sent her a gift. Khan asked if it was another fan. Khan said that why do they keep giving her gifts? She said she asked them to refrain from giving her gifts, unless they're at an event like an autograph session. The guard smiled and said the contents of the gift were somewhat. Khan asked, is there something strange in there? The guard said she thought she would be very surprised. Khan opened the box and was surprised and realized what it was. She said it was just like the original. Heaven's Breath looked exactly the same at the auction. The guard didn't hold back and said it was authentic. And then Khan shouted across the room, "Is this for sure?" Khan asked, hadn't the necromancer stolen it? The guard said that's why he said that, she might be surprised. The guard said there was a note in English inside. Let her look at it. And then Khan opened the note. The note said that in addition to the necromancer, 2 other demons were eliminated. And he's bringing back Heaven's Breath. And the necromancer is in an alley near Hotel XX. Khan was surprised and asked if the fan had figured it all out. The security guard said that was correct. Khan said it's not like she did anything. So how did the guard ask? Thanks to her not having to pay a penalty for not fulfilling a condition of the contract. Khan said she didn't know who had done it, but she was very grateful to him. Khan asked her man and they can't find out. She wants to meet him. The guard said he's curious too, so he has to study the necromancer's corpse first. Also an incredible fan left no trace. The job was done professionally. With abilities like that, it was definitely not a low-level rancher, but he had no clue at all who it could be. Khan thought to herself, who is he? So she wondered. And then Khan stood up and saw Seo, and immediately called out to him. Seo said hello to her and was very quiet. Khan asked him, did he have no conscience at all? How could he run away in such a critical situation? Seo asked, what other escape? Probably yesterday. Seo thought for a moment and realized that it probably looked like that. Khan said that last time he said he was going to the restroom too, but he slipped away. He's a repeat offender. If he has the power, let him channel it. Khan said that the dark ghost had said that the force existed to protect the citizens. Seo asked, did he say that? Khan was surprised and said he wasn't a gloomy ghost. Immediately, Seo pretended to be a jerk. Seo realized in his head that he said a lot of things. At the time, all of his interviews were pre-scripted, so he doesn't even remember it. Khan said that if anything happens from now on, don't let him run away. The safety of the citizens must be taken care of. Did he understand? Seo said he remembered. What he did yesterday was wrong. Khan smiled and said that she was glad he thought about what he did so quickly. Khan took out the letter and asked Snakehead-san. Does he happen to know what it is? Seo asked, how would he know? Khan thought about how to tell him and told him that a fan of hers caught a necromancer and demons last night. He also sent her a heavenly breath. Does he represent? Khan says that Ho thinks it's a rancher. She's dying to know who he is. Seo asks if it might not be a rancher at all. Khan said it couldn't be. After examining the necromancer's corpse, they didn't find a single trace in the nook. And Ho didn't find anything either, so they're not sure if it's a ranker or a high-level player. Seo smiled and he knew that magic could be used to eliminate all traces. He had learned it from Sky. What a useful thing, after all. Khan said the handwriting was natural, so he must be an English speaker. Seo asked if it was necessary to look for him now. After all, he will show up if he wants to reveal his identity. Khan asked him, does he think so? She's going a little overboard, isn't she? Khan told Mr. Snakehead that the auction is over. What is he doing here? Seo said he came to get the items he won yesterday. He was told to get them here. Khan pointed her finger and said that he should go to that counter then. Seo thanked her for her help. Khan asked him if he was going back to Korea. Seo said right. Khan said she was even a little sad that they were breaking up. Khan said as she asked him again. Surely he doesn't want to join their guild. Seo said as he politely declined once more. Khan said he hurt her again. Then the next time they'll meet is on the 2nd floor. Seo said right, they'll see each other soon. Khan said they all say that. Are they so sure of themselves or something? Seo smiled and said she'd see. Khan held out her hand and said that then if he could get up to the 2nd floor within 6 months, he would receive a gift from her. Seo asked her, what if it doesn't work out? Khan said that then Mr. Snakehead would grant her wish. Seo realized that she was still trying to lure him to the guild. Seo shook her hand and told her not to think she could retract her words later. Seo said the power restoration necklace and the unknown orb obtained at the auction. Why is my intuition reacting so strongly to them? Seo took the orb in his hands and said he couldn't feel anything. And if he uses magic, and immediately he was saddened by the result. Seo said that since he had a reaction, he would leave it in his inventory and occasionally try to apply magic to it. Because sooner or later, he's going to get some results. Besides, it's that box. It was the second floor, Frontier Aereo Street. Could this be a teleport to the first floor? Who would do such a thing? And then the guy opened the box and saw a letter. It told the guy to take care of himself. He raises for 6 months. The boy read the letter and was surprised by the words in the letter. And he found out he had an uncle. And he took action. The next day Seo immediately flew to his ancestral home, and the place seemed even better and more comfortable than there. Cha asked Seo if something was bothering him. Seo was surprised and said he was fine, just tired from the flight. He also didn't think she would come to get him. Cha said that as secretary, it was her duty to meet him when he returned to Korea. Cha said that if Seo didn't need to go anywhere, they'd go straight to the association. Seo held out the gift and said it was for her. Seo said he didn't know what to buy, so he just picked up the book. He wasn't sure if she would like it. Cha pulled out the wrapper and asked, "Is this the youngest son of the gate? Is it also in hardcover?" Seo asked her, had she heard of this novel? There was only one copy left on the bestseller rack, so he took it. Cha got excited about the gift and said that she had certainly heard of it. She wanted to get her hands on the original, so she looked in various places, but in the end she was never able to find it. Seo said that in that case, he was glad. He was worried she wouldn't like it. If she wants to read it right now. Cha said it's business hours, how can she? Seo said that there are no urgent matters that need immediate attention right now, right? Seo asked, then what's the problem? He's not used to the time zone change yet, so he'll take a little nap. Have her wake him up when they get to the association. Arriving at the association, Seo told Taku that it was for him. Taku asked, is it expensive? But what to do? He had recently quit drinking, after all. Seo said he also contacted Arthur. He'll be up soon. Taku said that's great. Arthur suffered through this case 25 years ago, now he has matured a lot. Taku said he hasn't seen him since he got close to the second floor boundary. Even sad. Seo asked, so it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Taku said that Arthur had said that on Earth he remembered his father, so he descended into the void. Seo said that Commander Khan told him that the invitation he gave him was unusual. Taku said Seo must have done a good job of gathering information, and now the world must know how much Taku appreciates him. So that no one dares to bother him. Seo said then he had a small request. We need to find one orphanage. Taku asked him why. Seo said that he had learned the secret of the demons. He immediately began to tell Taku everything he had learned. Taku asked Seo, is everything he said true? Do they take orphan children and raise demons out of them? Seo says that's right. But all he knows is that this orphanage is across the border. Taku got angry and said that these bastards don't know borders at all. Taku couldn't stand it and immediately poured himself a glass. Did Seo tell him that he'd said he'd quit? Taku said he didn't care. He needs a drink. Seo told him to wait a while. And immediately chilled his cognac for him. Taku said that Kwan Noi had called him anyway. Seo asked, definitely him. Taku said that they had ordered the sword before his trip to America. He said it would be ready tomorrow and he wanted to give it to him himself. Given his career, he wanted to say that there might be some bad rumors going around. And it's best to stay away from them. Seo wondered if he should accept the Takabe Guild's offer and become their scout to live up to his name. Taku told Seo to go tomorrow morning. Seo waved his hand and said he would go and rest. Taku said that Seo must be glad that after all these years he could finally see Noah. And now he must do his best. When he arrived, Seo smiled and said that nothing had changed here in 25 years. Everything is still in the same place. Seo touched the door and immediately it opened. He knew that the workshop had been taken over by Noah's grandson, and then he heard the clatter of a hammer. Apparently, the old man had gone to great lengths to train him. I wonder how much that crybaby has grown. When Seo went inside, he saw a huge man banging a hammer. The guy asked Seo who he was. Seo was immediately surprised and thought that this big guy was Kwon Noi's grandson. What had happened to him in 25 years? The guy told Seo that he was a player. The guy said the association called him. Maybe he could come this way. As I walked into the room, I thought Noah must be on the top floor. And then Kwon came out and called the guy a knucklehead and said he was pretty darn hard to meet. Seo turned around and smiled and told Kwon that they hadn't seen Noah in a while. The boy asked his grandfather, had they met before? Noah said you could say that. And he ordered Pal Mo to give their guest Agrit tea. Pal asked his grandfather, is it this tea? Noah told his grandson not to make him repeat himself. Pal scratched the back of his head and said he understood. Seo said he still obeys his grandfather just as unconditionally. Noah said it was like he didn't know him. If he doesn't want to, you can't force him at gunpoint. Seo said Noah's moralizing taught him a lot. He recently saw him handling a hammer. That's impressive. Noah said that he still has a lot of learning to do. Seo said that Noah was still stingy with praise. But why doesn't he welcome him? He didn't die, he came back alive, and Noah isn't even glad. Noah asked, what do you mean, not glad? Noah put his hand on his shoulder and said that he'd had a hard time. Seo thanked him and said that thank God his grandfather was still healthy. Noah asked what was the reason. Seo asked him and said, what should he answer to such an unexpected question? Noah said Taku told him everything in general terms, but he never found out what the reason for his return as a player was. Seo snapped his fingers and said that it was better to see once than to hear 100 times. And then he showed Noah his ice skills. Noah was surprised and couldn't muster the words and asked if these were the Ice Queen's abilities. Noah said that after defeating the Ice Queen, Seo got her powers. And he can bring back his comrades. Seo didn't hold back and said yes. And so let us continue to try our best. Seo said that they decided to cooperate a long time ago, even signed a contract. And then Noah surprised Seo and said that he signed a contract with a gloomy ghost. Isn't Seo still a rookie? Noah started laughing out loud and said he was kidding. It's just that he hadn't seen the confused look on his face in ages. Seo said to get Noah to be honest, he didn't call him over to give him the sword, but just to mess with him. Noah said Seo is talking about the item that was to be made from the bones of the nameless dragon. Sure enough, it's ready. Seo was surprised at his words and said that he had only recently asked and Noah had already done everything. Noah asked Seo if he had time to forget. He holds the hammer for him. He holds the sword for him. Isn't that the promise they made to each other? Seo said, did he really just say that? Noah got angry and told Seo to check his gun. Seo took the sword out of its sheath and raised it above his head saying it was perfect in his hand. Noah remembers that kind of detail even after 25 years. Noah said so, who even in their time gives a paltry amount of bones and asks them to make weapons out of them. Noah said that he also added new materials to the alloy. The strength and conductivity of magic has increased significantly. Have him check it out. And then Seo said he was going to check it out, and he analyzed the item. And he saw that it was exactly what he needed. And it's significantly different from the items lying around in the association's warehouse. Seo told Noah that his abilities are at the same level. At the same level? Noah asked. They've increased in 25 years, asshole. Show some respect for an old man who's retired and plays Go. Seo asked why he needed a Go. After all, he's never beaten him once. Noah asked if Seo thought his skills in this game were still the same. Noah said he was better at playing it now. And then Pal came in and told them to have tea. Seo thanked the guy out of respect. But Pai said it's not worth thanking. And Noah said it was precious tea, let him be careful. Seo told Noah that he had had good tea before. So Noah asked him, how was the tea? After all, he probably hadn't tasted such a thing before, right? Seo was surprised at the taste of it and asked what kind of tea. Noah said that Seo thinks he's just gonna let it all out. He will only tell him if Seo beats him at Go. Seo immediately got excited and said they had a deal. A few hours later the chips in the Go game started flying. Noah got angry and said, how is this even possible? Seo tried to calm him down and told him to be quiet. Since he won, let him talk. Noah asked Seo if he had heard of humanoid races. Seo said he meant monsters that resembled humans and traveled on two legs. Noah said it used to be that way. But with the opening of the second floor, the vocabulary of the humanoid races. Currently, the beings they call the humanoid race have intelligence and are even able to communicate with humans. Seo asked, so is it okay to talk to an orc? In his mind, orcs were monsters who could only shout loudly. Noah said that among the humanoids, there are groups with low intelligence from long ago. It is impossible to exchange information with them. Seo asked why he was suddenly bringing it up. Noah said the guy asked about the tea himself. It's augurite tea, made from tea leaves grown by elves. Seo said then he could find it too if he went up to the second floor. Noah said he couldn't, even if he gave millions, because there was no connection with the elves with intelligence yet. Seo said he was sorry. And then he remembered and asked Noah, while he was here, could he look at one thing? Seo pulled out a balloon and asked Noah, does he happen to know what this is? Noah told the guy that he wasn't the wise man on the bell tower. How can he know everything? Noah said that he was aware, however, that the orb in question was the Vel of the elves. Seo was surprised and asked how he knew that. Noah said, to explain in a nutshell, he was meeting with an elder of the elf tribe. Saul said, what do you mean Noah was on the second floor? Noah said he didn't go up there by himself. They got him up there. Did Seo think that creatures from the second floor could come downstairs? Noah told the boy not to tell everyone about it. It's a level 1 mystery. Seo said he understood, and Noah could keep talking. Noah said the elves are mystical beings with a specific energy. That intellectual power he saw. It is like the energy of water, earth, or trees. This power is part of Mother Nature. He also feels this energy in the ball. Seo said he understood. So it's an elf thing. Noah said that if he was curious about the item, he could go to a place where he could meet the elves. Among the elven items, there is a thing through which the energy of the world tree can be obtained. He would be able to recognize something, if he was lucky. Seo said he understood and would ask the secretary how he could meet with the elves. Noah asked him if he was leaving already. Noah told the boy goodbye not to disappear for too long. Seo saw that the old man was still pretending to be cold. Paul met Seo and told him not to get too upset. Grandpa just doesn't know how to express his emotions. Seo said it's okay, it happens. But what is it? Paul said it's agarita tea leaves. Grandpa asked me to give it to him. He never cares about strangers like that. Seo's player seems to like him a lot. Seo told the boy to tell Noah that he was very grateful for the tea. And then Paul tried to say something, but changed his mind. Seo immediately told Cha everything and asked about them. Cha said that the Dark Elves were the name of the fallen elves who had betrayed the World Tree. These monsters live in a separate tribe. And the gate they inhabit has a very high level of difficulty to capture. If you're lucky, you can get your hands on the medicine from the lore elixir of youth in their village. Seo said, that's a very good report. Cha said that the gate where the Dark Elves appeared is currently in England. They're called the Wild Forest, is that what he's interested in? Seo said that at this point, yes. Cha said then the following information would be helpful to him. Seo immediately recognized Zhong's guildmate. He had met him during the capture of the Blazing Dune Gate. Cha said that in addition to the Chonghu Guild, players from all over the world would gather. Seo asked, from all over the world. What is known about the gate? Cha said they were in England, in the town of Grantham. The terms of capture are the elimination of the Dark Elf tribes. Only players of 20 to 30 levels can enter this gate. And the team limit is 200. And here Seo was surprised by this information. At this time Call freaked out and destroyed all the dishes in the house. He asked if the watchdog squad had been destroyed. What kind of nonsense does a stranger say? The stranger said it was true. Obviously, the necromancer can't contact any of the squad members. And it hasn't been confirmed yet, but it looks like they were attacked by So Jun. Call realized that this was a problem. Najit cares so much about his students. Not only are they being persistently pursued by a sword master, but this. What was the reaction from the association? The stranger said he published a report on Co June. But I'm not sure anyone would believe the story that the watchdog squad was attacked by a rookie who debuted 2 months ago. At that moment the door opened and Call asked, "Is there an unexpected guest?" And then the door opened fully and an old man in a cloak appeared. He asked the guy. The old man said his name was Najit Hamu. Najit said he studied their answer. Did So June really kill his students? Call said that's the way things are. He does not know how it is possible. And then Najit could not stand it, and immediately attacked Call. Najit asks him, Call says he doesn't know. Does Call think he came here to hear an answer like that? Call shouted that he really didn't know. But if he gave him a chance, he would find the bastard CO and bring him to him, Mr. Najit. Najit thought of letting him go or not, and immediately decided to let him go. He told Call that he had 6 months. Let him bring CO to him within 6 months. Call said that for him to be able to bring it to him on the 2nd floor, he had to possess at least level 30. How would a rookie manage in 6 months? Najit told him to make no mistake. His life is at stake, so they advise him to do his best. Call told the stranger to find the tracker. The stranger said he could help him use the interdimensional elevator, avoiding the association's supervision. Call said yes. But first, we have to get Kim Woo-jun off our tail. He'll personally go down to the 1st floor. At this time, CO traveled to England, to the town of Grantham. Cha asked him if he had gotten to the hotel safely. CO said yes, all thanks to her. Cha asked him why he had left in a hurry if the gate capture wasn't until 3 days later. CO said there are several small gates in the area. He wants to capture them and get some exercise. Cha asked CO, is there a problem? After he heard that there would be 200 people participating, CO knew that after the gate and players appeared in this world, there was suddenly a system. It's extremely fair and made it so that the difficulty level of capturing the gate is the same for both players and monsters. Once 200 people can enter this gate. In other words, you can understand that the difficulty level is exorbitant. It's impossible to fight while protecting all 200 people. These gates will be harder to capture than usual. After 3 days, all the players gathered at the gate, and most of the guys were looking forward to this moment of going inside. The girl screamed at the top of her voice and said the energy radiating from the players was unbelievable. The most powerful fighters of different nationalities were gathered here, and there was also a huge amount of equipment she had never seen in their country. The girl told the supervisor that he should take a look too. Supervisor Cha Min yelled out. And then abruptly walked over and asked him, is he looking for Co Jun's player? The girl said just a little more and his neck would break off. Cha said there was nothing he could do, because he was looking forward to this moment. Capturing the flaming vixen. Then they saw him in action too. Shocking, isn't it? Cha said he even felt ashamed of himself for always choosing the easy and comfortable paths. This time he would show him his improved image. And then the girl took her head to the side and said to the leader. The girl said there's a player named Co Jun. And then Cha came up and said to Mr. Co Jun. Co recognized him and said they were involved in the capture of the flaming fox. Cha said that Co remembered him. Co said that he heard Cha was supportive after the capture was completed. And immediately thanked him. Cha said he was the one who should thank him. Cha said, to tell the truth he had come to him with an offer. Co asked what kind of offer. Cha said yes, Co doesn't happen to be currently a member of any group, by any chance. Co immediately had a thought, over his question. If Co hasn't joined anyone yet, wouldn't he want to team up with their Zhong guild during this takeover? Co thought about the Chinha guild and decided why not. It was ineffective to act alone in this gate. Co decided there was no reason to refuse and shaking his hand told him they had a deal. At 11 in the morning time, the players gathered at the gate entrance to the wild forest. Immediately, Co and the guild teleported out. Co saw something strange and thought, why are all the players moving apart from each other? Co said, don't the guilds involved in the takeover get together to discuss strategy? Cha said that currently, thanks to the terminal after entering the gate, it was not necessary to gather for discussion. Co asked what terminal. Cha said the equipment used a magical data network so that players who were far away from each other could communicate with each other. Co said, so everyone dispersed after entering the gate. And then the girl asked Seo, did he come from the past? Cha told me not to embarrass him. Cha said that he was late with the introduction. These are the members of their group who belong to the Chanhee Guild. Cha says that the guy in Choi's glasses is their hitman. On top of that, he's in charge of keeping a video recording inside the gate to get feedback after the capture. The girl's name is So-mi. She is also called, Spoiler Man. Mi asked Seo to show him her abilities. Mi walked up to Seo and said she would look at his face. And then Seo saw that she was looking at him. Mi was surprised and said that Seo was just something. This guy told me that he had single-handedly mercilessly slaughtered 10 dark elves. Seo asked her, does she possess the skill of prediction? Cha said right. By looking at a person, she can see their immediate future. But having used the skill once, you have to wait to use it again. And Mia must tell her interlocutor about what she saw, so those are the restrictions. Mia said that if she didn't, she could be punished. Seo was thinking about predicting the future. It was an extremely rare skill. During the period of the Dark Spectre on Earth, only 10 people had it. And maybe she could also find out about his friends. Mi said, for reference, her skill resembles only a preview. It cannot see very far into the future, and the prediction is sometimes wrong. Because there are always variables in the future. Cha said that with Mi's help, he is able to act much more steadily. Seo said that it is possible to prepare if you know the upcoming threats. Cha said that they will continue the performance. He has the skill of physical power. Seo has a good weapon skill, right? The balance in their group is perfectly distributed. He has a good sense of judgment. Cha said then let them start moving out quietly. They need to build a means of communication, so they need to camp in a suitable place. Half an hour later, the boys were settled in and setting up camp. Cha told me that if you stuck a terminal in the ground like that, it would create a magical means of communication. This is Fong's group. They are still scouting, but they haven't found any dark elves in the east. The Blue Spear Guild hasn't found anything yet either. The dark elves were scared and hid. Cha said that the Chanhee Guild is also scouting the surrounding area to the east. Have them let me know when they spot the dark elves. Cha said that this was how gate scouting works. Ma said that since they hadn't encountered any dark elves or other groups so far, the number of people here was small. Seo said, somewhat strangely. The gate area was too vast, so it was impossible to accurately claim the small number of people present. At the moment, about 200 players have scattered and are scouting the surrounding area, but suspiciously, no one has spotted the dark elves yet. Mo asked if maybe they were really scared and hid. Seo said that dark elves are cocky monsters. Even if they've been ordered to hide the fact that they are few, they won't just stand by while someone prowls their territory. Seo said me, because of the time limit, she can't use the prediction skill yet, right? In that case his skirmish with the dark elves she had seen, what time did it take place? Mi said she didn't know the exact time, but it was dark all around, so it was probably at night. Seo opened his system and said it was very interesting. While the guys and Cha were surprised, from his work, Seo pulled out a sack and said that the dark elves were probably planning a night assault. Even if they turned this place upside down, they wouldn't be able to find them. Mi asked, night assault? Then we need to tell the other guilds about it. Seo said they could tell, but it was unlikely they would believe it. He'll take a little nap first, then let's take turns resting. Because it's going to be a very busy night. The guy said that when it got dark, he got goosebumps of fear. If the dark elves make a night assault, what will they do? The other guy said it couldn't be. These types aren't even known for their strength. They are simply fallen beings who have gnawed away at the roots of the world tree. The guy thinks such things are capable of planning a military operation. The guy smiled and said, yeah. And then an elf started watching the guys from the bushes. The guys immediately jumped up and pointed their weapons straight into the bushes. The guy said to Sunbei. And then the wolf himself came out of the bushes. The guy smiled and asked, is that a wolfhound? Sunbei told him to relax. They are just minnows that are even afraid of fire, so they are not dangerous. The guy said that there were a lot of them, though, so it was a little scary. But, are they sure they are afraid of fire, the boy asked. They're so close, and they're not moving a step away. They were so close to each other that they didn't move a step away. Sunbae was angry, and immediately shouted at the guy at the top of his voice to wake up the others immediately. Seo was asleep at the time and woke up immediately after dreaming. He felt something and immediately looked up at the sky. Mi was also awake at this time and asked Seo, is he awake yet? As long as everything is calm, he can sleep longer. Seo asked her what about the others. Mi said they had decided to keep in touch every 30 minutes with those on night watch. And now it's time to contact them. Mo said it was very strange, there was an error in the magic network. Mi said that no one had contacted them yet. Seo said that maybe they just haven't been able to. Seo used his eyes and said that the guys probably had visitors already. Seo realized that the dark elves not possessing the minds of dark elves riding tame wolfhounds were making a night raid. Seo said for me to wake up leader Cha. Mi asked, at this late hour? But she can't see anything further than her nose. And then before Mi could turn around, her head was at the wolf's mouth and the elf, straight up controlling it. Seo killed them and said it looked creepy. He couldn't use the sword Noah made for a little thing like that. He immediately told me to wake up the others. Seo looked around and said they were already surrounded. And then a group of elves attacked them with barely a second to spare. Meanwhile, while the others slept, Seo confronted a group of elfo and killed them time after time. Seo was distracted and immediately felt someone attacking him from behind. Seo decided to check his suit, and took everything on his body. Facing the elf, Seo thought that it was true what they say, blood is not water. And he really liked the functionality of the black armor that Pao Mo had made in Quan's workshop. Taku disposed of the resources as he saw fit. So they decided to make armor from the bones of the nameless dragon he had requested to use. The letter said that this armor was forged at the request of the chairman of the Shim Association. He simply gave them the name Black Armor. Seo thought he would capture the gate and be sure to come back and thank him. Seo told the elves that he could clearly see what they were thinking right now, the bastards. One of the two has to be accidentally missed to chase him into the forest. Only in this case it will be possible to discreetly use the skill confession of the dead. Seo asked the elves, so what? Which one of them has the guts? He'll send them straight to the afterlife without pain. The elves didn't dare insult themselves, and immediately all pounced on the guy. Seo immediately cut him down without even blinking an eye. So after killing everyone told the elf that was fine. Now he's all alone. Let him run for his life. Let him risk running away from him. After killing all the elves, Seo said that just as he expected, their ringleader was on a completely different level. He had heard that an elf that gnawed down the roots of the world tree in exchange for power had his intellect completely destroyed. But at the same time, the mind is completely unharmed. Not counting the leader, the remaining 1,000 dark elves are a danger to other players. Nor can the existence of the Elben Dark Guardian Elf protecting the king be neglected. Cha asked Seo, is he done yet? Seo said yes. One ran away, so I had to follow him to finish him. Cha said that about Seo's night attack, his hunch was right. He regretted not helping him in time. Seo said it's okay. There's no need to blame yourself. The Zhong Guild has dealt with the wolfhounds and they are doing their duties well. Cha asked how things were at the other camps. Mi said she couldn't get in touch with anyone. Either they are doing battle now or they are no longer alive. Seo said that they should hurry up then. Hurry up, Cha asked. Seo said that they could save at least one person. At this time, the other guild was fighting to the death, with those dark elves. And then the elf and wolf put the guy in an awkward position, and with his claws pinned him to the ground. The guy saw the sword above his head and said he was asking for someone to help him. He didn't want to die for nothing. And immediately the archer aimed his arrow right at the elf, and was able to save the guy, he impending death. Seeing the elf fall to the ground, he immediately jumped on the wolf. Immediately, the guy was surprised. The guy asked him, is this player Seo Jun? The guy asked Seo, did they come because they saw the distress call? Fatty asked the leader, is he okay? The leader saw his men and said that they were alive. The fat man said that they, like him, had only survived because of Seo. The leader thanked Seo and said that he had saved the lives of the Blue Whale Guild members. Co said he shouldn't. More importantly, how many did they lose? The leader said he lost his comrades. It was all his fault. How can he now repay the people who died for nothing? Just then Cha came out of the bushes and said they were too late. Mi said that even though they were running fast, Co said that now that everyone was gathered, they would now keep heading east. The Blue Whale Guild, let them head north. North, asked the Blue Whale. Co said that many units were still fighting. They should equip faster and help others. We need to minimize casualties. Co remembered that there were about 500 dark elves left in the settlement. About half of the elves had made a night raid, which meant that if they held out this night, they had a good chance of winning. Therefore, the players should unite and act coherently. Co tells them to move north and gather all the survivors along the way. Then they meet in the east. The leader began to become indignant. Co said that he understood perfectly well that it was difficult to continue fighting when one had lost comrades. One way or another, they have to go. If they are attacked alone, they will definitely all be slaughtered. And then there will be no survivors in this battle. In the end, not only will they not be able to take revenge, in the other world they will not dare to dream of it. Revenge for their fallen comrades. The leader thanked Co for bringing them to their senses. From now on, the Blue Whale Guild will follow the plan of Mr. Co, the new star of the Republic of Korea. At this time one of the lads was suffering by a tree, from his deep wounds. The boy said that these elves had put poison on the arrowheads. The guy said that these filthy and vile creatures. As a proud member of the Bravo Guild, he will take at least one wolf with him to the other world. The guy couldn't get a shot off, and one of the wolves bit his arm. From the pain, he yelped immediately. The guy grabbed one wolf by the hide and immediately shot him in the head. He said he didn't even have the strength left to lift the gun. Closing his eyes slowly, he was ready to say goodbye to his life. He saw the wolves coming toward him with dim vision. In a moment he had already made up his mind, as when he opened his eyes a little, he saw the wolves fleeing in the opposite direction. Co managed to arrive at the scene of the battle, and one by one, Co immediately cut them to pieces. The boy opened wide his eyes and could not believe what was happening, for it was a miracle he had never believed in. And then the ringleader took the leaves away and saw his boy. The ringleader said to the boy, "That's where he's been." The guy told the older guy he was alive. He thought it was all over. The older man told the guy not to move. The older man said that he, too, had only survived because of player Co. He was the one who helped find him. They'll treat him first, and then we'll go say hello to the other guild members. The elder said that tonight's gate capture would have failed miserably if Co hadn't been with them. The next morning the boys were still awake, from a tired night, they only now sat down to eat. Co realized that the critical moment was over. They had suffered losses due to the night raid, but there were still 150 survivors. The Dark Elf camp, on the other hand, had been reduced by about half. Now they wouldn't think of crawling out of their territory. They need to do everything they can to solidify their defensive position. They are the ones who have to make the first move. The elder was telling the guy to hurry up and take the gate. After all, their team member was in critical condition, and they don't have a healer here to cure him of the poison, so he's barely hanging on, the older man said. They need to capture the gate as soon as possible and take him to the hospital with the best healers. The guy said that he understood his feelings. However, it is unwise to make a quick attack when the other teams are not ready. After all, one wounded man wasn't worth the sacrifice of an entire raid. Co wondered how they could organize an attack when they were fighting incessantly. Cha asks Co what he thinks about this. Either they continue to help the casualties until each team goes on alert. Either they make a swift takeover. Which option is the most effective in this situation, in his opinion? Co said there are pros and cons to both, but he thinks it's worth pursuing the capture immediately. Co said that doesn't mean they have to take risks and sacrifice everything to save one injured person. The reason to continue the takeover is the longer they are here, the more disadvantageous their position. The boy asked Co if he had a reason to reason like that. Co said it wasn't hard to guess, considering the mores of the Dark Elves, which they've probably already heard of. They should think of a clear strategy to minimize their losses. And judging from the raid last night, they had to accept that this forest was no ordinary forest at all. The Dark Elves, whose intelligence has been destroyed, have taken collective combat action. Which means they have an overpowering entity giving them orders. To control the Dark Elf, this creature uses anything, be it intelligence or be it strength. The guy said that the very fact of making a night raid was strange. You can't exactly predict what might happen inside the gate. Fatty said, assuming there are about 500 Dark Elves left, what about wolfhounds? It's not that hard to deal with trained wolfhounds, but still. Co said that since the wolfhounds were no longer alive, they didn't have to worry. And then the boys asked, how come they're not? Co told them to remember what had happened during the rescue of the last player. Did they remember the size of the wolfhound chasing him? It wasn't an adult predator, it was just a baby. So the Dark Elves had lost all the adult wolfhounds and had to mobilize even the little ones. Therefore, they will no longer be able to carry out a mass night raid. However, this does not mean that the elves will be inactive. After completing their preparations, they will make a small-scale raid. They will attack their camp again with poison arrows and then flee. Lack of provisions, uncomfortable sleeping quarters, lack of numbers. Their resources begin to dwindle and their ranks thin. After they stall for time and decide that victory is already on their side, they will immediately raid the entire village. The guy said that what Co said made sense. The guild elder apologized to the guy and said that their lives were at stake. The other guild elder also apologized in return and said that they were too stubborn in their rightness. Co heard those words and thought they had made up. Co said to Ms. Co me. They need to talk for a while. Me asked Co why he called her. Co asked her, can she use the prediction skill yet? Me said she already could and asked Co, should she take a look? Co immediately said confidently for her to act. Me immediately got down to business and said that they seem to have found a village of Dark Elves. Tomorrow they will go east to deal with the Dark Elves. Like he said, there are still quite a few of them. There's a Dark Elf among them that has a very bad energy coming from him, and he seems to be in charge. In his entourage, besides the other elves, she sees 5 heavily armed fighters. Co thought and realized that there was probably a ringleader and a Dark Elf knight as well. Yesterday's information about the enemy didn't help him much. Co thanked her and told her to share with the others as well. Co thought he was interested in something else, so still somewhat annoyed. Me said there was something like ice in Co's hand. Is it an artifact? Co said it was. He thinks she's frozen hard, let her return to camp. He'd like to reflect in silence. Co saw me leave thinking that he had no idea at all that their ringleader was so strong that he would even have to use the freeze skill. The next morning, the guy was telling me that their guild scouting party had discovered their base last night. Also, just as me said, the existence of the ringleader and the Dark Elf Knights was confirmed. The Dark Elves at the entrance have lost their intelligence and are just hanging around the neighborhood. The ringleader sat on a throne in the center, and the others lined up in battle positions around him. One player said they should hit first before they complete the formation. The soldier also said that Co was correct in what he said. They need to prepare for capture as soon as possible. Co was warming up at that time and asked the guys, had everyone finished with the preparations? The chief said that 147 people, not counting the wounded, had completed their preparations. The players went deep into the forest, but found nothing in their paths. The knight asked, surely the last Dark Elves are around here somewhere. Co said that the Dark Elves, afflicted by sunlight due to the curse of the World Tree, live underground and dig tunnels to avoid the light. That's why it's common for them to dig dozens of tunnels leading underground and connected to the surface. Co noticed something strange, it was a huge hole that stood under the trees. Cha said there's only one entrance. It's the first time he's seen something like this. Co said that their leader seemed like a smart guy. Since you can only enter in one place, it would be hard to backtrack. On the other hand, if they didn't deal with all the Dark Elves, they wouldn't be able to get close to the leader. Co made up his mind and said it was time for them to go in. Walking through the tunnel with the light, they slowly headed deeper in. Cha immediately noticed that there were holes in the ceilings, and they looked very suspicious to him. The girl said she assumed the battle would take place in a place like a small ant's nest. The guy said that there appeared to be such a huge space inside the tunnel, at this rate, a large-scale battle could not be avoided. Co said over 500 Dark Elves, and the type that sits at the back. On the contrary, everything is going according to plan. He assumed they'd be surrounded and forced to defend themselves. But, since this is a similar structure, it's just a face-to-face confrontation. CO said that they should try their best and catch 4 pieces each. Also, come to think of it, such a massive boss must have the elixir of youth. The boys asked him, is he talking about the elixir? The elf medicine that can revive even the dead. CO said that if they found the elixir, would they divide it up according to how much they contributed to the capture? Well, it looks like he's talking to himself. And then their squad leaders said they were coming. And they were taking their squads to attack and destroy the elves. CO saw that the mood on the boys' faces had lifted. At that moment, one of the elves heard a rustle, and immediately turned towards the guys. He saw that the humans were coming at them. The players didn't feel sorry for them or give them a chance, they immediately started slashing the elves as a group. The players were ruthless about it, as they needed to capture the gate, and clear the area. CO didn't get any cooler either, and immediately tore the head off everyone in his way. The guy saw this and asked, what's the speed? The guy said he heard that CO only recently became a player. He sure can't keep up with him. Cha was fighting too, and saw the elf attacking him, and immediately used his defense. But even then he was attacked by several. CO saw that Cha was late and immediately helped him. He said that it was dangerous for Cha to be here, so he should stay in the rear. Cha asked CO if he wants to blaze the trail alone. That's crazy. CO said he does crazy things often enough. Cha thought and realized that wanting to stand shoulder to shoulder with this man was greedy, but for now he still had a long way to go. Cha turned to leave and said that next time he would definitely not let up. CO heard this and realized that Cha was already waiting for the next meeting. Here was CO getting very close to the ringleader, and immediately several elves who were guarding the ringleader got in his way. CO said that dark elves are knights, apparently they are a bit different from that minnow. He too, then, would use the appropriate weapon. Dark elf knights. They were the ones who defended the kingdom before its fall. Not only are they skillful with swords, but they could also utilize the power of powerful spirits. In his current state, he wouldn't have been able to fight them, but now their contract with the spirits had been terminated, so they were no longer opponents to him. Using only swords, they give him the perfect chance to take on several of them at once. He has never met anyone who could wield a sword better than him in his life. And then the knights came at CO with their swords. Because CO has angered them, and they must protect the leader. CO immediately took his time dodging his attack, not even feeling threatened by it. CO saw that they weren't so easy, and each time from their attacks, he managed to dodge, and not make his attacks yet. CO immediately noticed that there was a moment for his attack, and realized that it was enough to hit the exact target and they would barely be able to pick their bones anymore. In this battle, just one hit on your opponent means he'll never wake up from his eternal sleep again. CO smiled towards the knight and said that he hadn't felt such excitement in a long time. And immediately with a sword movement, slashed the knight's arm. The knight kept on his feet, but realized that he was without an arm. So CO stepped on his foot and asked him how far he was going. It won't go that way. CO immediately picked a moment when the knight couldn't do anything to him, and thrust his sword right into his chest. The other knights saw this and were very surprised. CO said that it was inevitable. If this was all they could do, he was even a little disappointed. CO wiped the blood from his face and told the knights to try a little harder. CO looked back and saw that his boys were still fighting. And they were holding up pretty well so far. But then one of the elves shot straight at the girl, and hit her in the arm. Cha saw this and shouted that they had a wounded man. Cha asked where the healer was. Have them call him over here. The healer was also fighting at this time and told them to wait for a while. The healer said he's treating the wounded here for now. Cha said things are bad, there are too many elves. The guy said that there were about 4 opponents for each human. He didn't expect a confrontation of 100 humans against 500 elves to be like this. These bastards are spreading the load by rotating the front line. And that's how they're always toned up. The guy said they must have killed 100 elves, but you can't even say that for sure. If this keeps up, we'll be the first to suffocate. The guy said they needed to get ahead so they wouldn't have time to take turns. And then he noticed something and asked why they started acting so strange. The old man killed one of the elves and said they were up to something. Why did he run out of nowhere? And immediately the boys saw that they were dark elf knights. And they immediately killed their elves, in their way. The old man said that they swung their swords and didn't even care that their tribesmen might die. What the hell is going on? At that time, Co was fighting the knights. The guy said that Co took the Dark Knights to the very center of the battlefield to destroy their fighting positions. The guy said Co doesn't just set the dinner table, he literally feeds them from a spoon, while also blowing on the food. The old man said it was a curse. He thought he was doing a hell of a job here. Cha told them to come to their senses. When lives and deaths are at stake, there is no room for pride, but now they have a chance. So let's take it and defeat the enemy. And after hearing all these words, the players entered the battle. Co saw that he gave them a good hand, that should be enough. Co saw the knight running after him and in a moment, elbowed him. Co tells the knight to stop bothering him. He knows how hard the knight has been chasing him, so he'll send him to the other side without any pain. At this time, the leader of the elves sat on his throne, and watched his servants fight for him. The ringleader said he couldn't look at it anymore. They used to be creatures of outstanding appearance and intelligence. But now they are nothing more than a bunch of ugly monsters, something that is easily killed at the hands of humans. Their former glory had become a legend that would eventually be forgotten. And then the leader decided to go into battle himself. Co said it was the first time he'd ever faced so many opponents. And not just any cockroaches. The leader told Co not to dare speak of the cursed creatures before them. Co said that apparently the nature-protecting elves don't like cockroaches either. Or maybe it's because they're dark elves. Does the leader know they look like them? Has he developed an aversion to his countrymen? The ringleader said he wasn't going to talk long. Let the man raise his sword. Co raised his sword and told the cockroach to attack him first then. The leader told Co that he was an arrogant little man. The ringleader immediately drew his sword and stood in a stance, to attack. Co saw the stance and realized that it was a special sword technique that borrowed the power of nature, the genius of Manus. But it can only be used by elves with the power of spirits. It is of no use to fallen dark elves. And then the ringleader attacked Co with sharp steps, but the guy noticed it and managed to set up his sword, for unblocking. The ringleader couldn't suppress Co, and immediately stepped back. Co immediately realized that it was a technique, an enhancement specifically for dark elves, and his original sword skill. Co told the ringleader that it seems that by using it, he can read his opponent's breath. Interesting. The leader said that Co's only good at swinging a sword when he's not scratching his tongue. Pathetic little man. Their battle was not for life, but for death. So was able to dodge every attack he made, and even inflicted one in return. Co saw that this wouldn't last long, and from the speed of running, immediately struck out, swiping his sword. Co saw that the ringleader was fast and strong, but he could feel the overwhelming power he had seen in the dark elf's memories. The leader looked around and saw his tribesmen. He told the men that they were brainless bastards for believing blindly and following a fool like him to the end, and all he wanted to do was bring back their glorious past with them. And right the wrongs that had been done. What a ridiculous death if you really want to fulfill your wish. Co will have to face and defeat at least 1,000 enemies. The leader says he will not be defeated. The only possible outcome for him is victory. Co looked at the ringleader and heard, and immediately saw his energy change. And in a moment, the ringleader's silhouette appeared in front of him. Co had time to react, and immediately set up his sword and managed to dodge his strong attack. But the attack was so strong that Co flew backwards and was injured. In the process, his mouth bled. The ringleader didn't rest, and immediately applied his next attack to the fight, but Co managed to dodge it. Co said, there it was, the mighty power he had seen in the dark elf's memories. Co gained some strength, and immediately launched an attack at the appropriate moment. The leader managed to react and told the boy that he dared to be sly. The battle had been going on for a long time, and the energy of the two mighty swords, reflected in the tunnel with colors of power. Co saw that his legs were beginning to scalicize and he felt that he was only able to hold back from the last of his strength because of the black dragon armor. And he can't fight anymore, hiding his strength. But there are too many eyes here. And then Seo had to let himself be hit. Stone by stone, the tunnel collapsed from Seo's collision with it, and now he was left to decide how to proceed. Seo felt his rib shift. But the elf leader didn't leave him to even take a breath, and immediately stood in front of him. Seo saw his reflection before his eyes, and repeated to himself that he needed to get up soon. And then the ringleader's final attack was thwarted, as the players immediately chained him up so he wouldn't finish what he started. Cha took command and told the players to cover Seo Jun's player. And the archers kept firing and were told not to retreat. Seo saw this and was surprised at how much they had helped him in this fight. The healer immediately came running and said he had a broken rib. Seo Jun will need at least 30 minutes to recover it. The other players also came and said they would treat him too. The healer said that even being in the rear guard, they had seen everything. Seo was surprised and asked what they had seen. The healer said that Seo handled all the dark elven knights that were like monsters, and then broke through to the tribe leader. Fatty said that Seo is kind of a rookie, having debuted 3 months ago, but has already learned how to fight like this, while they were just scared and worried about their image. The guy said there were only about 100 elves left, so now they can help as well. All that's left is to catch the ringleader, and the takeover will finally be over. Seo immediately decided to get to his feet. Lecker was scared and said he couldn't move yet. Seo took up his sword and told them to only give him 10 minutes. Seo told them to give him 10 minutes until he recovers. And that's when he'll get into the fight. The guys hear about the 10 minutes, and as they get closer to the head, they realize that there's a real monster in front of them. Even if they all attack together, it's not certain that they'll win. But Seo can take down the ringleader, since he fought him almost as an equal. The old man thought, if they could only hold out for 10 minutes. Immediately Cha shouted for them to be careful. The old man saw that Cha was in danger and being targeted and immediately saved him. The old man told him to come to his senses. The old man told him not to forget that their lives were at stake in this battle. But even if they win against this monster for just a few minutes and die, it doesn't matter. They're protecting their pride. The old man immediately took charge and told everyone to quickly take their positions. They must catch this guy. The elf leader got angry and said, "What annoying insects." Pulling out his sword, he immediately killed the 2 players in front of his eyes. The ringleader told the guys why they were always resisting. The players told the others to move the wounded to the rear. The ringleader had told them all to die soon. And now he wondered why he was nervous. One of the guys said there's about 3 minutes left. It's okay, they'll definitely make it. But then they missed those moments, too, and a few guys were left headless, and then the boy was surprised, at such anger. When he saw that his men were left without heads, he was immediately frightened. The guy realized that he had underestimated the situation, thinking that the capture was almost over. But this first-class monster is like an entire legion. It's all in vain if they slaughter hundreds of elves but don't defeat him. Seo saw the players fall to their knees and asked the ringleader if he was done rampaging. Why didn't he answer him? He asked him if he was done raging. Seo thanked his boys and said they had all done a good job. Now let them leave it to him. The boy asked Seo, was he sure he could do it alone? After all, it's better to attack together. Seo said he'd be fine, so he'd better take care of the others. And he had to remember to hide his abilities. The leader raised his sword and said that they were insignificant worms. He would destroy them all with one blow. There, he launched his attack, causing an explosion to occur. The players saw this and immediately shouted to Mr. Jun. There was a huge balloon, and no one saw what was going on inside the balloon. The players asked, "What is it?" Cha said it must be the ringleader's special technique. And looking into the orb, he asked Seo, "Is he okay?" Seo immediately said the ringleader used his own technique. He had nothing to do with it. He was lucky to get caught in a trap. Cha said that Mr. Seo has fallen into the enemy's clutches. We need to find a way to get rid of this thing as soon as possible. While inside, Seo said it was very good that they trusted him. The elf leader asked Seo, "What is this dome?" The ringleader was surprised and asked him if he had hidden his true power before. Seo told him not to be surprised as long as he only saw one of the countless techniques. And that was far from the limit of his abilities. Seo immediately used all his energy, which he had been hiding until now. The ringleader saw all of this, and was very surprised. He didn't realize what it was. In a moment everything became icy, and the ringleader saw that the goblet was covered in ice. Co said that the headmaster thought he'd destroyed him, but then it turned out he could use his new abilities after being restored. Co asked the ringleader, can he feel his hatred growing? That's how first-class monsters feel when they look down on people. And then Co remembered Taku yelling at him to wait for him. Taku asked Co, was he allowed to train already? I mean, he's only recently come out of cryogenics. Co said he's fine. We should check the freezing skill, or whatever it is, soon. Taku asked, hadn't Co perfected his combat skills back when he was still a gloomy ghost? What is he going to develop? Co said that's actually a misconception. He's still not good enough. Taku asked him how he uses the freeze skill. Co said it can be broken down into 3 categories of use to start with. First is the auxiliary function. Using the icy surface, he can create favorable conditions for himself on the battlefield. And further, gradually exhausting the opponent, to fight him when he will no longer be in the best shape. Second, intuitive use. He can cover his armor with ice, thus strengthening his defenses. And finally the last one, additional ways to attack thanks to the freeze skill. And right away, Co demonstrated it with an example. Co said that by itself, the magic of the Guardian of Darkness was not very effective, however, if one were to turn it into solid matter with the help of Lud, the offensive properties of the mana would increase dramatically. The ringleader said it turns out Co is a magical swordsman. Why did he hide his abilities? Co said it was the circumstances. But the leader also hid his strength. The ringleader said his ability was to set souls on fire to borrow the powers of fallen spirits for a while. He can't use this skill whenever he wants. Moreover, this guy's technique is still not fully revealed, and therefore very dangerous. However, said the headman, it doesn't change anything. The Odis looked at each other for a long time, and said nothing. Co said that 5 minutes was enough. The leader was surprised and asked, enough for what? Co said he was talking about the time it would take to straighten him out. Immediately, the ringleader started laughing out loud. The leader said Co would say the same thing. Apparently, he seems like a mediocre opponent. Co said, lest the ringleader misunderstand him, he was trying to praise him. He might not be in the same shape now, but he was going to put in a full effort in the next 5 minutes. The ringleader asked Co, does he really have a black sword in his hands? No, a real black sword burns much brighter. Perhaps he just concentrated all his magic into the sword. After all, with his current magic power, he wouldn't even be able to lift it. However, he could sense a negative energy, not unlike the energy of the black sword. The ringleader asked, what was that strange technique? Co asked him, did he ask him about it? It happened 27 or 28 years ago. Once in the gate, he fought a turtle armor boss. Not a scratch was left on her skin or the shell from his sword. He thought that at that moment he had met his end. But when death was at his back, he realized that he did not want to die. In that situation, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on the black sword or anything else. That's when he came up with this technique. Co said he would channel his magic directly into the sword, causing its power to increase. Co remembered the guy saying how incredible it was. In his whole life, he had never seen a better technique than his, a gloomy ghost. Co told the kid he came up with a great name, too. Ramadat. Only when his heart is ready to die does the road to salvation open. The black sword analogy. Immediately, Co ordered his sword to pierce the chest of the head elf. A second later, he executed the order and hit the target. The ringleader fell to his knees and said that the truth was 5 minutes. And Co deftly calculated it all. Co asked him what he would say last. The ringleader pointed to his chin and told him to get it over with in one go. Co said well, and since he would honor his request, he wished to ask him something as well. Does he know what it is? The leader was surprised and asked, isn't that a spirit egg? Co asked, will it give birth to a spirit soon? The ringleader said that a spirit could be born from anything if the power of the world tree was preserved in that place. The leader plucked the necklace from his neck and said that although it was weak, it retained the power of the world tree. If the boy channeled magic into the egg, it would hatch. Seo thanked him and asked if he would give him anything else. Elixir, for example. The Elfo ringleader said he doesn't believe he lost to that man. Seo said if he didn't have it, let him say so. The ringleader told the world tree that if he still heard his prayers and his head would be enough for payback. He hoped he would have mercy on the fools who followed him. At that moment, he remembered the past, how he had been bullied by the older boys. He asks who is this guy and what is he? He knows exactly what this place is. Call asked the guy where the tracker was. The system immediately alerted him that Seo had crushed the leader of the Dark Elves. Seo immediately looked at the orb and said it was true. A spirit egg? If you contract with a spirit, you can use powerful abilities without having to use your own magic. Before, when he was constantly short on mana, he would literally go crazy with envy whenever he saw a strong ally or enemy, and now he had the opportunity to make a contract with a spirit. He's in a good mood. He'd heard that spirits only contract with those with whom the energy matches well. He's 100% sure there's a spirit of darkness in there. Seo took the pendant and immediately shattered it. He saw that he could feel the energy of the forest, even though it was weak. Seo thought about putting his magic into the spirit egg, and at that moment, it began to open up, and give off a bright yellow light. At this time, the shell of the ball was still standing as well, and the players couldn't do anything against it. The healer said they had defeated the remnants of the Dark Elves. But Seo still hadn't gotten off of him. Something must have happened. He's worried because he has no idea what's going on out there. And then notifications came to everyone that the Wildwood Gate had been captured, and the girls shouted that they had succeeded. Player Seo really did it. The girls said that when they fought the ringleader, she thought their end had come. And Seo managed to deal with the ringleader on his own. And then the players said that the barrier was finally gone. And at that moment, Seo Jun slowly came out of it. The guy told him great job. Is he uninjured? If so, they could start by treating him. Seo thought about something and said he was fine. Seo just headed back home and said all the players did a great job. The guy said from the looks of it he looks like he's not injured, but maybe there's a problem. Rather said Cha that the battle with the ringleader was incredibly difficult, because he has such a scowl on his face. Seo flew home watching the news. He said who even cares about this MVP? What good he's gonna do? Seo repeated several times that it was all pointless. Didn't he ask for much? All he wanted was a spirit of darkness. But not a spirit of ice. Spirit said that human technology is incredible. You can fly through the sky without the aid of magic. Seo told her that he had told her not to talk until she got her thoughts in order. Da said she was just talking to herself. Seo realized the monster that instilled fear in the hearts of people around the world and froze his friends. Why did she become his spirit? Seo said he had sent her to the other world, hadn't he? Spirit said that they had already transplanted tech on wheels a few times, and now they were flying through the sky. She thought that was enough time to get her thoughts in order. Seo said again that he told her not to talk to him. Da said that no one talks to him at all. Seo wondered how it could have happened in the first place, why her? The spirit said that she only appeared because their magical powers matched well. And he was best suited for the element of ice. Seo told her not to make him laugh. He had been using the Guardian of Darkness for 5 years. And he had only used the freezing skill for 3 months. Spirit said that this body came out of the egg. So let Seo stop being stubborn, and it's time to make a contract. Seo asked, what conclusion? After what she had done to the people. Spirit asked him to set an example for her. Seo asked, she really didn't know. And then tried to tell her something, but immediately wondered what she had done. Seo said it froze the Pacific Ocean. It caused climate change, but he also heard that it stopped global warming. I don't care, because you can't forget the atrocity she committed. Seo said she froze his friends. Da said he's purposely pretending not to know. She didn't freeze them. Besides, with her power, he could have melted the ice. She'll say it again, she's done nothing to deserve any criticism. She feels more sorry for herself because Seo killed her. Seo told her to keep quiet and look out the window. Immediately, Seo turned away and looked for Taku. Seo started to ask him what was the Ice Queen's fault. Da immediately came over and said great device. Allows you to share messages with another person incredibly quickly. Seo agreed and said they would forget about the past. But what would he get if he made a contract with her? Spirit said she would be his mentor and share the knowledge she knows with him. Seo said she was strong, no one was arguing. But he still defeated her in the end. Da said she really lost because she was in a weakened state. Seo asked her what she was saying. Does she really sell medicine? Da said she's not some peddler. Before him stands the queen of the Ice Kingdom of Nibelheim. And ruler of all that is cold in the world. She swears to herself that she has never told a lie. Seo knew it was an oath that mages took, if they lied they would lose their magic. So she really was in a weakened state. Seo asked her how much she was weakened. The spirit said about 100 times. Seo got angry and told her to cut the crap. Let her swear on herself again. Spirit said she didn't want to. If she swears again, she will lose her royal dignity. Seo said okay, since she swore, let's let them make a contract. But he has a condition. If he feels threatened by her for even a moment, their contract is off. Spirit said she agreed with everything. The spirit said that the soul of the contracted persons and the spirit are connected. She has no reason to harm him. Seo thought that he didn't know if it was the right decision, but it couldn't be helped. If he reasoned soberly, he wouldn't be able to clear the gate alone for now. But with the powers gained, so first you need to understand how strong the skills of an Ice Queen are. Immediately arriving at the Players Association, Seo and his spirit immediately went to the training room. Spirit said she was really bored here. Seo said naturally, it was a training room. Spirit saw Seo clicking on something and asked him what he was doing. Seo said he wanted to test an artifact from the last battle. If you put them on at the same time, his mana rises above 100. This is enough to clear a level 1 gate by himself. Da told Seo that he looks much better with those rings. Seo said he didn't remember asking her opinion. Instead, let's let them test her skills. The spirit asked him if he didn't know them better than anyone else. Seo said that only now she was a spirit and very different from her former self. Spirit said that since they had a contract, she would show him what she could do. Maybe then he'd start treating her with more respect. The spirit immediately began to display her abilities, and surrounded the entire room in her magic. The room immediately became very cold, icicles began to appear in the room. Seo said as if his heart was freezing. The same feeling came over him in the ice castle. And then suddenly it was gone. What's going on with her? Spirit said she's lost interest. She didn't feel like using her power right now. Seo asked her if she was kidding. Spirit said that usually when she's interested in something, she can't do other things. Seo asked what she was so interested in. The spirit smiled and said that she wanted to see the human world. Once outside, Spirit asked Seo what kind of lord was sitting in that castle. Seo said it was an apartment building. She was so curious about everything that she pestered Seo with questions. Spirit said as everyone bowed their heads at the objects in their hands. What a strange lot. Seo felt in his head that she had gotten him. Seo asked her, do the others see her? She talks so much, but it's like no one notices her. Da said she could show herself to them if Seo wanted to. Seo told her she didn't have to, let her be patient. Just then, Da saw a cat and asked Seo, what kind of adorable creature is that? Seo said it was a stray cat. Spirit said she wished she could pet him. Seo said she couldn't see her anyway. And then the cat saw her, and tried to bite her. Spirit asked what was wrong with her. Why does it want to eat her alive? When she landed on Seo's head, she said that there were many ferocious monsters living here. Doesn't anyone care that a bloodthirsty creature is walking around peacefully on the street? Seo said she doesn't attack those bigger than her. Seo picked up the cat and said that it becomes docile when it meets the strongest of the world. When the spirit saw this, she immediately cried out in fear. She said it's an outrage. Let them go to the training ground. She'll show her her power. Spirit said she would show her power now, let Seo watch carefully. Seo said he would watch with pleasure. She immediately used all her strength and made a castle out of ice. in the training room. Seo saw this and said that with this kind of power, you can go to war alone. Seo said that's not bad. The spirit asked him, what, and that's it. Now she's going to show him how powerful she is even in a spirit body. Seo said he could do that too. Ghost said that's bullshit. Does he think he can do it with her? Seo saw that it was very skillful work, and the shape made the weapon more effective. It's hard to believe she could do this in the blink of an eye. Frankly, he's a long way from her. Seo said the answer is the same. He can do it too. The only question is the timing. He thought she would show something impossible for him. Da thought that this impossible thing for him she could show him. And then she remembered, and did. And afterward she asked him, does he talk about it? Seo turned around and was very surprised. He said that's exactly what he wanted. Cha was sitting in the room at this time and told Seo that he was really practicing hard. After all, the vibration could be felt even here. Seo asked Taku if he knew what the Ice Queen looked like. Taku said no, because only 5 players had seen her. Seo said there would be no problems then. Taku asked him what other problems. And then Seo told the spirit that he could show himself. Taku told Seo who he was talking to there. At that moment the spirit appeared, and immediately Taku was just scared, and couldn't believe it. Taku hid behind a chair and asked, what the fuck? A ghost? The spirit asked Seo, is this coward his friend? Taku said that anyone would shit themselves when they saw such a thing. The spirit heard this and asked him how dare he call him that. Insolent little man. Seo told her to calm down and not to touch his friend. Does she remember the terms of the contract? Da said that if he watched his words, she would teach him a lesson. I don't care if they're friends. Seo asked Taku, did he hear? In front of him is a queen who thinks the whole world lies at her feet. Taku asked, does that make her a queen? Taku said they needed to figure it out and said she was the Ice Queen. She came from a spirit egg he bought at an auction in Las Vegas. And brought her to life with the help of the wildwood. Taku said that since Seo had accepted her presence despite his hatred for her, he had nothing to say. Seo said she was incredibly strong, so she would definitely be useful to them. Taku asked what class she was. Taku said that spirits are divided into the lowest and the highest. They usually speak of their own class. Seo asked the spirit which one was hers. The spirit said of course it was the highest. Seo asked her, is she sure? Spirit said, how dare they say such a thing? Taku asked in a whisper to Seo, what does he think an inferior is? Seo said he could say inferior. Seo said she's strong anyway, so he wants to pick a harder gate next time. Taku said that they were already difficult before. If he wants a higher difficulty, is he really aiming for a level 1 gate? Seo said that when he took over the wild forest, a level 1 gate marker appeared. Since then, he's gotten pretty good at it. Now he's able to clear them all by himself. Tagu said if so sure, but on the first floor more precisely, there were only 3 level 1 gates left on the ground. In South America, China and here, are you sure everything will be okay? Taku asked. Wouldn't post-traumatic stress disorder set in? Seo said what difference does it make if the cause of the syndrome is with him? Taku said in that case the next gate is at the South Pole. The name of the gate is the Ice Palace. Then we'll schedule the press conference for 2 o'clock. Secretary Cha will meet him. Seo opened himself a soda to drink and asked the spirit if she had anything to eat. A spirit, she said. A higher being who, unlike humans, doesn't need to eat. Seo said that was great, and he wouldn't have to splurge on food. Seo asked her if she knew anything about the interdimensional elevator. Seo said it was the unknown source of the origin of this world. Seo realized that if he figured out what it was, maybe he could make it to the end of the game. Da immediately said she didn't know. Seo said that she was the floor master. How can she not know anything? Stop showing off and tell me what's going on. Spirit says she really doesn't know. She swears on her essence. She may have known something about this world before, but after losing to him and no longer being the floor master, she forgot everything. Even when she tries to remember, her mind is still blank. Seo realized what a pity. The system's wiping his memory, too. Yeah, it has no weaknesses. Spirit told him not to get upset. Even though the memories he needs are gone, she is still an entity with a very big name. It will help him someday. Co said he'd like to believe that. Ah, there was something else for sure. As far as he knew, spirits couldn't use the mana of someone they'd contracted with. Then how does she use the power? He can't sense her mana. Spirit asked him, does he really not know? Even ignorance must have limits. When a spirit draws power from the spirit dimension, it requires the willpower of the one contracted. Simply put, if his willpower runs out, she won't be able to use hers either. At worst, she might even return to the spirit world. Co realized that it wouldn't be fair to use such power without expending anything. Spirit said that the one shown to her before worked in the same pattern. Even he would have to train for at least a month to use it. Co asked what another month was like. He can manage in half a month. But the spirit couldn't believe it and kept silent. Here comes the day of the press conference. Cha came Co to bring his clothes to the conference. But at that moment she was surprised, because Co was already dressed in classic clothes. Cha asked, isn't he wearing a jacket today? Co said it's only interesting to throw something like that out once. Co put on his jacket and said he's ready. How's Secretary Cha? Here comes the conference and one of the guys was saying there are a lot of journalists here. Only 3 months have passed since the last conference, but the scale of the current one is astounding. It is unprecedented growth. And they saw him at the conference before the East Sea Gate takeover. He literally exudes energy. The same one from Kim Jun or Shin failed if he says today that he will go to the first level gate alone. Here came the hour when Co took the stage, and immediately all the people began to stare at him intently. People asked, isn't he in his workout clothes? And then the announcer said they were starting the press conference. The boy asked So Jun-san, was he not planning to enter the gate of the test cave? Co said he's planning. Right now he's just putting together a schedule. And it will all be done soon. The girl thought that all the best players had gone through them. With such rapid growth, it was simply a sin not to try. The Cave of Trials is located in the high mountainous region of Tibet. The name implies that in each stage the players will face challenges. Participants who have completed one stage can choose to continue their journey or stop. Unlike other gates, this one has the ability to interrupt in the middle of the game. Because of the rules against revealing information about what's going on inside the gate, no one knows what exactly the players who pass the trials get. But she thinks there's a good reason why they're so eager to get there. The girl thought about it and said that was enough for the article. Co said that still after the trials he would go to the ice castle. People said it was one of the 3 difficult world gates that no player had yet managed to pass. It's the gate that's been terrifying people since the Ice Queen. He means this gate. The news has already said that the player's next goal is So Ice Castle. And immediately, the excitement grew. Co watched the whole thing and said they were going crazy. The spirit asked him if he was okay. After all, everyone believes that he is in a hurry not only for the Ice Castle, but also for the Cave of Trials. Co said the required level to enter the test cave is 25 to 30. But many people don't know that. The challenge cave encourages those who are not afraid to come face to face with serious danger. The difficulty level there is fixed. This means that if his level is lower by at least 1 unit, he gets a bigger reward when he passes the same stages. Da said it was beautiful. Co said sure, I wish I could get there twice. Co knew that those who had been rewarded in the Cave of Trials could no longer enter it. He had already been there as a gloomy ghost, but all the accolades and experience he had 25 years ago are reset. So maybe he can get there again. Co flew to the test site by helicopter and thought he would try again, only to be reunited with his frozen comrades in this rigorous challenge. Looking at this place he immediately saw himself 25 years ago, as he stood in this spot and waited for his chance. Co immediately decided to address the spirit. She asked him what he wanted. Co said he wanted her to train him as he returned. Da asked him, hadn't he already asked for it? Co said she was better at handling the cold anyway. It wouldn't hurt for him to learn too, right? Spirit said, it seemed like just now someone recognized her as a mentor. And then Co was silent on that. Spirit said that as a mentor, Na would teach him everything she herself knew how to do, Seo said that he wouldn't want to be his apprentice, but thanks. Da told him to get ready for some excruciating training. Seo said he was looking forward to it. Seo decided that he should visit his old friends to meet them before he shipped out. Seo brought his drink with him again, and each of his friends a glass, for he misses them very much. On the grounds of the Korean Players Association, something indescribable was happening in the training building. Seo had just finished his training at this time, and had broken many ice swords that he himself had created. After going through agony and hardship, he still managed to craft a sword for himself again, out of ice. Spirit asked him how he was doing with all of this. Seo said the Ice Queen. Spirit got excited and said he finally showed some results. 15 days ago, Spirit had told Seo that he could control 2 skills now. Darkness energy and ice energy, just like her. Seo said the right thing, but he already knows that. Why do you have to say it again? Duh, said the guy is a very stupid person. In order to utilize energy, it must be understood. The deeper the understanding, the sharper the skill. So she wants to ask him what he thinks the energy of darkness is. Seo said that in his opinion it's a fierce, prideful energy full of disrespect and disregard. Spirit said that's an excellent answer. But what would he say about ice energy? Seo immediately replied briefly that it was cold ice. Spirit asked, and what did she expect, anyway? He's only been trying to control her for 3 months. The Spirit told Seo to listen to her carefully. Ice energy is nobler and more graceful than any other. Just like a versatile beauty. Seo said that in general Spirit says it is well balanced. Da said that's exactly what it is. For example, the energies of darkness, fire and wind are very strong in attack, but not suitable for defense. Water and earth energy, on the contrary, will show itself well in defense, but the attacking potential leaves much to be desired. Since ancient times, those who possessed ice energy were called the almighty warriors of the workshop. Does Seo understand why that is? Now, she's going to teach her dear partner how to harness the power of ice. But first, a precious sword from the Ice Kingdom of Niflheim Fragarak. Spirit told him to make one just like it. Then they would proceed to the training. Seo told her to wait. He's not very good at making things out of ice, is he? Spirit said that from the old days, a warrior was capable of becoming a member of any branch of the military. If he failed, there would be no training. Seo started to get indignant and said it wasn't fair. And then he called her an ice queen. Immediately Seo started to master his sword. After an hour he was able and asked, is it kind of okay like this? Da assessed his creation and said it was just disgusting. Seo asked, what's wrong again? The Spirit said the blade lacked sharpness and no balance. And with this he wanted to imitate his precious sword. Seo said, does she even know what sword she's breaking now? I mean, it's really hard to do. Spirit said her partner was simply incredible. With only 34 attempts, he was able to create a sword that was 62% similar to the Fragarch. 28 years ago, this power was so powerful that the person who wielded it seemed unearthly. And maybe right now he's creating a monster out of himself. Spirit said she would watch it grow. And then she said the slope of the blade had shifted 5 degrees. And it's a very interesting entertainment. And at this point, she looked at the sword and said barely, but it did the job. Da said on 152 attempts. Seo said he tried his best. Well, is it okay this time? The Spirit said nothing, and immediately with her power broke the sword again. Seo got angry and asked, what's wrong again? Spirit said the sword was beautiful. It's just that she's cranky today, so she broke it. The Spirit put her hand on his head and said she thought the lesson on creating weapons could be over. He hadn't slept for 2 days while he was trying to create a sword. And he needed sleep now. And once he wakes up, she'll teach him how to use the ice energy he craved. Seo said as suspiciously. Maybe next time she'll make him make a spear. Da said she'd make it up in a moment. Seo said that if she was lying. And immediately fell asleep, on the ice. Spirit said that even with such an outstanding talent, so much effort was expended. Yes, the gods are unfair. The Spirit was telling him to become stronger, to protect what was dear to him. The day had come when everyone gathered in the Tibetan plateau. It was the gateway to the Cave of Trials. The monk said he welcomed Seo Jun's player. His name is Jamfar. He is the manager. Welcome to the Cave of Trials. Jamfar said the Players Association informed him that CO wished to enter the test cave. Jamfar said that these were the passing records of everyone who had entered the test cave. CO saw that in 25 years no one had ever broken his record. Jamfar said that the inner workings of the gate could only be known once they entered, including what horrors so await them. Jamfar said, "May the blessings of the Northeast Gate be with you. And good luck to player CO June." CO headed for the gate without a doubt, with the spirit together. CO said it had been 25 years. Upon entering the portal, he was denied. The system reported that there was an error. After all, if the same player logs in again, a manager check is required. This is where CO was surprised, because he didn't understand what to do next. At that moment, the door opened in front of him, and immediately a man in a hat jumped out. The guy said he's the first floor manager of the interdimensional elevator. And his name is Gray. CO asked if the Greek was the god of the earth. The Greek said no. He is just a civil servant who he has entrusted to run the place. CO said the first floor is earth, so there's nothing differentiating him from God since he's running it. The Greek said distinguishing. The territory in his location is limited to the floor, such as gates and monsters that are only here. Speaking of which, the Greek said he was glad to see some familiar faces here. The gambler. He congratulates him on his return. CO was surprised to be revealed and thanked. Spirit said, "What do you mean familiar faces? Does he know her too?" The Greek said of course he does. Lord of Niflheim, Lord of the Cold and Queen of Ice. CO asked, "So what is this place?" The Greek said they were in a virtual space he had created. The Greek opened the notebook and said that since they were in a little trouble, a grim specter, he passed the Cave of Trials. 28 years, 7 months, 16 days, 13 hours and 32 minutes ago, right? He should know that he can't enter the gate after receiving the reward, since changing his name doesn't change his essence. CO asked, "What if he doesn't have this award?" The Greek was surprised and asked him what he meant. So said what he has. The present him has no reward from the Cave of Trials. The Greek laughed and said that CO was telling the truth. CO was surprised because he felt the pressure. So that's the power of the manager here. The Greek said that CO says he has no reward. CO said that based on that, he thinks there is no reason not to pass it. The Greek closed the book and said that he would decide that for himself as the manager. The Greek said that CO hadn't really broken the rules, but it was all about balance. Since he's been here before, he knows the trials. And that's not really fair to the other players. CO said to then have the manager raise the difficulty level and level the playing field. The Greek asked him, "Is he serious?" CO said yes. If it allows him to enter the Cave of Trials. The Greek said he didn't know if that was right or wrong, but since he had amused him quite well before, such a favor he could do. The Greek wished him good luck as he left. Told the Greek to stop. She feels like she knows her well. Does he know why she lost her memory? The Greek said that unfortunately he couldn't answer that question. And wished them a good time. CO said it was the humid air. They went back into the cave. Spirit said she couldn't understand what was on this creator's mind. CO asked her, does she really not understand anything? Said yes, and she is annoyed. She doesn't remember anything related to the floors. Either way, she was happy for him. He'd come a long way, flying like a bird, and his efforts hadn't been in vain. CO said it was good that everything was resolved. The system said that the first level of vaping magic was starting. He will have to use magic and burst balloons. Said it's too easy, isn't it? CO said it's because it's level 1. CO said it was roughly a training exercise. And then after going through the whole system said he passed the test. Spirit said it wasn't bad. But it would have taken less than a second if she were him. CO said that as soon as she opened her mouth, she started lying. CO said you could start without interruption. Go straight to the second level. When I got to the second spirit test, I asked him what kind of test was it. CO said that on the second level, the force of gravity pressing on the body changed every minute. It seemed to be twice as strong as last time. Asked, what are the other 8 trials? Co said all the shittiest things a person could imagine. Co immediately flew into the air and said this one for example. Da asked him, he wasn't planning on missing an opportunity like this, was he? Co asked what she was talking about. Da said, how many times in a lifetime do you get the chance to be in such an extreme situation? Let her start practicing. Co asked her, in that position. It only looks easy from the outside, but he said it was very difficult. Co braced himself and said she was right. The spirit told him that he could take up running now. Co said it was easier for her to say than to do. Half an hour later, Co dropped to the ground and said he was finally done. Fuck me, how much he'd upped the difficulty. And then the system came out again. Co stood up abruptly and prepared to start. The spirit said he was tired. Couldn't he rest for a while? Co said that after warming up, it's better to go through everything at once. The reward in the challenge cave grows in proportion to the player's effort. If you continue now, the reward will be much better. Spirit asked him what is the next test. Co said the next test of illusion. At this moment, Co remembered about the illusion. Last time he had fought like crazy to save his parents from the monster. It ended up taking him half a day to isolate them from these unpleasant illusions. He thinks the illusions will be different this time. Spirit asked him, what was he staring at her for? Co thought he wished they had an ice queen in them, but he guesses it wouldn't be that easy. Co took up his sword and said to torture him. Immediately the girl asked him, was he that eager to survive alone? The voice asked Co why he had abandoned them. They called him a traitor again. The spirit told his partner not to listen to them. Co said, that's right, it's an illusion. Co said, does spirit know that these fools took him up at the last minute, knowing that they themselves were going to die? Therefore, he would not allow them to insult their memory. Co couldn't stand it, and raised his sword to the sky in anger. Co remembered that Lamadate had fast regeneration and destructive power. Sky is a sorceress, versatile in both defense and offense. Gilberto is able to provide ranged support, and Mio is famous for his surprise sword attacks. If he fights them all at the same time, he'll be finished for sure. Ice, can she hold off Sky and Lamadata? Spirit said she could, but his spiritual power would be drastically reduced. Co said never mind. How many seconds will it last? Da thought about it and said about 30 seconds. Co smiled and said that was enough. We must quickly deal with Gilbert and Mio who are weak in defense. Spirit told her warriors to remember their bodies from the cold earth and slay the enemies. Sky said the enemy is coming. Tell everyone to dodge immediately. And then she used her magic defense. Co said that his spiritual power was leaving him at a wild rate. And Lamadate immediately filled his strength, and struck at Co. Spirit saw that Co was weakened and shouted to him to freeze in place. She used her powers and immediately stopped Lamadata's attack. Da told her partner to ignore her and get on with his work. Co said she was good. Let her hold on like this for a while. But then Co received an attack from his friend, who he had fought earlier. Gilbert said he would finish it all off with the next shot. Co said that this illusion even copied Gilberto's magic shots. But one bullet like that is enough to finish him off. Gilberto put Co in his sights, and immediately, for a second, he disappeared at once. Gilberto asked, where did he go? Immediately Co moved behind him. Gilberto said it was the footsteps of the night. Co picked a good moment, and immediately hit Gilbert from behind in a way that the latter didn't even expect. Co says he won't let him do it a second time. Next after Gilberto. Sky got angry and asked him how dare he. Co said that Mio would be next. She's called the Sword Master for a reason. Sword fighting with her is crazy. Mio said that for killing a comrade, Co would pay with his life. At that moment, she threw it on him. Co realized that only once while she would mindlessly attack after seeing Gilberto's death, but Co saw her attack, and dodged. Co pulled out his ice sword and realized that she would soon open up to attack. But even then, he struck so hard that Mio didn't realize. Mio fell to her knees and asked Co why he had them, and immediately she died. Co said it was a hideous ordeal. Sky had been holding the defense the whole time, and then the ice warriors began to break down, from fatigue not action. Co heard some kind of sound and wondered if it was Kali. He managed to break all the ice off his body and asked, do they think this technique can stop him? The spirit told the channeler that she couldn't hold them back anymore. And then Sky used more of her magic to suppress her completely. The ice warriors immediately began to crumble, before their eyes. After all, she couldn't afford to lose. Spirit didn't realize what she could do to help her partner. Co immediately saw that she was being attacked and stood to her defense. The spirit opened her eyes and thanked Co. The guy covered her with his shield and said she did a great job. Kali was very angry, and was immediately on his way to attack them. Co put up his shield again, and took it all on himself. Kali asked Co, does he think he's so tough? Does he think he can drop it and fight others? Sky immediately used magic and shouted Lamadata. And set up some seals. Sky said Lamadate was an idiot. Let him try to hurt her. Co dodged her attack and realized there was no way to do anything with the two of them. Lamadate tanks, while Sky attacks from a distance. This duo was known for their powerful synergy back when they worked together. If he wants to beat them, he's going to have to give it his all. Co decided that he was using Busta's abilities. When he saw Lamadate in front of him, he immediately cut him to pieces with his sword. Lamadate said this hole in his chest is so refreshing. Is that the best this kid can do? Lamadate gathered strength in his hands, and attacked Co sharply. But the boy saw it, and managed to dodge it. Co said as he thought it didn't work. Lamadate just has a devilish regeneration rate. Sky told Co that he couldn't get away this time. Co tried to dodge all their attacks, and ran from corner to corner. Co realized that fighting the endlessly regenerating Lamadate was a waste of energy. Conventional methods would not work. We must think of something. Lamadate asked the guy how much longer would he run. No fun. Co said he was just about fed up himself. Co stopped and told the boy it was time to call it a day. Lamadate said that for such a bum, he was too much of a hound. Lamadate managed to land his punch, and it hit right on Co's chest. The guy said he was the devil. Not only did he break through his ice defense, but he also damaged his internal organs. But if he can take that chance. Lamadate said it's useless. Although his persistence is commendable. Lamadate said that he likes it when the opponent fights to the end. Immediately he pulled out his blade and said that the end had come to him. Co thrust this blade straight into his chest and told him that he could not escape death any longer. Lamadate immediately fell to his knees. Sky saw this, and immediately yelled his name. Co said that now only Sky was left. Sky said she was going to finish Co off. She immediately turned into a very angry witch with blood coming out of her eyes. Spirit told her partner that her energy looked dangerous. Co said he knew, all because she was the last one left. If he wants to defeat Sky in this state, he's going to have to use all his strength too. Co told him to show up. The Death Scythe. Sky's body is protected by 7 layers of mana shields and destructive rays. The only thing that can break through them is the energy of darkness, which brings death. Co said that this weapon wastes a huge amount of mana. But it was the only way he could win. Co made his scythe attack and told Sky to die. Co sighed and said he was lucky she was just an illusion. Co said that he couldn't stand up to the real Sky. Sky cried and said she would wait for him. The system immediately said that Co had passed through the illusion test. Co said there was no need to ask about the next level. Co passed out at this moment, and opening his eyes slowly he saw the ice spirit. The spirit asked her, is he awake yet? Co couldn't come to his senses. Da said he had been asleep for 30 hours. She started to think he was dead. Co said it hadn't been that long. He thought he had been asleep for at least 2 days. The spirit said that this death scythe of his was a really powerful ability, but it took him a lot of energy. Co said that even though there were illusions in front of him, he wouldn't defeat them so easily. So he still got off easy. Da asked how many trials were left. Co said he couldn't say for sure. Co said that maybe the 10th level will be the last. But Gray changed the difficulty and theme of the levels, so he's not sure. Spirit said that CO wanted to tell them that there were 6 more equally horrible levels ahead of them. CO said the challenge cave is set up in such a way that the difficulty increases as you progress through the levels. So far, surprisingly, it hasn't been that hard. But he doesn't even know what level he can last to. Spirit asked him, is he feeling okay? He had to fight his old comrades. CO said that they were just illusions. It was a pity he couldn't meet his parents this time. Da asked why his parents would show up for the illusion test. CO said from the fact that they were both dead. And then the spirit was surprised and apologized to him. CO said it's okay, it didn't happen yesterday, he's used to it. Da put her hand on his shoulder and said that she too had lost her parents when she was 6, so he understood him very well. CO said that they were in the same boat with her then. The system said on the way out that they were leaving the healing room. CO walked out of the room and said he wanted to proceed to the trial, level 4. The system said it was preparing a level. The theme of the 4th level is the sleepless trial. But if he passes the sleepless trial, he will not be able to sleep for 10 days. CO said confidently that he was ready to continue. And then the timer appeared in front of his face, and started to go. Da said it's been about 20 hours. How's CO holding up? CO said he's doing well so far. Da said he must be hungry, maybe he should eat something. CO said that on the contrary, hunger was what kept him awake. Spirit said he could give himself an ice shower. And then the system said it had been an hour since the task had started. CO was already tired, and bowed his head. The spirit told his partner to stay awake. CO lifted his head and told the iceman to keep him awake. The spirit said it would be done. And taking the snow in her small hands, she immediately threw it right into his face. And then the system said 98 hours had passed. CO couldn't take it anymore, and realized that he wanted to sleep. CO said, I wish he'd take a hot shower and go to bed. He would sleep so well. Just then Spirit burst in and asked her partner, he wouldn't fall asleep while he washed his face, would he? CO smiled and said that wasn't going to happen. Spirit said there wasn't much left, only 24 hours. CO tried to remember what the reward for level 9 used to be, and then he remembered there was heroic coolness. And 10 more points to each ability. It's a reward worth the effort. This time he should also make it to at least level 10, because that's the only way he can save them. Because he has to save them. And then Spirit shouted to her partner. CO immediately blurted out and asked, did he fall asleep? Was he asleep? Spirit shouted to him that he wasn't asleep. Let him look at the time. Here finally the time was over and CO was surprised that he didn't even get up, he just closed his eyes and fell asleep. CO said he won, it was as easy as 2 fingers. Da told his partner that he had definitely won. The system immediately came up and said he had made it through the sleepless ordeal. CO through the pain and agony said that he agreed to the next assignment. This is a test of the 5 senses that took place after rest. And all the senses except touch were included. CO read the conditions and said smell, taste, sight and hearing. This is a test of tranquility. The test of sound and the test of silence were combined into the test of tranquility. It turns out that if 2 trials are combined into one, then some new one will be added. CO said it's no big deal, he'll get through it somehow. He will definitely make it to the end. The spirit brought him food and asked if he was going to eat. CO thought it looked like the Morse code he had taught her was to her liking. CO thought that the next one would be the void test. Most players who come to the cave test give up at this point. Emptiness, a primal fear that is very difficult for humans to challenge. A man can be made so helpless by simply shutting off his senses. If one's willpower is weak, he is capable of losing his own self in this void. Even he in the past has escaped before this level. And then the system said he had passed the test. CO couldn't believe it, and he was surprised. The system said that if he wasn't sure he could pass these tests, let him refuse to pass right now. The system said he could lose his own self in these trials. CO remembered that the void test alone was dangerous, and they'd added the time test to it. Not only will he find himself alone in a complete void, but they also want him to not feel the passage of time. CO told his spirit that he would pass it. He would be the only one to overcome all the trials. He will reach the gate. The spirit told him to go without fear. She would be waiting for him. Seo told the system to run the level. Seo had fallen into the darkness and was saying he couldn't feel anything. Not even the Ice Queen and his own mana. But he's Seo Jun. The Dark Ghost. He's always won. He'll win this time. Walking through this level, Seo wondered how much time had passed since he had entered here. The passage of time, Seo said he couldn't feel anything. How did he end up here in the first place? Should he have mastered his ice powers faster? Maybe he was too greedy. Last time, he did before the void test. Maybe he should have run away this time too. Seo said no, it was his choice. He wanted the power so badly that he was willing to put his own life on the line. He made this choice because he was confident that he could win. He agreed to it because it would allow him to enter the Cave of Trials. There's no way he's gonna die in a place this lousy. He's a gloomy ghost. He's Seo Jun. Seo opened his eyes immediately and said he was back. The spirit was overjoyed and congratulated him on his return. Seo asked how long he had been gone. Da said he had been gone for 10 days. Seo said it was the damn test cave. He was sure it had been at least a month, when in fact he had only spent 10 days there. Spirit told him to listen to her. She thought something was different about him. Seo said it wasn't a big deal. Although his body definitely felt lighter than before, and immediately decided to take a look. Seo applied all his strength and saw his mana loss reduced to 0%. Even when he was a gloomy ghost, the loss rate was 3%. It's on the same level as Sky, who got the mana blessing. Perfect mana mastery. Seo pulled out his blade and immediately swung it. He was surprised at the power he now had within him. Spirit said it looked much cooler than the sword steel art he had used before. Seo said that he thought he couldn't achieve more than that. Seo saw the message from the system, rejoiced that he had finally waited for his reward. Seo opened the system and asked why nothing was showing up. Did the system stall? The system told Seo to stop whining. The reward is being calculated. Seo calmed down and said he would wait. The spirit said that the reward must be very large since the manager himself had taken care of it. Seo saw that the system increased the level of 2 skills at a time. And increasing all abilities by 20 points. That's double the previous reward. Seo realized that the test cave was a place where the reward was worth the effort. Seo realized that Gray had known about everything back then. He even knew about the new titles. Seo said to the Iceman, could she pinch his cheek? She immediately pulled his face. Seo said he seemed to be in pain, so he was awake. Seo realized that +1 to his abilities. It doesn't sound that cool, but if you add it all up, it turns out if you get to at least level 130, you'll gain at least 100 bonus points. And the farther away, the more the gap would widen. Da told her partner to stop talking nonsense. They have to go. Seo said she was right, they should leave quickly. He's ready to go crazy in this place. As he left, Seo said that his luck had clearly turned, albeit a little late. Ice, he thinks he was born in the wrong era. The guy said it's been a whole month and he's still there. No way. And then they were surprised to see the ranking table. The guy said that a new legend was being born before their eyes. But on the other side of the shore at that time the lad came to a castle where children were playing outside. He knocked and the manager opened the door for him. The manager said that they were honored by his visit to such an unworthy place. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. Carl said he could see they weren't having much fun. The manager said they were not here for fun, but to revive the Pegasus. Carl said, Pegasus Torres Milo. Is it possible to utter such words in a place like this, teeming with children? The manager said of course. If he doesn't trust him, let him demonstrate. Carl saw them lined up and said that these kids were getting on his nerves. The manager said they were training hard to become strong demons like him. The manager immediately snapped his fingers and the children scattered. He invited Carl to come inside.